Because he,
Yeah, I was just going to ask him.
they sent him out with his computer. This
right? We're going to take a 30-minute nap, and then we'll... Just teasing. Go ahead and sit on down. No time, that's right. We got a republic to preserve. Does anybody know the difference as you're taking your seats? I'll go ahead and wait on you. As you're taking your seats, do you know the difference between an American and an un-American? Anybody know the difference between American and an un-American? The UN. That was perfect. The UN. Good job. Somebody give this lady $5,000. Good job. Awesome. Well, the man that I'm going to go ahead and bring up here needs no introduction. We heard him yesterday. We heard him a little bit today. We cannot get enough of him. We are so thankful for him. Reverend Stephen Kraft. Please welcome.
How many of y'all know when you eat a big meal, it's kind of hard to throw down? Usually when I have to preach, I preach and then eat, but they flipped the script on me this time. But I'm not going to really preach. I'm giving a short memory to precious John McManus, who is now home in glory. And I asked the Lord, John had came to the Lane House on quite a few occasions to do speaking. John's home in glory. What would you have me? I knew John going quite a ways back with JBS. And the Lord dropped in my spirit. He said, Stevie, is John now home in glory in my presence? I said, yes, Lord. He says, didn't you go? Matter of fact, Bill Hahn was there. Many of the JBS members, I don't know how many years are in the house now, were up there in Massachusetts for that event. Let me see your hands of those of you that were there. Well, me and my wife. Okay, none of you guys were there. But what happened was, y'all, after the service, we all went to the cemetery where he used to be buried. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm going to ask Bill later on his thoughts on this. Because we know where the cemetery is, right there in Massachusetts. Bill, tell me if this ministers to your spirit, and if it does, I'll take it up. Because you were there. You remember the cemetery where we laid John to rest? Okay, you were. I know you were at the church. God spoke to me today and says, Stevie, go in Scripture and give John McManus a tribute and put it on his tombstone that says, a testimony to my tombstone. I'll say that again. A testimony to my tombstone. And if this bears witness with you, Bill, I'll take it up when I get back home. And the scripture for that is 2 Timothy chapter 4. Starting in, and you tell me this is not John when he was on earth. Starting in verse 6 through verse 8, it reads, for I am now ready to be offered up, and the time of my departure is at hand. You know John had gotten sick. It's the Apostle Paul saying about himself. But the Lord spoke to me today and said this also applies to John McManus. He says, for I am now ready to be offered up, and the time of my departure is at hand. Verse 7, I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. How's that hit you for John McManus? Amen. And then it says, henceforth there's laid up for me a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give me at that day, and not to me only, but unto all them that also love his appearing. Come on. Now talk to Reverend Kraft, y'all. Do you all agree or do you disagree? And Bill, I'm looking straight at you because you're the main man in this rodeo. Do you think it'd be appropriate and it'd be a tribute and an honor to John, president for many years, to make a nice plaque and put it down on his tombstone that reads at the top, and then put under that passed on, and then those 3 points. I fought right. Oh, I'm starting to feel this thing. My cause. Joe, will that preach? Will that preach in Memphis? Come on. So if you guys will give Rev permission, I will have that plaque made up. I don't know, maybe you need to give me, if you guys want to do that on behalf of JBS, I'm going to need, because I don't have information on his son who did the eulogy. So I'll need to get that, because I'm serious. If you guys give me the go-ahead, and I'll need to, obviously, I just can't, I'll have to talk to, his son. But I'll do that. Because that will be a stomp down, sure enough testimony to the work that Mr. McManus did when he was on earth, especially in his latter years when he started to really get sick. Because the last time he came to Lane House, to our house, he was on the down, he was pretty sick. And Edith and I, we remember that vividly. And then when I saw you last time, at his homegoing, I asked the Lord this morning, I said, Lord, to this precious warrior for Americanism, took me right to that passage, a testimony, his tombstone. So listen, you all, Sister Lisa told me that be running the full, you guys are going to be seeing the loop of, is that correct, Bill? Yeah, it's out there. So that'll be looping, and you'll be able to see. Is it the short version or the long version, Bill? There's 2 versions. The long version. Okay, so you guys go out there, and then did they say also the overview of America too? That's part of it too. Okay, because John, he was the one that narrated the overview of America. So that's my tribute, how I remember John McManus. Is that all right, y'all? Yeah. Amen. God bless you.
In St. Anselm's grade school in Brooklyn, taught by the nuns, and I owe those nuns big time. I went to a Jesuit high school in Brooklyn, and then I got a scholarship from the United States Navy to go to Holy Cross College in Massachusetts, the NROTC program. I had a very interesting thing happen regarding the John Birch Society while I was there. I graduated from that college, Holy Cross College in Massachusetts, in 1957. There wasn't any Birch Society then. It didn't start until December of 1958. During the senior year, I happened to have chosen the Marine Corps option for the service that I was going to enter when I graduated. They had an annual review. There was an Air Force ROTC and a Navy ROTC where the Marine candidates were also still wearing Navy uniforms, by the way. But at that military review, awards were given. And one of the awards was given by a local industrialist
Grew up in Brooklyn, New
who
York.
was the head of the Wyman Gordon Company, a large company there located in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Went to the
And he, every year, would present a Marine Corps officer's sword to the top candidate of the Navy ROTC choosing the Marine option. And the man's name was Robert Stoddard. Now, I didn't know Robert Stoddard from a hole in the wall, and he didn't know me, but he presented me with the sword. And the Marines always get the publicity, so there was a reporter from the local newspaper, the Worcester Telegram, and he took a picture of Robert Stoddard presenting me the sword, and it appeared in the newspaper the next day. Robert Stoddard, a year and a half later, was one of the men who founded the John Birch Society. Well, it's kind of a long story about how I joined the society, because I started off as an antagonist. Well, I finally met one guy. He said, "Have you read The Politician?" I said, "No." He said, "Stay right where you are." He went and he got a copy and he gave it to me. I said, "I can't afford it." He said, "Look, it's a paperback version now. It only costs $2 and it's yours. It's my gift to you because I think you'll read it." I did. I read the book and then finished it up in 10 days or 2 weeks at most. And it really, really impacted me. I mean, all of what Eisenhower was guilty of having done that I didn't know about, but here was the exposure of Eisenhower that was totally contrary to whatever. And so I said to myself, something terribly wrong in this country. I knew that I didn't like a lot what was going on, but I decided at that point that I had to get involved more deeply, and I joined the Birch Society. The most rewarding experience for me in the John Birch Society, well, I guess my relationship with the founder. You know, he became like a second father to me. My father had already passed away, and now I was the public relations director of the John Birch Society. And occasionally I would go out and do something and so on, and he would kind of pat me on the back and say, "Good job, Jack, keep it up." You know. I can remember one time I got called on the carpet for exceeding my authority, exceeding the subject matter I should be talking about and so forth. So I got chewed out too, but I had a wonderful relationship with him. That's probably my happiest memory of all the years in the John Birch Society. I don't know whether you've ever heard the term bagman. A guy like Robert Welch would have somebody, and then I became the bagman, going off with Robert to various places. I can remember one time flying in one of the big new jet planes, a 747, and I had met him and Mrs. Welch. We were on our way to. And when we went in the plane, he went into the first class cabin and I went to the back of the plane. Plenty of empty seats in the plane. Well, all of a sudden I looked up and here was Robert Welch. He started chatting with me about, well, what are you reading, what are you doing, and this and that, and then he would wax eloquently about some subject matter and so forth. So those were very happy moments. As I said, he became almost like a second father to me. It was probably around 1970, and I was traveling for the society, setting up ad hoc committees, speech tours, and so forth. And I was in Michigan, and the members in Michigan asked me if I had heard the chart presentation. I said, "What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about." The chart presentation. Well, it turned out that there was a member in Michigan, his name was Ed Hutchinson. And Ed Hutchinson had decided that he would put together a presentation where he would discuss the difference between a democracy and a republic, and then he would go from there into the economics, and then he would go from there into the conspiracy, and so forth. And it was the genesis of what became the overview presentation that I did. So I got back and I tidied it up a little bit, and I separated the political systems from the economic systems, made it a sharp departure in the middle, and then I added this, and I added that, and so forth. And I started going around in Massachusetts, speaking to the different chapters. They would bring guests and so forth, and it was a hit. People, an impression of what the John Birch Society was fighting and what it was all about. Sitting. There was a rally in Boston every year, God, Family, and Country Rally, and it was put on by local members. Family. These men who were very close to Robert Welch, and they came and they sat through the entire program, 2.5 hours, and they came up to me afterwards and said, "This is it." And I said to Mr. Grady, I said, "What do you mean this is it?" He said, "This is the program we've got to have." So he went to Robert Welch. Later in the day, Robert Welch came in for part of the rally. And he said, "I just heard Jack McManus do his overview presentation. You got to get that on film." The next week, we went back to our routine back in the office, and he contacted me, and he said, "Jack," he said, "I don't know what you did, but a lot of people are talking about it. Tell me about it." I said, "Mr. Wells, I'll tell you what I can do better than that." You. And he said, "Oh, well, that'll be great." And the next morning, it's obvious you understand what this John Birch Society is all about. What are you going to do with this? We send you on a nationwide speaking tour? You tell me. Whatever you want to do, I'll do. He said, "Okay." They decided that because all across the country, members had film strip projectors. And so we did. So that's how the overview presentation. It's one of my favorite contributions. What would I say to the youth of today? I would say our country was built on a foundation that included acknowledgement of God. And I would tell any young person today, got to get back to that. Don't go along just to get along. Be willing to stand up and say no.
The John Birch Society, with its chapter-based volunteer membership, exists for the purpose of keeping our republic, reversing the dangerous course our nation is now on, and with God's help, building a better world. Join our nationwide effort formed by many thousands of Americans of good character from all walks of life. As John Birch Society founder Robert Welch stated at the close of many of his programs, come join us in our proud companionship and in our epic undertaking.
I noticed, I'm not going to use the PowerPoint. I noticed on it, because we're running a little behind, so I noticed at 2 p.m., The Truth Hurts, Exposing Voting Records by Sister Leah Swalwell. So what I'm going to do, I am going to keep my presentation short, so I'm going to watch that clock on morality and freedom, but it ties perfectly into what Mr. McManus was sharing, and it goes right back into what God put in my heart for a tribute to John McManus. You all heard just a few minutes ago when he said, You're speaking to youth, but this applies to all of us. Do not go along simply to get along. I'll say that again. Do not go along to get along. I'll say it one more time. One for the Father, one for the Son, and one for the Holy Ghost. Do not go along in order to get along. Because if we do not stand for truth, we definitely fall for the lie. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Anything, because I am a minister, a preacher, if anything that causes blood to boil are these panty waist preachers. I'm serious. These so-called woke preachers. These so-called preachers that are weak, wimpy, and woke. And the reason why it's so dangerous is because the Church of Jesus Christ should be the very ones that are crying aloud and sparing not, and lifting up their voices like a trumpet, being as the sons of Issachar for such a time as this. And when you have so-called preachers that are supposed to be teaching people, their congregations, how to live holy in this life and then inherit eternal life, and yet they are going along because of fear of man rather than the fear of God Almighty. That is an abomination. So what I'm going to do in a few minutes, because I want to get back on schedule for Sister Leah, that same passage that I just read, those 3 verses for Brother McManus, who's now in glory, he has received his reward. So now the question becomes for all of us still on in the land of the living, what are we going to do? And going right back to the same passage in 2 Timothy chapter 4, the Apostle Paul speaking. And at the time that Paul wrote this, he was on death row getting ready to be beheaded by a wicked political person, Nero. And he said these words: I charge thee, therefore, before God and the Lord Jesus Christ, who shall judge the quick and the dead at his appearing in his kingdom. Verse 2, listen y'all. Preach the word. Preach it in season and out of season. Listen to this, y'all. Rebuke, reprove, exhort with all long suffering and doctrine. That doesn't sound woke to me. Look at verse 3, y'all. Tell me we're not living this right now in these panty waist preachers in these false pulpits. He says, for the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears. That's woke. And they shall turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. That's what this whole woke nonsense is about. Oppressed and oppressor. You mean to tell me that Oprah Winfrey, a black billionaire, is oppressed by some white guy from Appalachia on living under a bridge? It's pure nonsense. But watch thou in all things. Endure afflictions. Do the work of an evangelist. Make full proof of your ministry. And this is where I brought in a president. For I am now ready to be offered up, and the time of my departure is at hand. I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. Henceforth, there is now laid up for me a crown of righteousness. My name is Stephen. Stephen in the Greek means crowned one. I don't know about anybody else, but I intend, by the grace of God, his grace and mercy on my life, I intend on getting my crown. I will not be deprived by all this woke nonsense. When they want to stand up in pulpits looking all sanctimonious, talking about Reverend Kraft, just preach the gospel. Well, that is the gospel. Paul tells us, he says, preach the whole counsel of God. Preach it when they want to hear it, and preach it when they don't want to hear it. Henceforth there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give me at that day, and not to me only, but unto all of them that love his appearing. Now let's kind of exegete that. Starting verse 1 of chapter 4 of 2 Timothy. He says, I charge you, therefore, before God and the Lord Jesus Christ, who shall judge the quick and the dead at his appearance and his kingdom. And here's the charge. Preach the word. Don't preach religious tradition of men. I'll give you one example, and we're all familiar with this. People come up to me and say, Reverend Kraft, what denomination are you? And I answer them, the same one Jesus was. Jesus says you make the word of God to no effect with your traditions. There's nothing about denominationalism in Scripture. He says there's one Christ, one Lord, one baptism, one body of Christ. There's Methodist, Lutheran, Pentecostal, Baptist, and all this nonsense. It's traditions of men. That's why we're so divided. He says, preach the word. Be instant in season and out of season. Reprove, rebuke, exhort with all long suffering and doctrine. For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears, and they shall turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. The communists have used that very thing. One of the books that I brought here, they'll probably be outside, called Color, Communism, and Common Sense. Any of you heard of that book? Oh, I see some hands. Praise God. I got some. Get with me outside after. Haven't heard of that. We republished it in our Camp Constitution. It's talking about that the communists have used black people to be the pawns of the one world government, playing spiritual chess game with the blacks because of the sin of slavery and Jim Crow. That's the color piece. Because the commies know that they played the class game for a while, but they saw that the class game was too fluid. Because you had blacks that were underclass, you had blacks that were working class, you had blacks that were middle class, you had blacks that were upper class, you had black millionaires, black multimillionaires, and even black billionaires. So they saw that playing the class game wasn't going to work, but they know that the race game will always work. Why? Because, as you all can see, I'm 80 years old, going to 81. I've been black 80 years and won't turn white no time soon. The race card always works. And it'll never stop, because the race card, whether it's blacks doing it to whites or whites doing it to blacks, is based on something that is unchangeable. That when we play the race card, what we're really doing is saying, God, you as creator made a mistake. So we got to come up with a new paradigm called critical race theory, or better yet, crazy racial trash. And DEI and SEL and all the rest of them funny adjectives and acrobats. LGBTQ++, transgender, and all kind of such nonsense. These things are a slap in the face. Then they tell you in the same breath, follow the sign. Help me, Jesus. Last time I checked, it's either XX or... And people are believing this nonsense because their ears itch. And they rather believe a dressed up lie than the naked truth. He says they shall turn their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. Up in Lexington, Concord, where we live, once a year they have something in Lexington called Discovery Day, where they shut down Massachusetts Avenue, which is the main drag through Lexington. And everybody comes and sets up their little booths and do their little retail, do their little things. So me and my wife, we were manning the Republican booth. We were the only blacks there at that booth. You know what happened next. On the other side, directly across from us, was the Democrats. So this guy comes over to my wife and says, what did these people tell you to get you over here? And my wife, bless her heart, she said, they ain't tell us nothing. We're over here because this is our values of what we believe. I caught wind of that, I jumped right up in it. I said, sir, what's up? He says, I'm Mr. So, whatever his name was, and I'm running for Lexington School Board. I said, oh, that's nice. And then I said, he says, me and my wife are here representing the Democrats. I says, where's your wife? And this other man comes over. I said, oh. I said to myself, help, Lord. I said, this man is your wife. And I'm Santa Claus. And guess what happened? He got elected and he's on the school board right now. Itching ears. But God tells us through the Apostle Paul, who was sitting on death row, but watch in all things, pray. And when I thought about that, and I looked at this guy and his wife, who was a man, I said, sir, I said, you see all these people walking up and down Massachusetts Avenue? I said, am I missing something? I said, all I see is male and female. Where's the other 99? He looked at me and gave me an eye roll like I was crazy. He said, oh, you. He said something, I won't even repeat it. I said, tell me, sir. I said, because I need to know. Where are the other 99 genders? All I see is male and female here. You're going to try to tell me that there's 99 genders, and all I see is men and women. Now, I'm missing something here. What you just heard John say, and he's in heaven, but he's still speaking on earth. If you do not stand for the truth, you will believe a lie. And if you go on with a lie, to get along, you're not fit for the kingdom of heaven. And you're not even fit to be called an American. That's the reason why I say to people all the time, when I hear politicians say, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, anything in between, when I hear them say, the American people want. How many times a day do we hear that one, y'all? The American people want. We have to ask ourselves, what do you mean by that? The American people want. Which set of American people are you referring to? Because we're all Americans if we are literally, legally American citizens. What set of Americans are you referring to when you say the American people want? We have to define our terms. So going forward, he says, I am now ready to be offered up. And the time of my departure is at hand, because I have fought a good fight, have finished my course, and I have kept the faith. And now there's laid up for me a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give me at that day, and not to me only, but unto all them that love his appearance. And what Reverend Kraft will encourage all of us with is simply this. This is the best time to be alive. And I thank God that God kept me on this side of the grave in order to lift up my voice like a trumpet and cry aloud and spare not, so that on that glorious day when I leave planet Earth and stand before not only my Creator and my Maker, but when I stand before the God of heaven, who is the righteous judge, and he looks down at me, and I'm standing there in his presence alone. I'm not standing there with anybody else that's going to pitch hit for me, because I've got to face God, just me alone. And when he says, Stevie Kraft, you were faithful in a few things in your 80 years. Now I'm going to make you ruler over many. Enter into the joy of your Lord. Come up here and get your righteous crown. What I want to encourage every one of us here in this house, it ain't over until it's over. Forget the fat ladies singing. There ain't no fat ladies up in here. It ain't over until it's over. And God in his wisdom, because his way thoughts are higher than our thoughts. The Lord is preparing a remnant, a repentant remnant, who will cry aloud and spare not, and will call evil, evil, and call sin, sin, and call righteousness, righteousness. Will you be a part of that grand finale? When you take that charge, knowing that it's a heaven to gain and a hell to shun. Get past all this simple-minded religiosity. Get past that, because it's nothing but traditions of men, and that's what Jesus tells us. And when they want to ask you, oh, you're a Christian? What denomination are you? Take them straight to Scripture and say, look in this Word of God and tell me something about some denominations. It's traditions of men. But you ask people, are you a born again believer? Have your sins been washed in the blood of Jesus Christ? Do you know? Are you fully persuaded, like the Apostle Paul was when he was getting ready to be beheaded? Do you know without a doubt that if you drop dead before you leave this council meeting, when you open your eyes, you'll see Jesus? If you're not sure of that, get it right. But if you are sure of that, then the fear of man will go out of you, and you'll fear no man. You'll fear no communist. You'll fear no leftist. You'll fear no Trump or nobody else. You'll fear the only one that is to be reverenced, God Almighty. For the Bible says that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, but fools despise knowledge and sound instruction. In the house. So when I hear these people talking about, or I'm an evangelical for Harris. What? Be bold, y'all. Be bold in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, Ephesians chapter 6, that you may stand against the wiles of the devil, and having done all to stand, keep standing. Keep standing. Don't lose hope. God permits all this evil to sort out the real from the false. That's why he does it. He lets you see it. So now we have no excuse. We can't say, Lord, we didn't know. He brings it in our face so that we see it, and then we make the choice to either go along in order to get along, or to stand against this wickedness and push back into victory. God bless you.
Hallelujah. We're not going along to get along, right? That's never been our motto. How many are offended by the words domestic terrorist? We're not going to judge you, okay? It's okay, all right? You're offended by it? All right, all right. What if I told you, if you were to look at it another way, a more biblical way, would that kind of make a difference in your mindset? Romans chapter 13, I believe it's verse 2, says, for rulers are not a terror, but to the evil works. Right? You know, the founding fathers said, there's been kings, there's been let's not operate this government that way. The way people have been doing it for years, pharaohs, let's not do that. Put at the beginning of the Constitution, we the people. And as Joe Wolverton II wrote in this wonderful book, it actually means we the people of the states. Huh? That's what it means. So they wanted not king, but kings. They wanted not a ruler, but rulers. Right? Plural. So let's go back to Romans chapter 2. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but you're a terror to evil works. That's what it said. Yep. That's what it said. So under that definition, I am so pleased to bring up our next speaker. You know, there was actually someone, one of our members invited us to a place in New Mexico. And this is right along the subject. And she was like, CJ, could you come in and speak? So I spoke on states' rights. And I brought out this tool called the scorecard, the legislative scorecard. And I didn't know that she was actually going to be there, but one of the representatives for this particular state was there. And I said, well, I can't back down. I can't go along to. I have to go forth. I was nervous. But as I was speaking on states' rights, and at the end, I shared this particular person's scorecard. Now, before this, I honored this person. I had them all stand up, give this person a standing ovation, and I wasn't doing it meanly. But if I don't share the truth and expose who is, does that make sense? Because many times the chairman of some of these parties are part of the uniparty. Did you know that? And they're not going to allow you to share these scorecards sometimes. Now, some will. And so as I shared it, she was appreciative. The people were appreciative. I was getting high fives and everything. But the mindset of the people changed so that instead of going along to get along, they said, man, we got to watch these people more closely. And it's because of what she's going to be bringing up. So have you ever tried to contact a legislator only to wind up with them not calling you back? Right? Well, Leah Southwell, she actually had that problem as well until she did something different. And then she started getting legislators calling her, right? Calling her members, asking about bills. How many people want that instead? You don't want to get ignored. You're worthy to be heard. Well, please welcome to the podium, Leah Southwell. She's going to help us in getting that done. Good job.
Thank you, CJ. And I want to thank all of you for taking the time out to be here today. This is really, really important. And I know it was a sacrifice. You could have been doing many things today, but you're here and you're learning. And I hope that I can help contribute a little bit to your, to the tools that you have in your toolbox. I joined the Birch Society in 2009. I was very involved with the Ron Paul campaign, and I kept going to Ron Paul meetup meetings. And there was always somebody who stood up and said something that I had never heard of before. I didn't know these things, posse comitatus, things about the Constitution. I had never heard of these things before, and I thought, you know, I'm pretty well self-educated. I'm a homeschool mom, darn it. I mean, no more better educated than a homeschool mom, because we've done it twice now, or 3 or 4, 5 times we've gone through the education. But there were people who were saying things that I'd never heard about before. And so each time I'd go up to them after the meeting and say, how'd you know all that? And they said, oh, the New American Magazine. I thought, never heard of it. Went on to the next meeting, again, somebody says something I'd never heard about before. And I say, how did you learn that? Where do you know that? Oh, the New American Magazine. It happened to me 5 times before somebody finally said, I said, how do I get my hands on this New American Magazine? They said, well, join the Birch Society. I said, well, how do I do that? So it took a little while. Lesson learned here. Please don't make it so hard for people to join that they have to ask you 5 times before you invite them to join. About. Yes, they had better knowledge than anybody that I had ever heard about very men. If I say men, I mean it in the male-female version, people. I was scanning the crowd. I know he was here earlier. Ed Griffin had a similar position as John McManus in our organization for many, many years. In fact, I found Ed Griffin before I found the Birch Society, but great men and women. So let this be an inspiration for you. I was crying as his video was going on because I thought, man, if I could contribute in my lifetime 1/10 of what these men have done, I will have served my purpose. So I hope that you see that as a torch being passed on to you, that is our responsibility to keep this torch going. I don't know what the future has in store, but my job is a farmer. I'm a planter of seeds. I'm planting. When those seeds will germinate are not a part of my responsibility, but it is my responsibility to plant as many seeds as I possibly can. So I hope that's a little bit of inspiration for you for why the John Birch Society. Great people, great education, and great tools. We cannot all be great. But can all of you use a tool? I'm not a mechanic, but give me a screwdriver, and it's amazing the things that I can fix with just a screwdriver. All of us have greatness within if we just use the tools that the Birch Society provides for us. I think one of the most powerful tools that is incredibly underutilized, and I hope that I can share with you the power of what these scorecards entail. And I also want to give a little credit. I know it's already been mentioned, but Peter Rakowski, where are you? Peter leads the team, the research team that does all of this information. And I want to tell you, as much as I often try to influence him, like, that's a good legislator, I don't like her score. It doesn't work that way. They really do look at these things without our help. We don't have influence on these things, and they put a lot of effort into it. And I hope you also realize that although we've had the Freedom Index, I don't know how many years we've had the Freedom Index, you have a bunch of them there, and you can purchase these at the bookstore. I suggest you, as a member and as a chapter, order this 3 times per year when we bring it out. Order 100 of it and take responsibility for getting 100 of these out every single time that they come out. That is my recommendation to you. So we've been doing the federal scorecard, if you want to call it that, for a very long time, the U.S. Congress. I really started to study it. Those of you that have studied it, you'll notice that out of each, it used to be, when I started looking, that there was maybe 3 to 5 of them that were scoring 100%. Out of 535 U.S. congressmen, we're talking 1% of the U.S. Congress abides by the Constitution. This is how we judge them. What is the one oath that they all swore to? To abide by the Constitution, right? To protect and defend the Constitution. If they swore an oath to that, can't we nail them to the wall for it? Can't we hold them accountable for that? So that is the goal. But also, only 2 years ago, I believe, 2.5 years ago, we started to score at the state level. This hadn't been done before, and imagine the task. We were already doing the U.S. Congress, but imagine the extra work and the extra funding that it took for John Birch Society to score every state legislator. But this has been very powerful, and this is what I want to share, what I've been able to do with this in my territory. I will remind you that the Birch Society is an educational organization. We are not a political organization. Now, I tell people everything is political, but that is not our job to push one side or the other. Our job is to educate the voter base. Not educate and persuade Republican or Democrat. Our job is to educate them on the principles of liberty and on the principles of the Constitution. When you have that foundational knowledge, can those people be influenced? I was going to say the opposite, not really, because you're strongly rooted. Somebody starts to tell you something, you're like, that isn't the role of the government, sorry. That's not your job, thank you very much. You know what I mean? So you're not being influenced by, well, I promise you this. Yeah, that isn't your job. That isn't within your job description. So we are an educational army. But we have to remember, without a moral and well-educated electorate, freedom is not possible. So not only well-educated, I'm not talking about in the school way, well-educated on the principles of liberty and our Constitution. And morality. Without a moral society, we're not going to win this battle either. We have to restore morality and get people to understand and hold them accountable for the principles of our moral society. Our job is not only to educate ourselves. We are an educational army to educate others. How do you do that again? I don't know whether any of you have any Birch Society members, gosh, I never see them, who think they know everything and go blah, 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 and every people like, woohoo, crazy, and walk away from them. Use the tools. I don't know about you, but I'm not an expert in my own town. In my own, it's kind of like mom. What does mom know? You know, nothing. But if some expert tells you that, if Bill Jasper wrote it in the New American Magazine, then it's the truth. But not if you tell him, Patty. It's the same way with you. So use the tools that we provide for you to educate others after you educate yourself. So the Freedom Index, if any of you haven't been there, it's not just in print, but it's online, thefreedomindex.org. Go on it with your phone. You can go on it with your phone right now. So you can check at the U.S. Congress level, the state senators and the state Congress people. You can check on their scores, but you can also now check on the scores of your state legislators. And you can print out scorecards. We put several of them on your tables if you want to do that. And we allow you to print these out in different formats. You can print it out as a full sheet folded in half, as a half sheet, many different ways that you can do this depending on what you're going to do with it. So we can keep it very affordable. How much would it cost for you to do little flyers like this, print them off and cut them in half? So we give you different formats to use for that. On it, it gives you the QR code to scan for subscribing to legislative action alerts. How many people do you know what kind of laws are running through their even aware of that? When do they know when there's something shocking and disturbing coming up? A flock of people calling me and emailing me the day before an election or on the election they vote for. Why are they waiting for you to tell them when we could help educate them all year round as to what the legislators are doing? How many of them know what kind of bills are being passed? We give you 6 of them per year for the state legislators. If they're going to go see their state legislator, wouldn't it be great if they had something in their hand and they said, Senator Wilk, why did you decide to pass this, or why did you vote in favor of the right of food security? Could you please defend your vote publicly with all their constituents there in front of them? So take the time. Dad just recently moved to Florida. He says, Leah, I don't know who to vote for. I said, I do. Go on the computer and find out. And I said, gosh darn it, you actually live in a county where they're all 80%. You moved to a good county. This is good. Keep on voting for them. The ways that we can use these tools, and I'm going to give you a chance to didn't cover it, is, remember again, one of the mottos of the Birch Society is education is our total strategy and truth is our only weapon. Would it be powerful to have a weapon? A weapon that makes them fear us. A weapon that gives us influence. A weapon that holds them accountable. A weapon that embarrasses the heck out of them when they're not abiding by the oath that they swore to. That's what these are to be used for. Remember again, accountability to their oath. All of them swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution, both state and U.S. Constitution. Hold them accountable to that. How would you like to have true relationships with the legislators? Where the legislators start to call you and say, hey, Leah, you know, there's this bill coming up. I'm not sure how to do this. Or, I know we got to do something about the schools, and I keep hearing about this school choice, but is this a good thing? What should I be doing? That's influence when your legislators are calling you. But they're calling you because they know that you're going to be exposing them, and they don't want to cross this scorecard. And if they're doing well, they want to keep a high score, and if they're not doing well, they want to do better because we're holding them accountable. My states are South Dakota, Wyoming, and Montana, and I am blessed to say I believe that those 3 states, probably maybe with Idaho too, number of 100% scores. Blessed to do that, but that isn't good enough for me. Because if they're 80%, I want them to be 100%. And if they're 100%, I want them to stay 100%. And so I make sure that I expose them publicly in front of their constituents. One of the things that we started to do last year is, because we do have so many, I think South Dakota had 8, and I think this last year we had 12. And I want to say that has influence on what we did. Last year we had 8 100%ers. What I did was I traveled to their hometown, looked for a public opportunity in front of their constituents to honor them with an award for their 100%. Now, are they going to risk losing it and not getting it next year? In Wyoming, the Speaker of the House, unfortunately for him, followed me to 5 of these presentations. He had only scored an 80%. So he got to watch all of his colleagues get the 100% in 5 different meetings, and finally he comes up to me and says, "Okay, Leah, I'm going for the 100% next year." That's what we want, that they're so humiliated that they didn't get the 100% and they're going for it next year because they see how much we honor this. Somebody who actually abided by their oath. Another thing we did was those that were scoring 80% or above, we rewarded them with a New American subscription. My goal to this was those of you that are 80%, watch and listen. This is 100% got it. Watch and learn. Now I want to say, like in South Dakota, why did they go from 8 to 12? Was it that 4 of them were scoring 80%, went up to the 100%? I think so. And so I do want to take credit that I think we got more 100% legislators, not necessarily by changing the election, because within that 2-year period there wasn't an election, but that we motivated them. So that is influence. We want to develop influence with those legislators. I know it's a little bit frustrating when you're like in California. I think you only have one 80%er. That's good. But award and motivate that 80%er. Be the wind beneath their wings. Tell them, we know that you're going to have to stand up and make some difficult votes. But you know what? When you vote right, we're going to back you. We will go to all of your town hall meetings. And when your constituents say, "But why didn't you vote for this?" we're going to say, "He did the right thing, and this is why it was the right thing." Don't just make him do it or her do it themselves. Help be their backbone to make the difficult votes. That's influence. In Idaho, when I was first getting started, one of the flew out of my head right when I was going to say it. Raul Labrador, who did go on to become a congressman, campaigning. I said, "Raul, you see this thing?" He says, "Yeah, I know." I said, "Raul, we're going to be watching every single vote you take. And I don't know what happens, Raul. I adore you. I know that you're principled." He was a Ron Pauler. I said, "But something happens to you guys when you go to D.C. You get poisoned, you get bit by, I don't know what it is. But we're going to be watching every single one of your votes. And Raul, I'm going to make sure that I expose every one of your votes." He said, "Okay, I take up the challenge." He won, and the first scorecard that came back, he got a 96%. I followed him around his entire district. Idaho's a long district, let me tell you that. It's about an 8-hour drive from north to south of Idaho, and that's how the district was planted. But I followed him all around. Every time he gave a town hall meeting, I had this folded open and highlighted his score, and I would always raise my hand and say, "I'd like you all to know that that Freedom Index here on your desk is from something that is my gift to you, and I want you all to know that our congressman is in the top 1% of the U.S. Congress." And everybody would roar and cheer and applaud him, and they'd all leave, and I'd say, "Raul, you see what I'm doing?" He says, "Oh yeah." I said, "Raul, I helped you into office, I helped you get elected. I'm going to keep you in office. But as that score starts going down, I'm going to help you right out of office." That is the power that each and every one of you, one person could make that congressman or state representative so afraid of them that you are exposing them everywhere they go. That is the purpose and how you develop influence. So I mentioned the public awards in front of the constituents. We have that. You can get that available. Just call JBS, call the New American, call Peter Rakowski, and he will send you a copy of the award that we can give to them. Gift subscriptions. I say 80% and above. If you're a state where there are lower scores, then pick your own percentage. Your chapter should definitely be sponsoring all of your local legislators. This is how you educate them. Mail them thank you notes. Thank you for scoring so high. We really are impressed with you. We want to keep you doing that. Hold meetings with them and let them know that we're going to hold them accountable to that with their scorecard. You could ask store owners if you could set these out on the counter. Most of them don't mind you setting them out on the counter. As people come in and shop, they pick it up and say, wow, that's interesting. Oh my gosh, she's scoring a 17%? That is awful. And she's a Republican? Oh my gosh. She needs exposure. This is young Kim right here. She needs exposure. But who's going to do it if not us? Legislators that score high can use them to nullify the lobbyists. If they've got a 100% score and a lobbyist comes in and tries to smooth on them, just tell them. I mean, they'll tell them, you know what? No, I'm a 100%er. I'm a constitutionalist. Can't do it. Why? Because the Constitution doesn't grant me the authority to do that. That's why I'm not going to do it. Get out. Ron Paul, my hero, lobbyists never entered his office. They knew what a waste of time. That man was as principled could be. You couldn't rock that man off of his ideas or principles for anything. You can post these on social media. Nothing makes me more excited when I'm on a social media site and I see one of our scorecards pop up and I see people going, oh my gosh, have any of you guys ever seen this Freedom Index? This is phenomenal. I don't know about you, I'm not very good on social media. Maybe some of you aren't. Find somebody in your chapter who's good on social media and get these scorecards out. We can have tremendous influence. Create an ad hoc committee just for the purpose of getting these out, just for the purpose of honoring the good legislators, just for the purpose of meeting with the legislators and saying, legislators, see this? We're doing this with you. We're going to expose whether you were a good legislator and honored your oath or didn't honor your oath. So it is our job to educate the electorate. If not us, who's going to do it? How will they know the voting records if not from us? Very few organizations who do this. We have no idea what they're up to and what they're doing, but we make this very, very simple. Same thing as the Freedom Index. We give you the score, but we also tell you why it was constitutional and a good vote or why not. When you look at this, it starts to educate you. You watch these for a few years, and I'm telling you, even you could and should be a legislator once you understand the principles of what a good vote is or not. Information and facts have an impact on elections. We are not in it to be political, but a well-educated voter base, we're going to get better legislators. Would you agree? So my question to you is, how many can you get out? What could a chapter do by getting these out all year long? Don't wait for just the elections. You need to be using these all year around in educating the voters. What could you do as a chapter? What could you do as an individual? How many of them are you willing to get out? We don't make these. These are not expensive to do. You can commit and say, I'm going to get 100 out. Or do like I did, and I'm going to say, I'm going to haunt that man everywhere he goes. I'm going to expose his record. If I have to buy 1,000 of them per year, and fun project as a member and as a chapter. And again, I think the fun is when the legislators start calling me. When attorneys call me and say, I'm calling you about this scorecard that got out. Yeah, so-and-so's my friend, and you guys put these out, okay? Nothing makes me more giddy and gigglish to have the truth out. That is fun, okay? It is fun when, hey, we were thinking about passing a bill to do this or that. Role of government, and they say, shoot, I've been schooled by Leah. Anybody special? Most of them, I can tell you, you know more about. It's up to you to educate them, and do not be intimidated from doing this. So I ask all of you as the crowd, not taking too much time from this presentation, but what methods that I haven't mentioned you may be using? Is there anything that I haven't covered that's important that you all know how effective you can be with these tools? Yes? I'm sorry, say it again? Like the Republican Party? Yes. Good story on that one. Yeah, Wyoming invites me to their central committee meetings, their state central committees. They invite me, give me a table for free. They love me there because they have so many 100%ers. South Dakota, I had asked for a booth at their state central committee meeting, and the John Birch Society was the only one who was denied a booth at the Republican Party. Yeah. Don't think South Dakota's that conservative. So I went to the state chairman and said, why are we the only organization that is not allowed to be here at the convention? He wouldn't give me a straight answer, but I heard it through my county central committee chairman, and he said that the Birch Society is, the party had already gone too far to the right, and he didn't need any more influence pushing the party to the right. That's South Dakota. But the reality of it was, the state chairman was scoring a 50% with us. He was terrified that I would bring these scorecards and expose him. But where you can, yes, through the parties is an excellent way. I did this. We had 4 of the legislators in that county that were scoring 100%. Central committee meeting for the county, and I was allowed to give the awards to the 4 legislators that got 100%. But there were quite a few of the legislators that were not the 100%. One of them, I've been working with him on certain things, and he's never going to be working with me again. But hey, that's sometimes the cost of exposure, that they don't want to work with you if they are scoring a low score. But what I did was I printed out packages for every single person who attended that meeting with the scores of all the legislators in the state, so that everybody in the Central Committee could look and see where do all the legislators within our county, where are they scoring. So thank you. That's an excellent one is to use through the party. Anything else that anybody has, a great idea that I didn't cover already? Great. Yes, go ahead, Calvin.
Yeah, going directly to the state legislator's office and maybe including a copy of the New American magazine in there about the issues that they're struggling with.
Certainly, and or like I said, buy them a subscription, gift subscription. So can you physically help? When I say physically, are you willing to knock on doors? Are you willing to hand it out to people? Are you willing to go to the state fair? Are you willing to go to any public event and just stand there and pass out these cards? That would be physically helping. Would you be willing to fund if you say, I don't have the physical ability, or that's just not my thing? Would you have the willingness to fund? So our chapter in Rapid City, I asked for everybody to chip in, and with no problem, we were able to cover the gift subscription for all of the 80% and abovers in South Dakota for subscription to the New American magazine. Just helping to fund it. Put your money into it. With the election, I do have to say, in the election this last session for the primary, because South Dakota only has a primary, really, they're all Republican, we looked at who was scoring well that we needed to help keep in office, and we asked him how many they wanted, 500, 1,000 of these, and the chapter paid for giving the legislator or helping to get out to the legislators the good ones to help keep them in office. And then we also chose which ones have someone running against a bad legislator, and then we gave them the scorecards to show the comparison. Or if I was running for a legislator, I would, and young Kim was my competition, I would talk about the difference between her and I, and say, you know, she scored 17% loyalty to the Constitution. Are you her constituent? Are you okay with that? Well, I just want you to know that that's not me. I took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and I will. And that makes it a lot easier to help a candidate show who their competition is. Instead of this, a lot of people tell me, well, he belongs to my church, he's a good guy. Do you know how he's scoring? Does that matter? Yes, sir.
you don't know if it's Republican household, Democrat household, or if it's
Take a risk. I would say create your own precinct. You don't have to be an official precinct committee person. Could you just take your neighborhood? Could you pick 100 households in your community and pass it out? And even if they're a Democrat, we all live under the U.S. Constitution, do we not? Isn't this still the supreme law of the land? Educate and turn some of those Democrats into starting to understand the Constitution. So don't use this as a limitation. We are reaching out to American voters. So my question to you is, what influence do you have to get this information out? Could you get on a radio show? Could you talk about this on a radio show? Where could you get it out on a podcast? The more people hear the Freedom Index, the freedomindex.org. Go to the freedomindex.org. Teach people how to find this. That is your job. We need your help. The more we do it, create the ripple effect. You start it, and it goes out to 10 more people, and those 10 more people get it out to 10 more people. That's the ripple effect. If you only have influence on 10, if all of us have influence on 10, that's the ripple effect continuing to go out, right? So just remember the freedomindex.org. Put it on speed dial on your phone. Put it a favorite tab, but use this very powerful tool that can generate tremendous influence. So please, I hope you all go forth with this. Become one of these great people by using the great tools that the Birch Society provides for us. Thank you. Sorry, we had a question.
I've got a question. I was looking at a couple of different areas, different states, and I noticed on some of these sites, when you're under that politician, it says send email. It's not on all of these.
Are you talking about the legislative alerts?
Well, I was just going under some of the congressmen.
So it would depend on whether this is a federal law, correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, or a state alert for a state legislator, but we'll either send it to your state representatives because it's a state bill that's being attempted to be passed, or it's the federal. Am I right on that, Peter? So we're not 100% capable of doing it in every state. Okay. And as you send out an alert, you look and see, oh shoot, we don't have this up yet. We're gonna. Okay. Great. Thank you, Peter. Thank you for all that you and your team does to make this available for us.
Way around the state. You followed them all the way around the state. That's amazing. Yes, you can. Man, on the side of the computer. All right. As we move along, did you know that the late Lawrence McDonald, do you know who Lawrence McDonald is? Yes. Okay. He had 3 prerequisites, for the most part, when he was deciding if a bill was good or not. Do you know what those are? Is it constitutional? Right? Can we afford it? And is it necessary? Isn't that genius? Man, the man was a genius. Thank God for him and men like him, men and women like him. So our next speaker is going to be John Schrock. He embodies the statement, education is our total strategy and truth our only weapon. He's not only a father of 10 beautiful children and a beautiful wife, he's also our leader in the field, the National Field Director. He's going to be sharing with us our wins all around the country. Have you ever had anybody ask you, well, what has the John Birch Society done? Look at what's going on. Look, we've got wins all the way around the country, okay? And he's going to be sharing them. Please welcome John Schrock.
Thank you, CJ. While Peter's getting the PowerPoint plugged in there, you gotta love technology. How many of you have learned something new today? How many of you have a piece of action that you're gonna... I want you to turn around and look at the lady in the blue dress and thank her. She's the one that put it in the program, this leadership conference. I'm thankful to her. She's still doing work out there. I had to send her husband out there to steal her away because she's trying to make sure that you get food, and we know how much we all like to eat. That's part of Birchin.
Best thank you can give me is take home what you learned today, help recruit new members, and get active on the ground. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing to save the country for my children. Please help me.
The missional mindset of Birchers, I love it. Why winning begins with a plan. Everything you've heard about today it comes down to a plan. Whether it started with Dr. Wolverton with about what's happening with the CON, or we look at what Bill Jasper talked about the UN and the Summit of the Future. I thought I about it, and I learned something about it today. He also pointed out some a joke becomes a dad joke when it becomes apparent. All right. Verse after that. Successes that we have. I want to be able to couch it in this. What do we mean by a success? Many times we think that we have to have a bill passed through the Indiana State Legislature or the Kentucky State Legislature, Alabama State Legislature, California State Legislature before we count it a success. But at the Birch Society, when what we call success a victory is when we start to educate people. When we get into that process of having people become educated, when you start seeing the light bulb come on in people's eyes, when you see the electorate be able to see the dangers of the CON. I just put a couple up here because space wouldn't allow me, but we saw victories in Idaho, we saw victories in Indiana about the CON issue. When we were able to get to the Senate Judiciary Committee there in Indiana, and we were able to have the educated electorate educating the elected, that is when we have a win. But it took work. It didn't just happen overnight. It wasn't just something that we woke up there on that morning at 5:15 in the morning and we're like, light bulb turns on and we're going to win the victory. It took a lot of work because they are laying plans against us. So we're going to be organized. I love the word that Leah used. We're an organized army. Well, I don't like the word army because that stands for ain't ready for the Marines yet. I was in the Marine Corps. So, I will be offering, you can come and get forgiven. I'm an ordained minister. And if not, you can fill in for me, Reverend, on that. You can join the United States Marine Corps. I'll allow you to do that. But when we're an organized army, we are an army. We have a specific mission, education. I love that word. Truth is our weapon. When you expose the truth, when you get back to the truth of the matter, when you give people vision, when you do that, you will see victory. The freedom, we could put all 50 states up there, but I love what's happening in Montana and Washington State, the Socialist Republic of Washington State. They are going about and they are paying for it. When Leah talked about that, she said, that people, what could you do? How could you invest? We had some in the Midwest. They blanketed a member paid for the entire congressional district to be blanketed with the Freedom Index because they saw the mission. It's going to begin the conversation. I saw there on the table, it was back there. I wanted to point out to you, did you notice on Young Kim's, the scorecard there, it says HR 4366. You might not have it, but you have the word CPH there. It's the cost per household. What a conversation starter. What a very base level. When you can talk to somebody about their pocketbooks, how much did that cost you? When you get tires, how many of you ask the guy, how much do the tires, how much do they cost? Well, this is what tells you how much the bill cost you. That part that Leah talked about, this is where we're seeing success across the United States, from sea to shining sea. This is where we're seeing is when we become educated ourselves and we talk about that cost per household. There are number 3, HR 4366. It costs your family $3,557 a year. Now let's have a chat. That's a good icebreaker for you to be able to talk to that business person. That's a way for you to be able to go into the local transmission shop and you show the business owner there, do you see what they're doing? Do you understand, especially when they're 100%ers and they vote against this kind of bill, you know that the establishment, the globalists, are going to be using that in order to hit them because they weren't able to get money back to their district. Well, folks, it takes money in order to get money back to the district. That's your dollars. That's your hard-earned tax dollars. And if it doesn't meet Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution, we're probably not supposed to be involved in it. Get out to people. Well, the winds about Save Our Children, Idaho, Indiana, and the list goes on and on. Folks, if you don't know if we're gathering intel, they are going to be attacking us on every level about this voucher issue. You need to become educated on that. As I mentioned this morning in the chapter leaders meeting over there in the Platinum Room, you need to know what you are talking about so that you can educate others, because there are so many organizations that are out there and they are trying to push this, but it's going to lead to shackles upon our institutions if they take the shekels. We have to be able to fight against that, and we are seeing success in that. How many of you know what's going on with the private land? They are trying to take private land using eminent domain. If you're not familiar with it, you need to read up on it because it's coming to a town near you. I didn't say state. I didn't say a country near you. I said a town near you. The maps, I could throw them up here this afternoon and show you the plans for all the CO2 pipelines of all the different companies, and they are making money off of your taxpayer dollars. Private business is profiteering off of your taxpayer dollars. It shouldn't be so. We were able to see the carbon capture pipeline in Indiana to be slowed down, in Iowa for it to be able to be slowed down. I'm going to get the little clicker out. They said that it has this like little fancy thing right there, you know, in Iowa or in Iowa. There we go. I'll even give it to you over there in Iowa. You see how I did that? It just bounces around. It makes it that you think I'm actually pointing at it. But it came with a price. You know what the price is? Was the involvement of the membership. When the coordinator calls and says to the chapter leader, I need you to do this. We don't just do false alarms. We don't do test alarms. We're going to tell you when we need to have that action. Because there's big money behind this. Large amounts of money. We saw the face of Larry Fink today on Bill Jasper's presentation. He's behind it. He's got plenty of money. We need you to be activating to your neighbors. Have this conversation. It's strange the bedfellows. Patrick said in this battle for liberty, the bedfellows that you will have will be strange. It's, by and large, that's a quote. It's strange the bedfellows that we have in this battle care little about whether they have a sign out front that would make you think that they were a Republican or a Democrat. Care that they care for their county, for their city. If those pipelines burst, you can watch what happened in Satorsha, Mississippi. You can see when the carbon capture pipelines were to burst. Successes of the state legislative scorecard. Oh, I don't even need to go over this. Leah has done such a wonderful job at the stories that I could tell you of chapter leaders saying when they walk into the state capitol or when they walk into a town hall meeting in the district about the state legislative scorecard, the head goes down. And they're like, yes, I scored below 50%, and I'm a Republican. I'm sorry. These are very powerful tools. Start using them on a more prolific basis. What I like, what I've tasked our field coordinators to do is having Constitution is solution classes. I want these on a repetitive basis. That's my vision. Get a person to agree to do one, get them to agree to the second one, all in the same meeting. Just it's two birds with one stone. When you go and have that meeting with that pastor and you go and be able to talk to him, they're like, well, I don't want to be politically involved. I said, that's fine. This is the Constitution. It is not political involvement. It's just you talking about the Constitution that we all live under. And get him to agree, get the preacher to agree to 2 meetings. Once you got them to 2 meetings, you can get them to 4 meetings, 6 meetings, 12 meetings, get them all set up. And we are getting it across the United States. It's really exciting on that because, let me tell you, we're winning. They're talking about us more. I just love it when they go and they have articles about us. The John Birch Society, the Commonwealth of Kentucky, we were doing a huge restore election and integrity push. And they had to go and start writing about us. The Birch Society, you know that it's a far-right liberal organization. They literally said far-right liberal organization. I mean, that's about the best dad joke that I could come up with this evening, and it was written. I absolutely love it. That is the kind of things they have to be able to do because of the wins that we are having. Maybe it's not because of a bill being passed, because that's not where we delve into. Maybe it's not because of a bill being stopped, but because we are planting the seeds and we are moving the realm of possibility inside people's minds. That is what we are doing, and we are seeing accomplish much. Positive leadership that we must have. I want you to be able to talk about this structure that we have at the Birch Society. Because one of the things that we have to do is we have to be able to get disciplined rowers of the oars. That's another quote from the Blue Book. If you were there this morning, I love quoting the Blue Book. Disciplined rowers of the oars. We're not just looking for mere passengers upon the ship. We're looking for people to be involved, and that begins with telling them of what the structure at the Birch Society is. We have a command structure. We are a disciplined army. When I joined the United States Marine Corps, I had to be able to figure out the command structure. You've got, the President of the United States. You have the Defense Secretary. You have the Commandant, and on down. And when you're in boot camp, you know your command structure. Your first person in command is your senior drill instructor. Mine was Senior Drill Instructor Sergeant Santiago, Platoon 2053, Echo Company, MCRD San Diego. I can still say it today. I could probably tell you my rifle serial number too from boot camp. But with the command structure, tell people about this. Because it's not only are we looking for disciplined rowers of the oars, we're needing you to recruit your friends. As I look across this room, I know a couple faces. I've met a couple of you, shook your hand. I've been in your town. I remember, meeting you here or there, probably at a restaurant. I like to eat. But it was probably there. But you know people I don't know. I want you to think about your coordinator. Maybe it's Calvin. Coordinator doesn't know. And one of the best things that you can do is talk about the Birch Society. You say, well, John, people are going to tell me and they're going to say that, well, you're, and they come up with a pejorative about the Birch Society. What I learned in the United States Marine Corps, when you're over the target, that's when you get the most flack. Folks, we've been over the target for many years. We've been able to be over the target for many years because we research the information and we know that more about the leadership structure. It even comes down to our single district volunteer force, the section leader, chapter leader, assistant chapter leader, and secretary, the 3 E's. Educated, empowered, and engaged. You say, John, it's kind of scary for me to be engaged. My mind goes, then you're not empowered. I'm working backwards from number 3 to number 1 because it's 2024 and it's my reality. I'm the one that has the microphone, so I get to speak about my reality. If you're not engaged, I can tell you don't feel empowered. And therefore, I know that you're not educated because I know if you go from 1 to 3, if you're educated, you're naturally empowered. And if you're empowered, you will just fall into engagement because that's how it happens. If we were going to tell you, and we were to tell you about forced vaccines and digital IDs, on May 18th of 2020, we published this. This was the front cover of the New American on May 18th of 2020. No, the scamdemic, or whatever you want to call it, plandemic for the, or pandemic for those that need to hear those words, the plandemic. I held this magazine up in Spokane, Washington at a conservative meeting, and I said, my friends, they are going to be coming and they're going to be forcing vaccines, and we're going to have passports in order for us to be able to do business or to get on an airplane or to keep our job or send our kids to school. They are going to have digital IDs. I held it up. I was and they had several speakers. I held it up. The next person pulled it up and they threw it on the ground, stomped on it, and said, "That's John Birch Society conspiratorial BS." And then I go, "Will you believe us now?" But I was educated about it, therefore I was empowered, therefore I became engaged. I have watched it happen time and again. When you become educated, you will become empowered, therefore you will be engaged. You all know this face. It became famously known on September the 11th of 2001. Notice the date. October the 12th of 1998. I was home educated, that's why I still have the twitch. But even I could tell you that 1998 is before 2001. We knew a thing or two about the truth even before the masses knew. It's available information, it's just not publicly known. Notice about will the 2010 U.S. Census data be used to fraudulently register voters? I thought that the problem started in 2020, Mr. Hyde. My home education helped me out, and I figured out that 2020 is after 2010. If you become educated, you will become empowered, and you will become engaged. You say, "What's going on with this?" I don't want to use the term conspiracy. We wrote about it in 1996. The conspiracy for global control. I was just up and was able to get 180 copies from a member who's cleaning out their library, and I have 180 copies of this, and I'm going to be spreading them out like Skittles. And we're going to have the conversation that there is a conspiracy for global control. Yes, I just used the C word. And it's a beautiful word because that is what it is. But let's go back even farther. Dusted off one of these old goodies from 1960s. Sex Education Problems by Gary Allen, where we expose SICA, Sexuality Information Education Council of the U.S. When you become educated about what that organization is and their stated goal, that they want to use pornography to cause social change. He got into Black Lives Matter, brother. They used pornography in order to get in there, and that is the express goal of this. We wrote about this in 1969. The education is there. That is why we must be, as Birchers, not as staff members, as Birchers. If you are a member of the John Birch Society, your responsibility is to educate your friends. They need to hear the truth, and what a better resource than the archives of the John Birch Society.
That's right.
As I go through the archives and am able to see all of the things, I have said the words to our CEO, it's not that we need more information, we just need to get what's in the archives out to the masses. And that's what I need you to do. Not my field team, they're going to mentor you. Not the assistant national field directors, they're going to lead the field coordinators. But you as John Birch Society members, you getting involved. You thinking about, before we have supper this evening, I want you to be in the next couple of hours, I want you to be thinking about when you get home, who will you commit to speak with? Who are you going to go back and you're going to go over here to the bookstore over here and you're going to get books? We've got to have book signings. So if you want to get Creature from Jekyll Island, make sure you get it autographed. I'm telling you, you can do that. We're going to have those things. But I don't want you to just get the book. That's fantastic. Make sure you have that arsenal. You have all those weapons. Make sure you have those pieces. But I want to know where you're shooting that weapon, if you will, proverbially. Where are you going to take that freedom index? I want you to be picturing a house. Is it the neighbor next door or 2 doors down? Is it the neighbor across the street? Sunday school. I don't know who that person may be. Maybe it's, I don't know, you. Think about it. That's your homework. Who are you going to be able to get out? And then I want to hear back. My first name's John, so the letter J. Last name Schrock, S-C-H-R-O-C-K. It's a very German name. At jbs.org. And I want to hear from this leadership conference what you have done with this information. Who are you engaging? That next individual. Because then, as I watch the tribute to John McManus, to Jack McManus, as I think about what Robert Welch did in founding the society, we get to carry the mantle. We get to take that to the next level. And we get to impact America and the free world with the truth. Will you join me? Will you commit that you're going to be part of the new? Well, it's not new, it's the Constitution. That you're going to be part of spreading the truth across the land from sea to shining sea, because we're winning. Thank you so much.
Oh, I think this is his mic. This is your special. Not worthy of this mic. I got to give this back. You like those wins? Huh? That was awesome. In a room turnover here. Does anyone have any questions for the speakers that have already, or are you ready to hard stop? Are you wanting to get your book signed? Who got the Creature from Jekyll Island? Okay, all right, you're ready to get your book signed then. They're Lying? Yeah, okay, all right. The Media, the Left, and the Death of George Floyd, the book by Liz Collin. Right, perfect. Vera, is that you? No? Okay, all right. Well, look, as you can probably tell, I really don't know what else to do at this point in time. I want you to stay seated while I get further instructions, because we really are supposed to have a hard stop, okay? We're actually ahead of schedule. Thank you so much, Reverend Stephen Kraft. You are a stickler for time. I really appreciate that. I'm sure the room appreciates that as well. So let me go ahead and get some further instructions. Just stay seated, talk amongst yourselves, get to know one another, and we'll be back, okay? Right. You're not.
My butt's sore, right?
Just to let you know, General Flynn's plane is a little bit late, so he'll be a little bit late arriving to the meet and greet, but it is definitely officially time for the meet and greet, so you can come on out and get your book signed by the authors, okay?
War is this massive racket. I mean, we are at war constantly. Peace is the aberration, and war is the norm. So if I was to give a grade, like you get in grade school, right? I give us an A+ for participating in these never-ending wars. I give us an F for winning. When we fast forward to today, really from the 60s, 70s, 9/11, and the wars that we're constantly at. And you tell me when we weren't at war. For those that are running our country, they want this perpetuation of war. And you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose? All we're doing is we are spending. There are those that are profiting, and there are those that are sacrificing. War is the easiest racket. War is this massive racket. I mean, we are at war constantly. Peace is the aberration, and war is the norm. So if I was to give a grade, like you get in grade school, right? I give us an A+ for participating in these never-ending wars. I give us an F for winning. When we fast forward to today, really from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 9/11, and the wars that we're constantly at. And you tell me when we weren't at war. For those that are running our country, they want this perpetuation of war. And you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose? All we're doing is we are spending. There are those that are profiting, and there are those that are sacrificing. War is the easiest racket. War is this massive racket. I mean, we are at war constantly. Peace is the aberration, and war is the norm. So if I was to give a grade, like you get in grade school, right? I give us an A+ for participating in these never-ending wars. I give us an F for winning. When we fast forward to today, really from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 9/11, and the wars that we're constantly at. And you tell me when we weren't at war. For those that are running our country, they want this perpetuation of war. And you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose? All we're doing is we are spending. There are those that are profiting, and there are those that are sacrificing. War is the easiest racket. War is this massive racket. I mean, we are at war constantly. Peace is the aberration, and war is the norm. You get in grade school, right? I give us an A+ for participating in these for winning. When we fast forward to today, really from 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 9/11, and the wars that we're constantly. For those that are running our country, they want this perpetuation. You have to ask yourself, what is the purpose? All we're doing is we are spending. There are those that are profiting, and there are those that are sacrificing. War is the easiest racket. War war is this massive racket. I mean, we are at war constantly. Peace is the aberration, and war is the norm. So if I was to give a
drive off, park right here. This is a big bill from the gentleman. Oh, sorry. The driver in there?
Blue Vance.
Oh, which one?
The blue
one over there. Which one?
Yep. Just head back in. They're moving around a lot. Let me see your hands.
Damn, man.
Stay in the car. Let me see your other hand.
I'm sorry.
Let me see your other hand.
Please, Mazal.
Both hands.
I didn't do nothing.
Put your fucking hands up right now. Let me see your other hand.
All right. What I do though? What did we do?
Put your hand up there. Put your fucking hand up there. Jesus Christ. Keep your fucking hands on the wheel. Keep your fucking hands on the wheel.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Officer.
Who else is in the car?
I got shot.
Back in.
I'm sorry, Mr. Officer. I'm so sorry. God dang, man. Man, I got shot the same way, Mr. Officer, before.
Okay, well, when I say let me see your hands, you put your fucking hands up.
Man, I'm so sorry, Mr. Officer.
You got them?
Man, dang, man.
Put your hands on top of your head.
Man, Mr. Officer. Man. Last time I got shot like that, Mr. Officer.
Top of your head. Step out of the vehicle and step away from me, all right?
Sir, man.
Step out and face away. Step out and face away.
Okay, Mr. Officer, please don't shoot me. Please, man.
I'm not going to shoot you. Step out and face
No,
away.
I'm looking you eye to eye, man. Please don't shoot me, man.
I'm not shooting you, man.
Please, man. I just lost my mom, man.
No. Step out and face away.
So sorry.
Step out and face away.
Please don't shoot me, Mr. Officer. Please. Don't shoot me, man.
Step out and face away.
Can you not shoot me, man?
I'm not shooting you. Step out and face away.
Okay. Please. Please, man. Please. I didn't know, man.
Get out of the car.
I didn't know, Mr. Officer. I didn't know.
Stop moving. Put your hands behind your back then.
I'm not gonna do nothing.
Face is the floor. Hey, you come back. Stay in the car.
I'm sorry, I was acting on my knees, whatever. Oh, man.
Stop resisting, man. Yes, you are. Stand up.
Please, man.
Stand up for
I
me.
want to go back.
Stand up.
I want to go back, man. I ain't gonna do nothing that's wrong, man.
Come on, walk with me.
This is like
Walk with me. Walk with me.
my feet, man. God damn, man.
Stand up.
Why you doing me like that?
Stand up.
God damn,
Come on.
man. I just want to stop through.
We're trying to get out of the street here so you don't get hit by a car.
That's it, man. I was looking, man. But I ain't doing anything wrong. That's all I was saying.
Take a seat. Sit down for me.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Officer.
sit down.
Thank you, man. God.
Sit all the way down. Flatten your feet out.
Yes, sir. I will. Please, man. Please, man.
You got an ID on you?
I got one at home.
All right, what's your name?
George.
George?
George Perry Floyd. I don't know what's going on. Man, that's it.
Spell it for me.
George.
Last name?
Floyd. Yeah, man.
Date of birth?
And last time I got October 14th.
October 14th?
73. Man, I got shot last time. Same way, man.
Hey, do you mind doing me a favor? Just run this
Nah,
guy for me.
man.
George Floyd. Thank you.
Man, you was looking for Mr. I don't want no problem. I ain't even do nothing.
Man, do you know why we're here?
Why?
We're here because it sounds like you gave a fake bill to the individuals in there.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yes.
And do you know why we pulled you out of the car? Because you was not listening to anything we told you.
Right, but I didn't know what was going on.
You listened to us and we will tell you what's going on, all right? When you're moving around like that, that makes us think way more is going on than we need to know.
Right. And that's all I had was officer.
Gotcha, all right. We're gonna put you in the back of a squad, all right?
Can I talk to you?
Yeah, we're gonna sort all this out, all right?
Please, man.
That's your car key?
It's my sister.
Key fob right there?
Yes, sir. Man, I got one problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to that for you, all right? Stand up.
Please, man. All right. Can I give me? I was so messing with me. I was like right now. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, and look at you still able to reach your side. You're making me nervous.
That's why I was feeling. I was look at my wrist. Look at it.
Yeah, I got you. We'll fix all that. We'll fix all that, but you gotta walk with me.
Ouchie,
What
man.
are you on something right now?
I'm not, no, nothing.
Because you acting a little erratic.
Man,
Let's go.
Scared, man.
Let's go.
God,
You got
man.
foam around your mouth too?
Yes. Yes, I was just whooping earlier. Okay. Man, what up? All right, let me calm down now. This feels a little better now. All right, okay. You do me one favor, man.
And we're gonna talk about that once we get to the car. Stop moving around.
Man. Oh, man. God, don't leave me, man. Please, man, don't leave me, man. Oh, please don't leave me, man.
Yeah, just unlock the door for me.
I was really thinking.
Hey. Stand up. Stop falling down.
I'm claustrophobic, man.
Stand up.
I'm claustrophobic.
Stay on your feet and face the car door.
Please, man. Please.
No.
Please.
Not yet. Keep the door open. Keep the door
I
open.
just want to talk to you, man. Please, let me talk to you. Please.
Man, you ain't listening to nothing we're saying, so we're not gonna listen to nothing you're saying.
I'm claustrophobic.
Face the door.
Please, man. I'm claustrophobic.
I hear you, but you are gonna face this door right now.
Listen up. Stop.
I don't know anything. I don't believe y'all telling you, man. I'm not a resistor, man. I'm not. You can ask him. They know me, you know.
Check that side.
God, man, I'm gonna do anything like this, y'all. Why is it going on like this? Look at my wrist, Mr. Olsen. I'm not that kind of guy.
Sit still.
I'm not that kind of guy. Please. I'm not that kind of guy, Mr. Olsen. Please. God. Please. Man, don't leave me by myself, man, please. I'm just claustrophobic. That's it.
Anything sharp on you?
I won't do nothing to hurt y'all.
Do you have anything sharp on you?
Sir.
Not even like a comb or nothing?
No, I don't have nothing. Why y'all doing me like that? I was just please crack his window for me and stuff, man.
Stand up straight.
I'm claustrophobic for real, Mr. Officer.
You got him?
Could you please crack it for me, please?
Yes, I'll
Remember my
crack
name.
it.
Stay with me, man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you. God, man. I didn't know all this was gonna happen, man. Please, man. I just want my hands free. I don't gonna do nothing, y'all, man. Nothing.
Here, you get that inside in
And
your
I
pocket real
understand.
quick on your side.
Hey,
On
Mr.
the
Officer,
flex first. I'm listening.
And I understand that people do stuff and y'all don't know me.
Take a seat.
Okay.
Why are you having trouble walking?
Because my hands
roll
are
the
hurt.
windows down,
We will,
okay?
please, man. Please don't do this.
Take a seat.
I'm going in. I'm going
No,
in.
you're not.
I gotta go in.
Take a seat.
Grab a seat, man.
Why y'all don't believe me, Mr. Officer?
Take a seat.
I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy, man.
Take a seat.
No, I'm gonna die here.
Take a
I'm
seat.
gonna die, man.
You need to take a seat right now.
And I just had COVID, man. I don't want to go back to that.
Take a
Hey,
seat.
I'll roll the windows
No.
down. Hey, listen.
Dang, man.
Listen.
I'm not that kind of guy.
I'll roll the windows down
Please,
and you
man.
put the legs in, all right? I'll
Y'all
put the air on.
God, look at that. Look at
You're
that.
not even listening.
Look at it. Look at it.
We can fix it, but not while you're standing out
Okay,
here.
man. God, y'all do me bad, man. Man, I don't want to try to win. I don't want to try to win. I don't want to win. I'm claustrophobic.
You ain't gonna win, bro.
I'm claustrophobic. I got anxiety. I don't want to do nothing to them.
You made a mistake somewhere
When
down
I
the
start
road.
breathing, it's going to
Get
go
in
off
there.
on me,
Get
man.
in there.
Don't get in the car.
He know it. He know it too, Mr. Officer.
Come on, we can talk.
I am claustrophobic.
I'm hearing you, but you're not working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic, man.
You
Get in the
ain't
car,
gonna
man.
win no whatever you
Please,
in.
get in the car. Get me in the front. Please.
No, you're not getting in the
I'm
front.
claustrophobic, Mr. Officer.
Get in the car.
Okay, man, okay. I'm not a bad guy, man.
Get in the car.
I'm not a bad guy. Man, what's my trouble? Please, officer. Please.
Sit.
Please.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please. No,
Take a seat.
I can't choke. I can't breathe, officer. Please!
You're fine.
My wrist, man. My wrist, man, please. I can't take this, man. I can't. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm gonna lay on the ground.
Get in the squad.
I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm gonna lay on the ground. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Get in the squad.
I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm not gonna breathe. Bro, you gonna die of a heart attack, man. I know I can't breathe. Get in the car. I can't COVID, man. I can't breathe.
Take a seat.
Please, man. Please listen to me.
Is he going to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I tell you.
What's going on?
What?
Let's take him out and just take him
For what? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Hey, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you.
Lay him down. Yeah, on the ground. On the ground.
My wrist. Right.
You got your restraint. Hobble.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Jesus Christ. I can't breathe.
Thank you.
Moving.
Mama.
Yeah.
Mama.
Yeah.
Mama.
One of the front pouches.
Mama.
On my right side bag.
Mama.
Get EMS go too.
You're the rest guy.
All right. Oh my God. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, man. Mama, I love you. Reese, I love you.
You got hobble?
In 2020, George Floyd.
Got shot last on the same way, man.
And you would have been the last officer to arrest George Floyd. Did you shoot him?
No, I didn't shoot him. No. The body camera is out there. It shows exactly what I did, exactly what the other officers did. No, we didn't shoot him.
How was George Floyd acting during that arrest in 2019?
Everything was almost identical. I mean, the initial stop, when I first started to approach him, you know, he was uncooperative. He wasn't listening to my commands. He was very agitated. Just keep your hands out where I can see him. Hey! Let me. I thought you were playing. Keep your hands where I can see him.
Let me see your hands.
Damn, man.
Stay in the car. Let me see your other hand.
I'm sorry.
Let me see your other hand.
Please, Mazal.
Both hands.
Do nothing.
Put your fucking hands up right now.
During the time, I couldn't see his hands. He was moving about. We found out later he's probably eating dope.
Hey, okay, man.
Open your mouth. Spit out what you got. Spit out what you got.
My mama, man. My mama, man, please, man.
Come on, lean back.
I'm not gonna do anything more. I just lost my mom, man.
Step out and face away.
Go ahead and undo your seatbelt.
Don't shoot me, man. Please, I don't want to get shot.
I don't plan on shooting you. I'm just saying, just take your time.
Step out and face away.
Okay, stop. Please don't shoot me. Please, man.
I'm not gonna shoot you. Step out and face
No,
away.
I'm looking you eye to eye, man. Please don't shoot me, man.
For 5 whole excruciating minutes.
For 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
8:46, 8:46, 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
9 minutes and 29 seconds.
9 minutes and 29 seconds, right?
Actually, 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
Our heart and our solidarity are with folks who understand what happened Monday night to George Floyd.
The vast majority of people that have come together have been doing so peacefully.
Peaceful protest overnight in the Twin Cities, several dozen arrests at the state capitol. But
that entire time, they've been very peaceful. The crowd continues to be peaceful.
It started out as a lot of people gathering, which is, your First Amendment right, but it quickly changed.
My husband actually left for work before me. He works for Minneapolis Police Department, and he texted me on the way into work and said, "You're gonna have a bad day," and he was correct. The crowds got larger and larger and larger, so we knew that we were gonna have our hands full.
Each day, it just compounded. By the end of the day, it was probably 1,000. After that, it was like 8,000 to 10,000 people. I think it's really important for people that were working the street at that time were dealing with situations that, in my mind, only you could think of as wartime.
This is like a modern-day war zone. I mean, this is unbelievable what is happening on the streets of Minneapolis.
So we're seeing someone being wheeled away, someone who looks pretty badly injured.
Piles and rocks, and I got hit in my mouth. I ended up breaking 3 more teeth.
Break that shit!
You were dodging water bottles, bricks, Roman cans on.
It was crazy. It was like I was living in a third world country. I'm like, what is going on? Where do I live right now?
Hey!
And this is a thing that bothered me about government officials, is they let people sit back and throw rocks and bricks and fire bombs, and we're supposed to just put on a helmet and take that.
We are still taking rocks, frozen water bottles. They're shooting mortars at us. Can we escalate our use of force to deploy scat rounds?
1204, negative on the scat round. 1204, again, negative on the scat round. There's another plan in place, stand by.
When did you realize this wasn't a typical riot response?
Pretty early on, there was no response at all. They didn't say why, but I assumed they didn't want to make us look militant with the rioters. I actually had gear, but they were just saying, just wear your helmets and stand there, basically.
Obviously, they didn't take my request for more resources seriously, so we were just watching it unfold without less than lethal, without SWAT teams, without riot gear. Nobody had protective gear on.
permission to wear your riot gear?
No, there was no riot gear given to anybody at that point, and we're in the middle of a war zone. It was just officer after officer. Injured, back in. Send them home. Injured, I mean, it was 30 officers that evening probably that got injured while they were out there trying to deal with the riots.
We were in a squad car, me and my partner, and we were at Chicago and Lake. And we had a observe and report post, basically. So we watched them with our own two eyes break into the T-Mobile store, Foot Locker, Chicago Lake Liquors. And we were given a play-by-play over the radio. And the only sponsor we would get back is just copy, observe, and report. We watched them loot, we watched them light the Molotov cocktail, and we watched them throw it into the building.
They're starting to throw Molotov cocktails.
We were ordered not to do anything. Fire department wasn't responding then. We were trying to put out fires along, and cars were trying to run us off the road when we were trying to do that. All kinds of things were happening to our team. And it wasn't just me, but all the strike teams and all the officers during that time. The stuff that was going on, shots fired. It was completely utter chaos. This was just kind of wandering around aimlessly, waiting to be told what not to do next.
Did you ever feel like there was a plan?
I am reaching to the command post over and over again about what's our plan, what's our plan, what's our plan, without any response whatsoever.
Command, can you advise?
The elections were coming up. Everything's politically driven. They were going to use this incident for a political narrative, and they did.
It started with the tragic and senseless murder of George Floyd, and it extended through the week of righteous anger being expressed by community leaders and all people of conscience.
If you're feeling that sadness and that anger, it's not only understandable, it's right.
On my stage!
I end up on the phone with the assistant chief. He's like, so our plan is we're gonna take all the squad cars and everything around and make the precinct look abandoned. And if no one's there, it shouldn't be a target. And I'm literally just staring at the phone like, how is this the plan? Like, there's thousands of protesters, there's thousands of rioters. They have dead pigs in front of us. That signifies they will kill a cop.
We were tasked to go down to the precinct to remove all of the shotguns and patrol rifles and ammunition from the precinct. When I got down there, you would swear it was kids moving out of college dormitory because there was moving trucks and everything out back, literally emptying out the precinct.
People were showing up at the precinct, gathering their things. So they'd come through the fence, get let in, go to the locker, grab their stuff, and walk out. I was like, where are you going? Oh, I'm just coming to get my stuff in case they give away the precinct. Like, it's got our museum stuff. Pretty soon, 2 vans showed up and cleaned out all the museum items.
You're talking 20, 30 years of pictures, artifacts that are on the wall supposed to be for eternity.
So you're a lieutenant in this building, and you don't even know that the plan is to surrender it later in the evening?
No, not even a clue. As they were like cleaning things out, they took all the cameras out because they didn't want the rioters to break them. We're now in a precinct with boarded up windows. I could tell what was going on outside. I couldn't see it, but you could hear it. You could tell. I knew there were fires. The radio traffic was completely insane. It was fire after fire after fire. The whole city was burning, just like night 1 and night 2.
Looks like the U.S. Bank building at 28th and Lake is on fire. Flames above the buildings in front of it.
Copy, U.S. Bank.
the 3rd precinct.
Copy, large fire east of the 3rd precinct, 2180.
That you can't just give up a precinct. I did not think anybody in their right mind tactical move to give up a precinct.
I made a decision to evacuate the 3rd precinct.
When do you get word that it's finally time to leave the building?
So I get a command over the radio that we need to evacuate the 3rd precinct.
Evacuate now, evacuate now.
I said, like, right now?
Do we have to evacuate right now?
And they said, yes, immediately.
You need to evacuate now. Evacuate, evacuate, evacuate.
I have 50 get on the air and tell everyone to gather in the roll call room. I get a phone call from the head of 911 as I'm trying to do roll call, and she says, our whole 911 backup system is there. You need to go get the radios. And I'm like, okay, so either we're in so much danger that we're trying to evacuate right this second, or we're not. We're going now as fast as we possibly can. A few SWAT teams come in. I realize they are our escort out, and one of the SWAT team leaders looks at me and he says, why are we evacuating? And he's coming from the outside in, and I can't see on the outside of the building, so I'm like, why? And I don't know. He doesn't know, I don't know. We just have to evacuate.
Evacuate now, evacuate now. Time is 21:55.
They're about to breach the back gate.
Everything was happening so fast and there was such chaos. You know, the heart's racing right now talking about this.
We run. We run with and 3 SWAT teams, and we get to the fence. We can't get out.
We gotta go here.
Out, and the way out was locked.
1283, they breached the northwest corner of the front.
Northwest corner of the front has been breached.
They're coming in the back. We need to move,
Need to move now.
One of the squads rams through the fence to get it open.
I remember looking through the rearview mirror as we left. It looked like a zombie movie. They all just rushed to the fence and started climbing the fence, and they caused the fences to collapse, and then they just all rushed the precinct. And as we were driving down the line, every window got broken out of the squad car, driving the gauntlet down Snelling.
Can you even believe this is happening in that moment?
Never seen anything like it. And I had been involved in a lot of riots over a 30-year career. There were still people chasing us down the street, but as I got maybe a quarter away, I realized that not everyone was in vehicles. They were running basically for their lives at that point because they just left them basically with no plan of attack or no plan of exit from the precinct. Just basically left us all on our own.
They were scared. I could see it. I knew them.
I can't even tell you how it felt in the pit of my stomach, watching my friends run for their lives. It was something I hope to never experience again.
We ran probably 4 or 5 blocks, and eventually 2 buses show up. We get on, and it was just pure silence. I've never cried at work, and I couldn't control myself. I'm sorry, and they were like, this is not you. And I felt like, and I just looked out the window and the whole city was on, our precinct was on fire. And it was just like I'm watching a bad dream.
Copy, the precinct is on fire.
Get a citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct.
Copy, the precinct is on fire. Get a citywide tone right now. In our loss of the 3rd precinct.
Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3rd precinct. Citywide tone right now in our loss of the 3
airing information citywide. The 3rd precinct has been compromised.
Cops do not run away. You run too.
The symbolism of a building cannot outweigh the importance of life, of our officers, or the public. We could not risk serious injury to anyone.
Mayor Fry decided that it was just a building. And I know there's probably several hundred cops and maybe some citizens that would disagree with that.
This has never happened in our country's history. Have you lost a police station or police precinct to a riot? Furthermore, forfeiting it. It was unbelievable then, and it still is now, that they chose to surrender that precinct.
You can't call it leadership. Lack of leadership.
You're not going to gain any confidence from anyone in the city by giving up your own property.
It sent that message, in your opinion?
Absolutely.
That's some police officer's home, and had been their homes their entire career. But to him, it's just a building.
It was devastating. Everything was broken. Anything that we left in there was demolished. My office was torched. My office was actually the one part of the building that was still burning.
They weren't doing anything to control the riot. They didn't let us do our jobs.
We will continue to patrol the 3rd precinct entirely. We will continue to do our jobs in that area.
Ouchie, man.
Are you on something right now?
No, nothing. Because you acting erratic.
If George Floyd would have told the truth about fentanyl and methamphetamine, could that have helped to save his life?
Yes. Yes, it could have. That's proven by what happened the year before when he was arrested by Minneapolis police, and he was putting tablets in his mouth.
Open your mouth. Spit out what you got. Spit out what you got.
He admitted at some point that he had swallowed a bunch of pills, and the paramedics came and talked to him and took his blood pressure, and his blood pressure was extremely high, 216 over 160, and so he ended up going to the hospital.
Get hands up right now.
If he had admitted that he had again ingested pills in the car when they were attempting to arrest him, things could have turned out much differently.
That's a breather's gonna go off on me, man. Pull your legs in.
So we know now that the police body camera videos were withheld from the public and even the jurors. When you were able to see those videos, what was going through your mind?
I wish that those videos had been out sooner, that they hadn't been withheld for 2.5 months, because the videos portrayed quite a different story from what we had originally heard.
I can't choke. I can't breathe.
You mentioned you went through these police body camera videos minute by minute.
Right.
What troubled you most?
At the very end of Thomas Lane's body cam video.
One of us ride with?
Yeah. Stick out.
Ride with?
Yeah, stick out.
I don't have my phone, so.
The paramedic handing the bag to Thomas Lane to ventilate the patient, you can see that the oxygen tubing is coiled up. It's not even attached to the oxygen source. That's a big mistake.
George Floyd was a healthy young man.
The autopsy shows that Mr. Floyd had no underlying medical problem that caused or contributed to his death.
Today, I filed an amended complaint that charges former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin with murder in the second degree for the death of George Floyd. I believe the evidence available to us now supports the stronger charge of second-degree murder. We've consulted with each other, and we agree. Finally, I'd like to announce that today, Hennepin County Attorney Michael Freeman and I filed a complaint that charges police officer King, Lane, and Tao with aiding and abetting murder in the second degree, a felony offense. I strongly believe that these developments are in the interest of justice for Mr. Floyd, his family, our community, and our state.
On behalf of the pastors and preachers from Minneapolis and St. Paul,
The Bloods on the south side, Gangster Disciples and Vice Lords on the north side. Psalm 27.
When and how did you become concerned about the autopsy of George Floyd?
I think we all saw video and television coverage of this, and I saw one of the body camera footages from the police officers that showed that he was complaining of shortness of breath before entering into the car.
Right now. And I just had COVID, man. I don't want to go back to that. When I start breathing, it's going to go off on me, man.
Pull your legs in.
I started realizing that, hey, something was wrong with this. A few days later, I found out that the autopsy report was and read through it. When I did that, my
George Floyd was a healthy young man.
An article published in a peer-reviewed journal identified 17 errors in George Floyd's autopsy. Do these errors raise questions about how George Floyd died?
Yes. In patients that have acromegaly, they tend to die from cardiovascular complications such as heart attack or arrhythmias.
Do you feel in a way they were trying to hide this information?
I'm not sure if the medical examiners were trying to hide it, but it seems like the prosecutor team was. In the original autopsy report, nor any of the other reviews. Very strange. It raises a lot of questions. The original was done 12 hours after he was declared dead. The official, a little bit later, I'm told, was changed after the two other forensic examiners. Those two examiners physical autopsy, and in fact did not view any of the slides. They complained that they did not have those.
We acknowledge that additional medical information, including toxicology and further investigation, are necessary for a final report.
What do you think of the federal government's involvement in this case?
One of the first questions I asked was the FBI involved? And when I found out the FBI involvement was within 12 to 24 hours, that really raised a red flag for me. The FBI conducted a meeting with Dr. Baker, which really raised another red flag. I think there's a lot of questions that remained unanswered with this. And when I study what happened
and how people and our leaders reacted to this. I just shake my head and almost cry in compassion. And instead of bringing people together, we've had the opportunity to do that, but I think opportunity was taken to drive us apart.
Shaven is in the courtroom, but America's on trial.
Thank you, George Floyd, for sacrificing your life for justice.
But even Dr. King's assassination did not have the worldwide that George Floyd's death did.
Just take him out and just.
For what?
MRE.
Please, man. Stop resisting, man.
Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
Tonight, barricades surround the Minneapolis courthouse, where jury selection is set to begin Monday for the murder trial of Derek Chauvin.
The courtroom in a tower in downtown Minneapolis was ringed Monday with concrete barriers, barbed wire, and soldiers from the state's National Guard. Nearby businesses were closed and windows boarded up due to fears of arson and other property damage that occurred after Floyd's death.
But I'm going to tell you, there's a new day in America and a new day in Minneapolis. And that day belongs to all of us when we demand for justice.
Go say his name! Say his name! Say his name!
So tell us about that. So at some point when you're there at the scene still, did a fire truck come?
Yes.
And they're coming to respond to the call, correct?
They're coming to respond to the call, and they went into Cub Foods to actually look for a victim. which is unique for that, there to be that much miscommunication.
Mr. Nelson.
You testified that you've been a firefighter now for 2 years approximately,
Correct.
and I see you're wearing your uniform today,
Correct.
and that would be like your dress uniform or your Class A uniform.
Correct.
And that's common to wear when you testify in court.
Correct.
Fair to say that you were not wearing your Class A or any uniform on May 25th, 2020?
Correct. I was off duty.
Right. Okay.
Are you really a firefighter?
Yes, I am from Minneapolis.
Okay, then get on the sidewalk.
Check his right
Charles,
fucking
check his
out.
pulse. Get back on the sidewalk. The man ain't moved yet, bro. Okay, where?
Minneapolis!
Okay.
Is it reasonable to assume that if a patient is having a medical that they have called for EMS?
The question is unclear because you don't know my job, so can't answer.
Sure. So let's take this scene, right? May 25th, 2020. You walk upon a scene, you see someone having a medical emergency, right? You did not call 911 to get the medics there, right?
Right.
Would it have been reasonable to assume that medics had already been called based on what you saw when you first arrived?
Yes.
I can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
And in fact, paramedics did respond, right? You saw the ambulance come up.
Yes, that's not their normal response time.
Okay. And so you noticed there was some abnormal response time for medics.
Right, and I also noticed that that is precisely the kind of call that fire would respond to, and Station 17 is just a couple blocks away.
Okay. So do officers on scene decide, do we call for medic or fire?
I don't believe so. I believe that's dispatch. They call for medical.
So if
attention.
Police call dispatch and they say EMS, we need EMS code 3, it's dispatch who decides, do we send medics or fire?
Well, it would be fire with medics, not just fire ever. I don't know the answer to that.
Fair enough.
There were a few mistakes that turned out to be big mistakes in the way EMS was dispatched to the scene. So the fire department ended up at Cup Foods walking around looking for a patient when the paramedic had already updated the location. They had moved to 36th and Park, and so the fire department didn't know that. That's disturbing.
Yeah. Check it out. Right.
Then as we're saying, I'm like, well, how says code 3? Like, I just don't understand. And then we figured out where it was. So, and then one of your officers was like, hey, ding dongs, you're the wrong spot.
Yep.
You would agree, Chief, that from the perspective of Miss Frazier's camera, it appears that Officer Chauvin's knee is on the neck of Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
Would you agree that from the perspective of Officer King's body camera, it appears that Officer Chauvin's knee was more on Mr. Floyd's shoulder blade?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
I'd like to show you what's been received as Exhibit 17. Is this a trained technique that's by the Minneapolis Police Department when you were overseeing the training unit?
It is not.
And how does this differ?
I don't know what kind of improvised position that is. So that's not what we train.
All right. As you reflect on Exhibit 17, I must ask you, is this a trained Minneapolis Police Department defensive tactics technique?
It is not.
When I heard that part of the testimony, I really wanted to get up off my chair and yell, bullshit.
Several of those witnesses testified that MRT, or the maximal restraint technique, was not a part of Minneapolis police policy.
Oh, it wasn't part of the training. The pages that didn't want to be presented in court because they weren't in the manual. I've seen the manual. I've read through the manuals. I've seen them. They're not in the manuals? Well, they sure as hell are in Derek's training manuals. So how can they say that they don't exist?
That's Derek's manual.
These are Derek's training manuals.
And MRT is in there?
Yes, it's in there. So how can you say that's not part of the training? So the chief of police at that time told a frickin' lie.
This call is from a federal prison.
During the trial, several witnesses, including Chief Arredondo and Inspector Blackwell, testified that they didn't recognize the technique you and the other officers were using. It was not a part of Minneapolis police training, but was MRT and policy.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm looking at it right now. 316, maximal restraint technique, right in their written policy manual. The EMS, not normal. Normally, both those resources are sent. They arrive in short time, especially on a code 3 situation. In this case, Minneapolis Fire took 20 minutes plus to arrive, and their station's 8 blocks away. At the end of the day, the whole trial, including sentencing, was a sham.
And so from that point, we saw you standing there on the sidewalk, just sort of standing still.
What's your name tag, bitch?
From there, did you stay in the area for a little while?
Yes.
And at some point you made a 911 call?
Yes.
Why at that point did you call 911?
I think it all settled in that I wish I would have done that immediately, because it was ridiculous that fire station 17 was as close as it was, and that they hadn't been there. I should have called 911 immediately, but I didn't. And when things calmed down, I realized that I wanted them to know what was going on.
Your attorney wanted to show a photo of MRT to the jury, but Judge Cahill denied it. Was this a key piece of evidence?
I think it certainly is important. Just the fact that it's a PowerPoint training presentation that the City of Minneapolis Police Department delivered, using that photograph that at least illustrates some of the training techniques that are performed.
Were you trained in MRT, the maximal restraint technique?
Yes.
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 Yes, I was.
Yes, we all were. Yes, all the police officers were trained in the MRT.
Your police chief said on the stand that he didn't recognize that technique.
I heard him say that. It's tough to hear people lie, just straight lie. And again, goes right back to, for me, the good and the bad, like the right and the wrong. And for you to be under oath and just straight lie. The amount of training that we go through, I mean, it's consistent every single year. It's written down. It's on body cam. I mean, was that unfortunate? Absolutely. I know Derek Chauvin. It's absolutely horrific what happened, the whole scenario. But did he do anything intentionally to make that happen? No, it was all what we were trained on.
You helped to train Officer Alex King. What did you think of him?
I probably trained a few thousand people. He was probably one of the top two. Top 2 or 3 recruits I've ever had.
Police training manual, they look pretty identical.
So question 7 proposed by the defense was, after conducting your business in Cup Foods, did you return your vehicle with Mr. Floyd? Mr. Hall cannot answer that question. Mr. Hall cannot. Again, this was a car that was searched twice and drugs were recovered twice. He exposes himself to constructive possession charges of the drugs that were found in that car.
To look at the questions that were proposed by both sides?
I have.
Would you be willing to go in as a witness?
No, I am not.
Okay, and why would you not answer those?
I'm fearful of criminal charges going forward. I have open charges that's not settled yet.
You testified that you were the officer who approached the passenger side of the vehicle. You approached George Floyd on May 6th of 2019, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Floyd didn't drop dead while you were interacting with him, correct?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The city of Minneapolis has agreed to pay George Floyd's family $27 million to settle a civil lawsuit with his family as the jury selection continues for the trial of the officer charged with his murder.
You know, like you mentioned, there is no amount of money that can replace a brother, a son, a nephew, a father, a loved one. But what we can do is continue to work towards justice and equity and equality in the city of Minneapolis.
the city of Minneapolis would pay them the $27 million.
We're looking for a guilty verdict. We're looking for a guilty verdict.
What should protesters do?
Well, we got to stay on the street, and we've got to get more active. We've got to get more confrontational. We've got to make sure that they know that we mean business.
I'm aware of the media reports. I'm aware that Congresswoman Waters was talking specifically about this trial and about the unacceptability of anything less than a murder conviction, and talk about being confrontational, but you can submit the press articles about that. A congresswoman's opinion really doesn't matter a whole lot.
Has despite all best efforts, has been bombarded with your phone, where you shut off your TV, you shut off your computer, and no such instructions have been given during the course of this trial.
Well, to be fair, the last few times I've advised them, I told them don't watch the news. Pure and simple.
Derek was tried in a courthouse that was surrounded by barbed wire, concrete block, 2 armored personnel carriers, and a squad of National Guard troops, all of whom were there for one purpose: in the event the jury acquitted him. Every person in this country is entitled to a fair trial in a fair venue under the Constitution.
What kind of message do you think that sent to the jury, seeing those scenes outside the courthouse every day?
I don't have to speculate on the message the jurors had in their minds. Every juror had a stake in the outcome of that case, because every juror knew that if there was a not guilty finding, there was a less than trivial and actually substantial risk that there would be riots in their community again.
Say his name! Say his name! Say his name!
What do you think your son's case says about the justice system in America?
Is there justice system in America? Not according to what they did to Derek and the other 3 officers. There isn't any. I don't believe in the justice system anymore.
As sentenced for count 1, the court commits you to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 270 months. That's 270. That is a 10-year addition to the presumptive sentence of 150 months. This is based on your abuse of a position of trust and authority, and also the particular cruelty shown to George Floyd.
This call is from a federal prison.
Do you blame Chauvin for any of this?
I don't. The way I see it is that he made the decisions he thought was right. As he did before, he's always been one that was by the book and legally abiding. I think he did exactly what he was trained to do. Unfortunate that the publicity got as riled up as it did by all the officials and politicians that were involved with the case, and it took away any chance he had to even say his piece.
What does this case say about the justice system in America?
I think, unfortunately, we've come to the point now where The justice system has been controlled by mob mentality. Social media, news outlets, peer pressures now control the outcomes of trials, investigations. The justice system no longer is really something you can trust. Because if you're in any way on the negative side of the media, you're pretty much just going to have a trial by street, and no one ever wins in street trials with publicity that is already against you. There's just no real way to have a fair trial. We have a whole constitutional amendment about that is null and void.
Why then did you want to speak out?
The whole city is different. The police force lost so many people because of it. Just the amount of crisis that people went through. The media did a really good, strange job of reporting the way they wanted the narrative to go.
After what the world witnessed in the murder of George Floyd,
these 4 police officers are committing a series of actions that violate policies.
This news is disgusting, and they're immoral. At the stuff they reported, the lies they reported.
I saw the video. There was a lot of other angles that were excluded. A lot of training that was excluded.
What was it like going to 911 calls after the riots?
I was the first officer at multiple shootings. I was involved with gun calls, and I'm just like, one of these situations is not going to turn out good. I mean, no matter what I do, I'm going to be either the next Chauvin or I'm going to be shot or killed. And I go, I've already been injured twice in this job, bad. And now, now at the end of my career, I'm going to get hurt again or end up in prison.
When did you decide to leave the Minneapolis Police Department?
I've been in several riots in this city, or protests, or whatever you want to call them. And of all the different riots I've been in, that's probably the first time I've ever felt helpless. I found myself, for the first time ever, I kind of had a panic attack. It was a sense of helplessness. And that's a shitty feeling. I woke my wife up at like 3 in the morning, and I just told her, I think I can be done.
Going to work, though, was physically making me ill. It wasn't the flu. It wasn't a cold. It wasn't anything that I could put my finger on. It wasn't something that went away. It was the drive into the city, the knot in my stomach, the I'm gonna vomit, I'm gonna be sick. I knew something was wrong.
I left the job about a month after the protests. I just couldn't do it anymore. We were one of the highest trained departments in the country. These were some of the best cops you would ever see in your lives. The last call I was ever on should have been a routine call. It was a simple hit and run. An officer just dispatched to a hit and run call.
The victim has pictures of the car that took off, a description of the guy, and the guy drives by again. So the officer follows him, stops him. I think we had 4 officers there because people started yelling. I mean, this was just after the riots. Anytime we're out dealing with anybody, especially if a person of color, we were getting all kinds of screaming and yelling and everything else. It didn't take too long before we realized this guy was completely high on drugs. He was huge too. He was probably 6'5". I mean, he was tall, way bigger than me, probably twice my size. And he's like, I'm not going to jail. And I'm like, okay, well, we got our body cameras on. We got 4 guys. And I'm thinking, well, this guy's drugged out. And he's like, well, I'm not going to jail, I'm going home. Pretty soon the fight's on. And we're fighting with this guy, trying to get him cuffed. We're not hitting him. We're not striking him or anything, but we're gonna go to the ground sooner or later because he's a big dude and we're gonna go to the ground. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, if this guy ODs, if this guy dies in our custody, 4 white cops at 17th in Chicago, 20 blocks from George Floyd, we're going to prison. And I'm looking at these guys and I go, we're going to fucking prison. And I was like, I don't know if I can do this anymore.
My father was a police officer. I grew up in Minneapolis. My family was here. I didn't want to leave. It was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. I still have difficulties with it. You know, I didn't want to go. I love being a police officer, you know. But
one day sitting there having lunch, it was probably a group of 20 of us, and somebody had said, hey, LT, I heard you're leaving. What's your last day? And I said, well, today, in about 10 minutes. I said, in fact, could one of you guys give me a ride home because I had to leave my squad here? And the one guy that gave me a ride home, he's like, okay, let's, I got my squad right here. So we were in a marked squad. I still had a uniform on. And I see a guy walking, and I see as he's going to raise his hand. And I was like, oh, hey, somebody wants to wave at us. And then he flipped us off. And I went, holy crap, this was the right decision. Everything changed. And it didn't have to. Right from the very top. Mayor, our chief of police, the city council of Minneapolis, and the deputy chiefs. This is how you treat your people.
Do you go into Minneapolis anymore?
I have not been anywhere near the precinct. I can't bring myself to go to the precinct.
I mean, unless I absolutely have to, no. I've even missed a few funerals.
Why did you decide to stay on?
Well, I think for myself, mainly for pride. I worked really hard to get here, really hard. And I made a lot of sacrifices in my personal life to be able to don a uniform and stand for something. And I could not let evil win. They failed when they gave up that precinct. Our department still hasn't recovered from that, and it's 3 years later.
Morale is something that can ebb and flow, and it is something that I have to continue to monitor.
I do hear that the mayor talks that crime is down.
Crime is down.
Crime is down. Say it with me. Crime is down.
I often wonder if we're looking at the same city. Overall, crime is way up.
Give me the keys. Give me your money, everything. Keys, everything. Everything. I'm crying.
How they ignore that or don't pay attention to that is beyond me. It's just another example of why we're in the situation we're in now.
Can you even keep up?
No. When I came on, we used to have a roll call of about 20 to 25 cops. I've had roll calls with 2 cops in them. So it's just not enough.
This council is going to dismantle this police department. All right, they're telling me to say it again. This council is going to dismantle this police department.
This government, not just in Minneapolis, but in the nation in general, has done a very good job, all the way to the White House, of demonizing law enforcement.
Do you believe there is systemic racism in law enforcement?
Absolutely. Now, with the element of, it seems, happy prosecutors to prosecute officers for the job. And the policies passed makes it impossible to do what needs to be done.
Our commitment is to end our city's toxic relationship with the Minneapolis, to end policing as we know it.
This is the department that I believe will be on the right side of history. They are going to be on the right side of history, or they're going to be on the wrong side of history. Or they will be left behind.
But I'm determined that we are going to be on the right side of history. Race is inextricably a part of the American policing system.
Don't run now! Don't run now, racist white people! I'm here! Oh yeah, we pull up! We pull the fuck up! And we here! Come on over here with your Blue Lives Matter sign! Blue Lives ain't shit! I won the primary election, and y'all can quote me on this. I am going to the state capitol with this same fucking message.
Do you think police and city leaders and the media were hiding the fact that your son is, in fact, a black officer?
I think they had such a hard time walking back a story that they had told that they would have done anything to maintain that story. You know, they have a story. Our family has a story. I have a story in my mind about what really went on as well. When I think about the conversation they must have had once the facts came out about the race of the officers. About the toxicology report, about the medical examiner's report, about the body cameras.
I can't joke. I can't breathe, lovely.
And, you know, my story goes as they're sitting around looking at each other in a room going, okay, now what do we do? The truth and the facts don't match the story we've been telling everybody, and the media has been telling, what are we gonna do now? And they look around in the room and ask each other, you know, who has the cojones to tell the truth? Is it gonna be you, Arredondo? Is it gonna be you, Benjamin Crump? Is it gonna be you, Mayor Fry? Who's gonna be the one that's gonna say, oh, you know, oops, we thought it was this, we were wrong. The facts don't support it. We're going to have to do something. We're going to have to say something. And they must have looked around the room and said, nope, not me. I don't have cojones. You have nope, I don't have them either. But they were able to loan a pair, I think, to Mr. Chief Arredondo so that he could, don't worry, we'll borrow you a pair so you can have them to go on stand and lie about the training these police officers have had, since you don't have any to tell the truth. And that actually, is the story that makes more sense with the facts than the one that they were telling.
Alex, it seems practically everyone talks about how Officer Derek Chauvin, who is white, was with George Floyd for 8 or 9 minutes. But there's you, a black police officer who was with George Floyd for much longer, practically 18 minutes from the moment he was handcuffed until you close the ambulance door. Why is this fact rarely ever mentioned?
That's a good question. Despite, like you said, the fact that I am black and that another colleague of mine, Cal, is Asian. So really half the attending officers were in the minority. I think that was something that they just didn't want to admit, specifically my race, because it goes very counterintuitive to the way the narrative goes. They couldn't backpedal.
This is where he grew up?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Been here most of his life. It's our first house together. I've taught at 3 different North Side schools, so they all were students in the neighborhood, would live right around me. So yeah, the King name around here had a meaning in education and in the city, positive name. And that's no longer the case. That's hard to come to terms with.
What's it like for you to think about him every day in prison?
My greatest fear is that it's going to change who he is. That I just don't know who he's going to be when he comes out. So it is hard to think of him there. Every day is excruciating. And we tell him, we know who you are. We know what a lie this is. And you don't have anything to apologize for.
What I observed was not training that I ever participated in, none that I observed other officers participating in.
I can't understand how an untruth or a lie can be so accepted without question. This is what happened, this is how they reacted, and this is why they reacted, and this was part of their training.
None of that was said?
None of that was said. When you're constantly reminded about the worst day of your life and the tragedies that, gosh, are in the news every day, the ramifications of that day in terms of how police are treated in the city and how many have quit, and it's gotten so bad. That trajectory, of the fallout of what happened, not just that day, but to the city afterwards, that continues to happen and across the country. I just can't understand why they don't see that. I mean, how can that not be seen? It's not the police that are the problem. Something else needs to change. How can that not be obvious when things have gotten so bad? The city itself has lost its appeal. A lot of trauma, and the plan is to find somewhere else where we can start fresh and not have all the bad memories.
How do you get through every day in prison, Alex?
Prison is a very, very unique experience, I can say. One I never thought I'd see myself in, but it's very easy to get caught up in a lot of self-wallowing and a lot of whatever thoughts you have in your own head. And the easiest way to do it is to take it day by day. Do little things here and there that you can keep doing to take time off your sentence, keep pushing the days forward, and just keep your head up and know that ultimately this isn't the end and this won't define me.
Alex, what do you want people to know about this case?
What's been done is done, and I just hope that at the very least, people in the future can keep an open mind and not let instances like this happen. Just use my case as an example is to not jump the gun, not knee-jerk, not fall to this race bait, to the social media, to the media, and let them get away with what they do. Because if things like this keep happening, no one anywhere is going to have any sense of justice left.
We've had great leaders. They understood that there was something not right. And Eisenhower was really the first to warn the nation that, hey, there's this thing called the military-industrial complex, and we've got to be careful of it. Fast forward to John F. Kennedy, he actually called out the CIA, made the comment, I'm going to break it into 1 million pieces. And you have to ask yourself, what did he know? So for 40 years, we have this Cold War, giant programs that are being built. But that Cold War, it gave rise to the things that Kennedy warned us about. The military-industrial complex, the intelligence service. In Kennedy's assassination, were part of his demise. It's like, how did we ever get? We've had great leaders. They understood that there was something not right. And Eisenhower was really the first to warn the nation that, hey, there's this thing called the military-industrial complex, and we've got to be careful of it. Fast forward to John F. Kennedy, he actually called out the CIA, made the comment, I'm going to break it into 1 million pieces. And you have to ask yourself, what did he know? So for 40 years, we have this Cold War, giant programs that are being built. But that Cold War, it gave rise to the things that President Eisenhower and President Kennedy warned us about. The military-industrial complex, the intelligence services at the time, we now know in Kennedy's assassination, were part of his demise. It's like, how did we ever get here?
I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. I never thought I'd want to live anywhere else but in New York City. I went to the Catholic grade school in St. Anselm's grade school in Brooklyn, taught by the nuns, and I owe those nuns big time. I learned how to use the English language. I learned from them, and I learned a lot of principles. I went to a Jesuit high school in Brooklyn, and then I got a scholarship from the United States Navy to go to Holy Cross College in Massachusetts, the NROTC program. If you qualified according to their testing and finding out about you, they would pay your way through college. So I was able to go to college with that. I had a very interesting thing happen regarding the John Birch Society while I was there. I graduated from that college, Holy Cross College in Massachusetts, in 1957. There wasn't any Birch Society then. It didn't start until December of 1958. But during the senior year, in fact every year, but during the senior year, I happened to have chosen the Marine Corps option for the service that I was going to enter when I graduated. If they paid my way through school, they required me to give several years of my life to the military. So I chose the Marine option. They had an annual review. There was an Air Force ROTC and a Navy ROTC where the Marine candidates were also still wearing Navy uniforms, by the way, but as soon as we graduated, we shifted to the Marine uniforms. But at that military review, there were awards were given. And one of the awards was given by a local industrialist who was the head of the Wyman Gordon Company, a large company there located in Worcester, Massachusetts. And he, every year, would present a Marine Corps officer's sword to the top candidate of the Navy ROTC choosing the Marine option. And the man's name was Robert Stoddard. I didn't know Robert Stoddard from a hole in the wall, and he didn't know me, but he presented me with the sword. And the Marines always get the publicity, so there was a reporter from the local newspaper, the Worcester Telegram, and he took a picture of Robert Stoddard presenting me the sword, and it appeared in the newspaper the next day. And then he was kind enough, without me even asking him, he sent me a copy of the picture. Robert Stoddard, a year and a half later, was one of the men who founded the John Birch Society. He was in that Indianapolis room, home of Marguerite Dice, where Robert Welch spoke to those 11 men for 2 full days, and he became one of Robert Welch's closest friends. Well, Robert Stoddard and we didn't know each other, but I kept the picture. And of course, I kept the sword, and I used the sword during Marine Corps ceremonies that I was involved in as an officer. Later on, I joined the Birch Society, and then I remembered Robert Stoddard, and I saw his name as one of the members of the society in Massachusetts, and he was a member of the National Council. And I said, well, my golly, says, someday I'm going to meet Robert Stoddard and remind him that we've met before. Well, son of a gun, I did meet him, of course. I became quite friendly with him, and I told him about the fact that he had presented me with the sword in 1957. And his attitude was, I never thought I'd ever meet again any of the men that I had given that award to. Well, it's kind of a long story about how I joined the society, because I started off as an antagonist. Back in 1962, I believe it was, I was a big fan of National Review magazine, William Buckley's magazine. And the John Birch Society had been in the news and in the headlines, and I kept waiting for him to say something about it. It was about a year before he finally decided to say something in the magazine. And what he said was, there's a lot of good people in the John Birch Society, and they ought to get rid of that screwball Robert Welch, the man who was the founder of the society. So I read it, and then I read it again. It was about a lengthy editorial type thing. And I agreed with what I'd read. So I wrote him a short note and told him I liked it. And lo and behold, the next issue of the magazine, they published my letter in the magazine with my hometown, Wakefield, Massachusetts, underneath the letter. And it was only a 2-sentence letter. Well, because of that, a very enterprising Bircher who lived in the area looked me up in the phone book, which you could do back then. And he wrote me a letter, and he said, are you basing your attitude about Robert Welch on what Robert Welch has said, or what others have said of him? And I kind of scratched my head a little bit, and I said, that's a good question. I've never seen anything Robert Welch ever wrote. So I surprised the heck out of the guy. I wrote back to him, and I said, if there's something you think I need to see, I'd be glad to take a look at it. And that began what I call a torturous reevaluation. Right? So I went to a Birch meeting in 1963. They were selling books back then, reprinted books of the past. I was with 2 friends, and there were a dozen books in this box, all reprinted books of the past. And so we divvied them up. I took 3 or 4, the other guys took 3 or 4, and so forth. And I went home and I read some of the books. And I said, there's something wrong here. The meeting that I went to at the Birch Society was just an organizational type explanation of the society. There wasn't any subject matter that was covered. So I went to a guy after the program had pretty much ended and the questions and answers had been asked and answered. And I said, what did Robert Welch really say about Eisenhower? That was the big deal at the time. Right? And the guy said, I don't know. I said, well, you join an organization where a man has been accused of insulting or exposing the man who was president of the United States for 8 years, just recently out of the White House. And the guy said to me, he said, I don't know what Welch said about Eisenhower. I know enough about him to know that the image that's been created of him isn't worthy of the truth. So I just kind of nodded my head. Well, that was the end of that meeting, and I went home and I started maybe reading another one of the books that I got from the candles. And then early in 1964, a fella called me. They had a local member, they had sicked him on me. And he said, I understand you're interested in what Robert Welch said about Eisenhower. I said, yes, I am. He said, well, the book's just been published. Oh. I said, well, how do you get a copy? He says, it costs $8. I literally didn't have $8 extra. That was 1963. 64, I guess, the beginning of 64. I had a wife, I had 3 babies, I had a mortgage, I had a car payment, I living check to check. I didn't have $8 to spend on a book. So I told him, I said, well, when I get ahead $8, I'll get back to you. Well, that was the Goldwater year now. We're in 1964. And I started getting involved in that, and I met a lot of people that I began to like, and it turned out they were all members of the Birch Society. And they actually put me on the Goldwater Speakers Bureau for the state of Massachusetts. And everywhere I went, I would find more Birch. You ought to be in the Birch Society. Well, I finally met one guy. He said, I said, no. And he said, stay right where you are. And he went and he got a copy. I said, I can't afford it. He said, look, it's a paperback version now. It only costs $2. And it's yours. It's my gift to you because I think you'll read it. I did. I read the book and then finished it up in 10 days or 2 weeks at most. And it really, really impacted me. I mean, all of what Eisenhower was guilty of having done that I didn't know about, but here was the exposure of Eisenhower that was totally contrary to whatever. And so I said to myself, something terribly wrong in this country. I knew that I didn't like a lot what was going on, but I decided at that point that I had to get involved more deeply, and I joined the Birch Society. The most rewarding experience for me in the John Birch Society, well, I guess my relationship with the founder. You know, he became like a second father to me. My father had already passed away, and now I was the public relations director of the John Birch Society. And occasionally I would go out and do something and so on, and he would kind of pat me on the back and say, good job, Jack, keep it up, you know. I can remember one time I got called on the carpet for exceeding my authority, exceeding the subject matter I should be talking about and so forth. So I got chewed out too. But I had a wonderful relationship with him, and that's probably Robert Welch. I don't know whether you've ever heard the term bagman. A guy like Robert Welch would have somebody that would carry his briefcase. And then I became the bagman, going off with Robert Welch to various places. I can remember one time flying in one of the new jet planes, a 747, and I had met him and Mrs. Welch. We were on our way to California for a big council meeting and council dinner, and I got to the airport. They were already there, and we chatted, and then when we went in the plane, he went into the first class cabin and I went to the back of the plane. And I'm back in the plane, and it wasn't very well populated. There were plenty of empty seats in the plane. Well, all of a sudden, I looked up, and here was Robert Welch coming back. He came back, and he sat with me, and he started chatting with me about, well, what are you reading? What are you doing? We chatted about this and that, and then he would wax eloquently about some subject matter that was on his mind and so forth. So those were very happy moments. I had a great relationship with him. I remember something kind of humorous. He used to carry a cane. He didn't need the cane. It was kind of an affectation. Just a small little wooden cane and so forth. And his car was parked outside the front door of the building on Concord Avenue in Belmont, Massachusetts. and he would occasionally have to go somewhere. And when he got out there, he'd put the cane up on the roof of the car and open the door and so forth. Well, one time he forgot to take the cane back. So off he went, and I was in the front of the building. My office was right inside the front door. And I happened to notice the cane was on the ground. His car was gone, but the cane had obviously fallen off. So I went and got it, I retrieved it. And when he came back, I said, "Mr. Welsh, I have something for you." "Jack, you have something for me?" I said, "Yes." And I gave him his cane. He said, "Oh, my cane. Oh, I missed it. I wondered what happened to it." And I told him what happened. He said, I said, "Next time you go, don't put it up on the roof. Just lean it up against the car." So that was a kind of a humorous thing. I also I had the happiness of what you might call putting one over on him, right? Robert Welsh was a strong opponent. He hated the idea of a one-sheet flyer to explain an important subject. He said, "No, you got to be more thorough. You got to tell people the whole story." Right? So, as the number of people who would read a book declined, and it continues to decline, I sensed the need for something along the lines of a one-sheet flyer. Well, I started writing a weekly column called the Birch Log after I had become the public relations director. We started it I think around April of 1973, and once a week I would address a comment, and we had a lot of weekly newspapers across the country that would publish my column. But we also had the facility now for addressing a subject on one sheet of paper. And that was the reprinted article called the Birch Log, which is what I wrote. Every week, we would send it to the staff in the field and see if they could get more people want the Birch Log. And it became quite a good success. And I don't remember what the subject was, but one day, Robert Welsh stopped me. I think he stuck his head into my office. He was upstairs, I was downstairs, and he was going somewhere. So he popped in and said, "Jack, what are you working on?" or something like that. He said, "I just read your weekly column." He said, "I gotta hand it to you." He says, "You get an awful lot said in a single page." And inwardly, I smiled broadly. I had put one over on him. We now had a one-sheet flyer that he liked, right? The one-sheet flyers that he didn't like were jammed with information, marginal notes, underlinings, headlinings, all kinds of things. Something that if you gave it to somebody, it would be an eyesore. And that's what drove him away from wanting a one-sheet flyer. And then I started the Birch Log, and we had a one-sheet flyer that he liked, and I was so happy about that. I was amazed. It was probably around 1970, and I was traveling for the society, setting up ad hoc committees, speech tours, and so forth. And I was in Michigan, and the members in Michigan asked me if I had heard the chart presentation. I said, "What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about." "The chart presentation." Well, it turned out that there was a member in Michigan, his name was Ed Hutchinson. And Ed Hutchinson had decided that he would put together a presentation where he would discuss the difference between a democracy and a republic, and then he would go from there into the economics, and then he would go from there into the conspiracy, and so forth. And it was the genesis of what became the overview presentation that I did. So while I was in Michigan, I did get a chance to see somebody do the chart presentation. And I was fascinated. I said, "Well, okay, if I start doing something like that back in Massachusetts?" "Yeah, go right ahead, go right ahead." So I got back and I tidied it up a little bit, and I separated the political systems from the economic systems, made it a sharp departure in the middle, and then I added this and I added that. And I started going around in Massachusetts speaking to the guests and so forth, and it was a hit. People could get an impression of what the John Birch Society was fighting and what it was all about, all in one evening, one sitting. And it ended up being a 2.5-hour presentation where we would break in the middle for coffee and whatever they had, cookies or something like that. There was a rally in Boston every year, the God, Family, and Country Rally, and it was put on by local members, the McKinney family, especially Anna McKinney, the matriarch of the family. She was a real go-getter. And they would hire a hotel in town and they would invite people, and people would come from all over the country to go to the God, Family, and Country Rally over the 4th of July weekend. So I had already done a lot of the overview presentations in the local area there, and the guy I was working closely with in the Birch Society at the time was a fellow named Chip Wood. Wallace was his first name. He always went by Chip. Chip Wood. He came to me, he said, "Are you going to do your overview presentation at the rally?" I said, "Well, I have to be asked to do it. I can't just go in and tell them I'm going to do my presentation. They have their own program." He said, "Well, if I can arrange it, would you do it?" I said, "Of course." So he went to the leaders of the rally, and it was a 2, 3, 4-day affair. So he asked if there was some time that Jack could do his overview presentation. And they worked it out that I would do it at 9 o'clock one morning because the program wasn't starting till noon. So then Chip Wood decided to go around to some of the people who were attending the rally and say, "Don't miss this program. You gotta hear this program." Among the ones who he was telling that to were some of the closest friends of Robert Welch who were members of the National Council. One of them being William Grady from Wisconsin. John Brown was there, a few others. Anyhow, these men who were very close to Robert Welch, and they came and they sat through the entire program, 2.5 hours, and they came up to me afterwards and said, "This is it." And I said to Mr. Grady, I said, "What do you mean this is it?" He said, "This is the program we've got to have." So he went to Robert Welch later in the day. Robert Welch came in for part of the rally, and he said, "I just heard Jack McManus do his overview presentation. You got to get that on film." And Robert Welch said, "I don't know anything about it. What did he say?" So the next week, we went back to our routine back in the office, and he contacted me, and he said, "Jack," he said, "I don't know what you did, but a lot of people are talking about it. Tell me about it." I said, "Mr. Welch, I'll tell you what I can do better than that." I said, "I have a tape recording of the program, and I can leave that with you." And he said, "Oh, well, that'll be great." And the next morning, Robert Welch called me down to his office and he said, "Jack," he said, "it's obvious you understand what this John Birch Society is all about." He said, "Now, what are we going to do with this? We send you on a nationwide speaking tour?" I said, "Mr. Welch, whatever you want, you tell me. Whatever you want to do, I'll do." He said, "Okay." Well, we were making film strips back then, film strips for this abortion subject, UN, the regulatory agencies, OSHA, whatever. We were making film strips. So they decided that because all across the country members had film strip projectors, let's make a film strip out of it. And so we did. And I worked with the local company that was the artists, and they had film strip production and so forth. And I told them what I wanted to do, and they said, "First of all, 2.5 hours, you're crazy. You can't have a film strip for 2.5 hours. I said, "That's what I want." And then they said, "Well, if you do 2.5 hours, you're going to have 200 slides." I said, "No, I don't want that either." So I said, "I want a slide that'll be up there for maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the next one, and then the next one." I said, "You're breaking all the rules. You're breaking all the film strip rules." I said, "Good. let's do it, right? So we did. And if you go back and read the old bulletins about that time, that Robert Welsh, writing in the bulletin, said, it's a good program, but I didn't realize how good it was. And there were people all around the country that were sitting through that program and signing up in the Birch Society. I remember talking to a good friend who was a member of the staff of the society at the time, and is still a member of the staff, named John Selk. And we were in Wisconsin, and I said, John, we just tried to have a meeting here of a lot of people, and it didn't work. I mean, there were only a few who showed up, and I flew all the way out here to Wisconsin from Massachusetts and so forth. And it was almost a waste of time, although it's never a waste of time, I know that. I said, but here's what we ought to do. I said, we ought to have a stand-up overview presentation. And we ought to invite upper crust people to come and get those upper crust people to bring friends of theirs who are upper crust and so forth. And he said, I'll come and I'll do the program, and then you can follow up and you can get them to commit to advertising and contributions and membership and so forth. Now, the first person he went to was William Grady, and he was the one that was so excited when he heard me do it at the rally. And he got together a whole bunch of people. He said, you don't want to miss this one, right? We've had a lot of speakers over the years. This is the one you want to be. So we had about 60 people show up at a prestigious athletic club or something down in the city of Milwaukee. And it was a huge success. The only mistake we made was we only charged them $5 each. We should have charged them 25. It would have made it more important in their mind to have to pay $25 rather than $5. So from then on, from that point on, that was so successful. I was going out once or twice a month to someplace in the United States to do an overview presentation on Monday, and then have the local coordinators and John Selk or somebody else like John Selk stay for the rest of the week and go and visit with the people, sign them up and get them into the society and get commitments for funding and so forth. So that's how the overview presentation got started. And it's one of my favorite contributions that I made to the John Birch Society. What would I say to the youth of today? I would say, don't go along just to get along. Don't join in with so many people that are absolutely convinced of things that are dead wrong. You know, you ask a young person today, what kind of government do we have in this country? And they'll tell you democracy. They're wrong. It's a republic. It's supposed to be a republic. The rule of law, not the rule of a mob majority, so forth. Don't go along with the trends. Don't go along with the cultural war. Our country was built on a foundation that included acknowledgement of God and limitation of government. And I would tell any young person today, got to get back to that. Right? If you don't get back to that, if you don't realize that your rights come from God, then somebody's going to take them away. Right? But if they came from God, then nobody but God can take them away, and He won't. He won't take them away. So I would tell young people, don't go along just to get along. Be willing to stand up and say no.
The John Birch Society, with its chapter-based volunteer membership, exists for the purpose of keeping our republic, reversing the dangerous course our nation is now on, and with God's help, building a better world. Join our nationwide effort formed by many thousands of Americans of good character from all walks of life. As John Birch Society founder Robert Welsh stated at the close of many of his programs, come join us in our proud companionship and in our epic undertaking.
I grew up
War is this massive racket. I mean, we are at war constantly. Peace is the aberration, and war is the norm. So if I was to give a grade, like you get in grade school, right? I give us an A+ for participating in these never-ending wars. I give us an F for winning. When we fast forward to today, really from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 9/11, and the wars that we're constantly at, and you tell me when we weren't at war, for those that are running our country, they want this perpetuation of war, and you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose? All we're doing is we are spending, there are those that are profiting, and there are those that are sacrificing. War is the easiest racket.
The United States of America. Born in 1776, our country is the offspring of a religious-based heritage of liberty under law. Blessed with great natural resources and a pioneer people given to industry and moral discipline, our nation grew to be strong and prosperous and developed the finest governmental system ever devised by man. America soon became known as the refuge of the world's tired, hungry, and poor. Millions left everything in the old world to start over in a land that rewarded initiative and hard work and perseverance. The many millions who didn't come here found comfort and hope in knowing that indeed there was such a bastion of freedom and opportunity, a place where dreams could become reality. Today, our nation appears wealthier and more powerful than ever. New technologies have revolutionized our daily lives. Luxuries once enjoyed only by the rich are commonplace and very affordable. Home ownership is widespread, and our people have the expectation of continued economic growth and prosperity. Yet more and more people are coming to realize that they may prosper materially only for a time,
because their freedoms are diminishing. The sobering reality is that America has been led far from its praiseworthy beginnings. Our people and businesses groan under a heavy burden of economic, political, and social problems, which are the result of a widespread departure from the fundamental truths that made our nation great. If the United States of America is to endure, citizens far and live by timeless concepts called What made America great and set it apart from other lands? Was it natural resources? No, other lands are equally blessed. Was it the people? No, the people who built America came from elsewhere. Was it government planning and wisdom that spurred our nation to such heights? No again. It wasn't what government did that made America great. It was what government was prevented from doing that made the difference. What set America apart from other lands was freedom for the individual. Freedom to work, to produce, to succeed, and especially to keep the fruits of one's labors. America became great precisely because the stifling effect of too much government had been prevented. However, freedom in America was not totally unrestrained. Americans overwhelmingly chose to limit their actions with moral codes such as the Ten Commandments, personal morality, and limited government. It's a combination that characterized America and made it the envy of the world.
We're going to be starting in about 10 minutes, so
when our founding fathers decided
Bill
they had
Hahn will
enough of British
introduce
oppression,
our MC,
they broke away
and we'll
and
get
declared
started.
independence.
So you have just
They
a few
stated
minutes
as
more
self-evident
to
truth
find your
in the
table
Declaration of
and
Independence
introduce yourselves to each
that
other
men
so you
are
know where you
endowed
came
by their
from.
Creator with
And I'm
certain
glad you're all
unalienable
here.
rights.
I hope you've had a wonderful
other words-
time, and I'm sure you will have a wonderful dinner. Thank you.
Find the proper role of government when they stated that to secure these rights, governments are instituted. This is the entire philosophical base of our nation. Here, the government cannot legitimately redistribute the wealth, assume power over the people's lives, and dominate man's existence with oppressive taxation, regulations, and controls. According to the founders, government was to be a negative force, which leaves people alone. Its sole function is to protect citizens from one another and from foreign governments, and especially from their own government. Create a government to be a positive force, to do things for people, to take from some, to give to. Doing something for one citizen, it has to take from another to do so, and in the process, control over both. Britain's rulers didn't accept the Declaration of Independence, so our forefathers had to fight a war to make it stick. By 1783, the war for independence had been won, and British forces were sent back across the sea. But the governmental system at that time was weak. It had no power to settle disputes between the states, nor the power to tax for proper needs, such as national defense. So in 1787, delegates from 12 of the 13 states met in Philadelphia to revise the system, and they produced an entirely new governmental structure known as the Constitution of the United States. Keeping faith with the thunderous assertions in the Declaration, the Constitution was written to govern the government, not the people, and not the states, each of which was a jealous guardian of its own sovereignty. The founders created a central government with strictly limited powers. This left the states free to compete with one another to be the best state, the one with the least amount of taxation and controls, one where citizens would want to build a business and raise a family. That spirit of competition produced excellence, as honest competition always does. It's important to note that the Constitution wasn't forced on the people. It was sent back to the states for ratification, and several of the Founding Fathers wrote essays explaining it in an effort to persuade fellow Americans to adopt this new system of government. Some of the essays written by James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and John Jay were collected into a volume known as the Federalist Papers. Those essays provide valuable insights into the intent of the founders in establishing our government. Eventually, all 13 states ratified the Constitution, and then each ratified the first 10 amendments known as the Bill of Rights, further tying the hands of the federal government. These amendments are indeed about rights, but it would have been better had the Bill of Rights been labeled the Bill of Limitations on Government. Why? Because it's vital to realize that the Bill of Rights never gave citizens any rights whatsoever. Its sole purpose was to safeguard God-given rights by limiting government power. The founders even insisted that Congress shall make no law about speech, religion, the press, assembly, the right to petition, the right to keep and bear arms, and so on. These amendments are directed squarely at the federal government, not the individual and not the states. They are like most of the 10 Commandments, which are essentially thou shalt nots. The Bill of Rights says Congress shall not, all the way up to the marvelous 10th Amendment, which says in effect, if we forgot anything, you can't do that either. When Benjamin Franklin exited the Constitutional Convention, he was asked by a woman, "Sir, what have you given us?" His immediate response was, "A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it." Yet most Americans today have been persuaded that our nation's governmental system is a democracy and not a republic. The difference between these two is essential in understanding Americanism and the American system. Before we discuss political systems, however, it's helpful to address the confusion that has been spread about the political spectrum. Many have been led to believe that the political spectrum places groups such as communists on the far left, fascists or dictators on the far right, and political moderates or centrists in the middle. However, a more accurate political spectrum will show government having zero power on the far right to having 100% power on the far left. At the extreme right, there is no government. The extreme left features total government under such labels as communism, socialism, Nazism, fascism, princes, potentates, dictators, kings, any form of total government. Those who claim that Nazis and fascists are right-wing never define their terms.
Everybody's getting a little hungry, and of course, before we really dig in, we want to ask for God's blessing, don't we? So let's bring up Pastor Paul Blair.
Amen. Thank you. Well, we should be ashamed of ourselves if we forget to give thanks for the blessings that we enjoy in this great country. You know, the majority of the world will go to bed hungry. The majority of the world doesn't get to choose to fly to another city or drive to another city or to stay at a hotel or attend this or that. The things that we take for granted in America, we really should not, because we are actually on the verge of losing them if we don't get busy. So it is my privilege to lead us in prayer and give thanks for tonight. Give thanks for the work that's being done here, and above all, giving thanks for the blessing of a great meal. So let's bow together, if you would. Father, we do thank you. And Lord, as I tell my congregation all the time, the things that we take for granted, Lord, waking up each day on clean sheets and air conditioning and wall-to-wall carpeting and indoor plumbing and having a magic box in the kitchen that keeps the milk cold. Lord, the blessings that we enjoy, all of it's from you. Of our forefathers, going all the way back to the Pilgrims, to their passion, their blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and we have been blessed like no other. So, Lord, thank you for your extension of a hand of mercy. Lord, we pray. Lord, we pray for a stay of execution this November. Lord, we pray for a free and fair election, and we pray that our people would not have totally lost their minds yet. Lord God, we just ask that you would just watch watch over us each and every day, that you'd watch over this upcoming election. Lord, that you'd bless this entire affair tonight. Thank you for the work that's being done and will be done. And Lord God, thank you for this food. Bless our bodies with nourishment and a good night's rest. And Lord, let us have a great time of fellowship this evening. All of this, Lord Jesus, we pray in your holy, precious name. Amen. Thank you. You may continue to eat.
Okay. No, well, I think you should. I think it's going to be weird. I told everybody to eat. So wait until it's time to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is over there. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right.
Hey, Pastor. Can you mention?
Meaning people, and kratian, meaning to rule. Democracy, therefore, means the rule of the people, majority rule. This, of course, sounds good, but suppose the majority decides to take away one's home, or business, or children. Obviously, there has to be a limit. The flaw in democracy is that the majority isn't restrained. If more than half the people can be persuaded to want something in a democracy, they rule. What about republic? Well, that comes from the Latin, res meaning thing, and publica meaning public. It means the public thing, the law. A true republic is one where the government is limited by law, leaving the people alone. America's founders had a clean slate to write on. They could who wanted George Washington to be their king, but the founding fathers knew history, and they chose to give us the rule of law in a republic, not the rule of a majority in a democracy. Why? Let's demonstrate the difference in the setting of the Old West. Consider a lynch mob in a democracy. 35 horseback riders chase one lone gunman. They catch him, and they vote 35-1 to hang him. Democracy has triumphed, and there's one less gunman to contend with. Now consider the same scenario in a republic. The 35 horseback riders catch the gunman and vote 35-1 to hang him. But the sheriff arrives, and he says, "You can't kill him. He's got his right to a fair trial." So they take the gunman back to town. A jury of his peers is selected, and they hear the evidence and the defense, and they decide if he shall hang. Does the jury even decide by majority rule? No, it has to be unanimous, or he goes free. The rights of the government aren't subject to majority rule, but to the law. This is the essence of a republic. Many Americans would be surprised to learn that the word democracy does not appear in the Declaration of Independence or the U.S., nor does it appear in any of the constitutions of the 50 states. The founders did everything they could to keep us from having a democracy. James Madison, rightly known as the father of the Constitution, wrote in essay number 10 of the Federalist Papers, "Democracies have ever been spectacles of turbulence and contention, have ever been found incompatible with personal security or the rights of property, and have in general been as short in their lives as they have been violent in their deaths." Alexander Hamilton agreed, and he stated, "We are a republican government. Real liberty is never found in despotism or in the extremes of democracy." And John Adams, a signer of the Declaration of Independence, stated, "Democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself." The founders had good reason to look upon democracy with contempt, because they knew that the democracies in the early Greek city-states produced some of the wildest excesses of government imaginable. During that period in Greece, there was a man named Solon who urged creation of a fixed body of law not subject to majority whims. But where the Greeks never adopted Solon's wise counsel, the Romans did. Based on what they knew of Solon's laws, they created the 12 tables of the Roman law and, in effect, built a republic that limited government power and left the people alone. Since government was limited, the people were free to produce, with the understanding that they could keep the fruits of their labor. In time, Rome became wealthy and the envy of the world. In the midst of plenty, however, the Roman people forgot what freedom entailed. They forgot that the essence of freedom is the proper limitation of government. When government power grows, people freedom recedes. Once the Romans dropped their guard, power-seeking politicians began to exceed the powers granted them in the Roman constitution. Some learned that they could elect politicians who would use government power to take property from some and give it to others. Agriculture subsidies were introduced, followed by housing and welfare programs. Inevitably, taxes rose and controls over the private sector were imposed. Soon, a number of Rome's producers could no longer make ends meet, and they went on the dole. Productivity declined, shortages developed, and mobs began roaming the streets, demanding bread and circuses from the government. Many were induced to trade freedom for security. Eventually, the whole system came crashing down. They went from a republic to a democracy, and ended up with an oligarchy under a progression of the Caesars. Thus, democracy itself is not a stable form of government. Instead, it is the gradual transition from limited government to the unlimited rule of an oligarchy. Knowing this, we as Americans are ultimately left with only two choices. We can keep our republic, as Franklin put it, or we will inevitably end up with an oligarchy, a tyranny of the elite. Just as there is widespread confusion regarding political systems, there is similar confusion in the economic arena. All during the 20th century, Americans were led to believe that there was a great struggle going on between capitalism and the communist world. Undoubtedly, a struggle existed, but the real adversaries were rarely identified properly. No discussion about economic systems will make sense without first defining terms. And one of the most basic terms in economics is capital, whose definition is the means of production. To illustrate what capital is, let's consider a very simple economy. On the sands of a small island, a castaway has just washed ashore. He has no food and he's hungry. He searches the island, he finds no berries, coconuts, or anything edible. He goes back into the water and tries to catch fish with his bare hands, but he fails. So he goes back up on shore and he finds a bush. He breaks off a branch, he gnaws at one end to make a sharp tip. Back into the water he goes, and with his spear, he catches fish. His spear is capital. It's the means of production for catching fish. He gave up some of his time and some of his energy to produce something he could not eat, but something that would help him to produce something that he could eat. Capital, therefore, can be tools, machinery, and even a man's handmade spear to catch fish. Such being the case, consider that the communists in the former Soviet Union, as well as in China and Cuba, have always used tools and machinery. Officials there even view people as capital. Therefore, by strict definition, are not communists capitalists? For that matter, isn't everyone a capitalist? And so, is not every economic system a capitalist system? What then is the difference between what the communist system is and what the American capitalist system is supposed to be? The difference is ownership of the capital. Is the system monopolistic, state-controlled capitalism, or is it competitive, free enterprise capitalism? It is between these two opposing economic systems that a battle has always raged. Before we proceed, let's also define free market. Basically, it's a self-regulating system in which all parties are completely free to transact with one another. But where force, fraud, or injury damages one party, the government's role is only to punish those who commit such offenses and to vindicate the rights of the other party. This protects the integrity of the free market, or free enterprise system, without intervening in it. The term private property also needs clarification, for private ownership and control of property is a key component in the free enterprise system. In order for ownership of property to be full and complete, all four of its aspects must be met. These are title, control, use, and the ability to dispose of what a person owns. In a free market economy, these aspects are unrestrained, so long as the owner does not infringe on the legitimate rights and claims of others. True ownership of property and freedom go hand in hand. They always have. Now let's compare the two systems of capitalism. In the competitive free enterprise system, capital or property is both owned privately and controlled privately. In the monopolistic system, holding title to capital can be accomplished privately or by the state. But more importantly, capital is controlled by the state or by the elite few who control the state. The Communist Manifesto, which contains the basic program for all communists and all socialists, explicitly preaches an abolition of private property. Karl Marx understood the power of socialists who have ever looked and still look to Marx as their leader. In high prices and low quality. After all, why would a monopoly strive to improve if it has no competition? On the other hand, honest, thrifty, and hardworking producers throughout the world prefer competitive free enterprise system for all. Here, low prices and high quality prevail because a variety of producers will seek to attract the widest amount of customers. Competition results in excellence and always has. Just as the political spectrum shows the range of government power, we can also plot the various economic systems along another spectrum. These forms of government control in the market stand in sharp contrast with a completely free market. In the last century or so, there have been basically four forms of state-controlled economies, all on the far left of the economic spectrum: fascism, Nazism, socialism, and communism. In each, the government controls the capital. The difference among these is how much is owned or controlled outright by the government. In a fascist system, the government doesn't own businesses on paper, but it does control them. In Mussolini's Italy, even though he didn't hold title to businesses, he told the owners what to produce, how much to produce, when to produce, where to buy raw materials, who to hire, who to fire, and what price to charge. The rest, he said, was up to them. The fascist system is more efficient than other state-controlled systems insofar as those living under it think they still own their businesses. Shopkeepers concern themselves with maintenance on the machinery, employee relations, painting the building, and so forth. But the government controls owners through an array of taxation and regulations. Under Nazism, which means National Socialism, its proponents went one step further and acquired ownership of some corporations such as Volkswagen. However, Hitler didn't seize ownership of other industrial giants, he simply controlled them, just as Mussolini had controlled businesses in Italy. Socialism is where government officials acquire possession of major industries such as transportation, communications, and utilities in order to leverage control over the entire economy. Through ownership of these vital segments of industry and by creating government regulatory agencies, socialists gain control over virtually everything else. Finally, there is communism, the granddaddy of all in the economic sense. In a way, communism is more honest than fascism because all of the capital is owned and controlled by the state. There are no pretenses about it. Now let's combine political and economic systems, because ultimately one never exists without the other. We see again that there are only two ultimate choices: a competitive free enterprise system in a republic, or a monopolistic state control system under an oligarchy. A moral people have always been a vital element of America's strength. The Founding Fathers well understood the biblical teaching that righteousness exalteth a nation. They also knew that expecting a free market economy and limited government under a republic to endure without morality was expecting the impossible. James Madison cautioned that limited government alone was inadequate for our nation. And John Adams observed, "Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." George Washington stated, "Reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in exclusion of religious principle." Yet there are people today who think that liberty is license and that morality is unimportant or irrelevant to politics and economics. But as Benjamin Franklin added, only a virtuous people are capable of freedom. As nations become corrupt and vicious, they have more need of masters. The alternative to Americanism is what has condemned most of the human race to live as slaves throughout the millennia. It is the idea that rights are privileges dispensed by an oligarchy according to the unlimited rule of men, that the state should control or own the nation's capital with all economic activity directed from a central power, and that morality is inconsequential, and that security is preferred over freedom and opportunity. Our nation continues to be steered off course, and the principles that led to America's greatness are being cast aside. The simple question for us is, do we continue to slide away from our nation's founding principles, or do we return to the kind of government we inherited? Time is running out for Americans who sense that something is wrong. They have to decide what kind of a country we shall leave for future generations. All that is needed is for a sufficient number of Americans to get involved in the fight for freedom and to return our nation to less government, more responsibility, and
We've had great leaders. They understood that there was something not right. And Eisenhower was really the first to warn the nation that, hey, there's this thing called the military-industrial complex, and we've got to be careful of it. Fast forward to John F. Kennedy, he actually called out the CIA, made the comment, I'm going to break it into 1 million pieces. And you have to ask yourself, what did he know? So for 40 years, we have this Cold War, giant programs that are being built. But that Cold War, it gave rise to the things that President Eisenhower and President Kennedy warned us about. The military-industrial complex, the intelligence services at the time, we now know in Kennedy's assassination, were part of his demise. It's like, how did we ever get here?
I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. I never thought I'd want to live anywhere else but in New York City. I went to the Catholic grade school in St. Anselm's grade school in Brooklyn, taught by the nuns, and I owe those nuns big time. I learned how to use the English language. I learned from them, and I learned a lot of principles. I went to a Jesuit high school in Brooklyn, and then I got a scholarship from the United States Navy to go to Holy Cross College in Massachusetts, the NROTC program. If you qualified according to their testing and finding out about you, they would pay your way through college. So I was able to go to college with that. I had a very interesting thing happen regarding the John Birch Society while I was there. I graduated from that college, Holy Cross College in Massachusetts, in 1957. There wasn't any Birch Society then. It didn't start until December of 1958. But during the senior year, in fact every year, but during the senior year, I happened to have chosen the Marine Corps option for the service that I was going to enter when I graduated. If they paid my way through school, they required me to give several years of my life to the military. So I chose the Marine option. They had an annual review. There was an Air Force ROTC and a Navy ROTC where the Marine candidates were also still wearing Navy uniforms, by the way, but we shifted to the Marine uniforms. But at that military review, there were awards were given. And one of the awards was given by a local industrialist who was the head of the Wyman Gordon Company, a large company there located in Worcester, Massachusetts. And he, every year, would present a Marine Corps officer's sword to the top candidate of the Navy ROTC choosing the Marine option. And the man's name was Robert Stoddard. Now, I didn't know Robert Stoddard from a hole in the wall, and he didn't know me, but he presented me with the sword. And the Marines always get the publicity, so there was a reporter from the local newspaper, the Worcester Telegram, and he took a picture of Robert Stoddard presenting me the sword, and it appeared in the newspaper the next day. And then he was kind enough, without me even asking him, he sent me a copy of the picture. Robert Stoddard, a year and a half later, was one of the men who founded the John Birch Society. He was in that Indianapolis room, home of Marguerite Dice, where Robert Welch spoke to those 11 men for 2 full days, and he became one of Robert Welch's closest friends. Well, Robert Stoddard and we didn't know each other, but I kept the picture. And of course, I kept the sword, and I used the sword during Marine Corps ceremonies that I was involved in as an officer. Later on, I joined the Birch Society, and then I remembered Robert Stoddard, and I saw his name as one of the members of the society in Massachusetts, and he was a member of the National Council. And I said, well, my golly, says, someday I'm going to meet Robert Stoddard and remind him that we've met before. Well, son of a gun, I did meet him, of course. I became quite friendly with him, and I told him about the fact that he had presented me with the sword in 1957. And his attitude was, I never thought I'd ever meet again any of the men that I had given that award to. Well, it's kind of a long story about how I joined the society, because I started off as an antagonist. Back in 1962, I believe it was, I was a big fan of National Review magazine, William Buckley's magazine. And the John Birch Society had been in the news and in the headlines, and I kept waiting for him to say something about it. It was about a year before he finally decided to say something in the magazine. And what he said was, there's a lot of good people in the John Birch Society, and they ought to get rid of that screwball Robert Welch, the man who was the founder of the society. So I read it, and then I read it again. It was about a lengthy editorial type thing. And I agreed with what I'd read. So I wrote him a short note and told him I liked it. And lo and behold, the next issue of the magazine, they published my letter in the magazine with my hometown, Wakefield, Massachusetts, underneath the letter. And it was only a 2-sentence letter. Well, because of that, a very enterprising Bircher who lived in the area looked me up in the phone book, which you could do back then, and he wrote me a letter, and he said, are you basing your attitude about Robert Welch on what Robert Welch has said, or what others have said of him? And I kind of scratched my head a little bit, and I said, that's a good question. I've never seen anything Robert Welch ever wrote. So I surprised the heck out of the guy. I wrote back to him, and I said, if there's something you think I need to see, I'd be glad to take a look at it. And that began what I call a torturous reevaluation. Right? So I went to a Birch in 1963. They were selling reprinted books of the past. I was with two friends, and there were a dozen books in this box, all reprinted books of the past. And so we divvied them up. I took 3 or 4, the other guys took 3 or 4, and so forth. And I went home and I read some of the books. And I said, there's something wrong here. The meeting that I went to at the Birch Society was just an organizational type explanation of the society. There wasn't any subject matter that was covered. So I went to a guy after the program had pretty much ended and the questions and answers had been asked. And what did Robert Welch really say about Eisenhower? That was the big deal at the time. I said, well, you join an organization where a man insulting or exposing or whatever you want to say, the man who was president of the United States for 8 years, just recently out of the White House. And the guy said to me, he said, I don't need what Robert Welch said about Eisenhower. I know enough about him to know that the image that's been created of him isn't worthy of the truth. So I just kind of nodded my head. Well, that was the end of that meeting, and I went home and I started maybe reading another one of the books that I got from the candles. And then early in 1964, a fella called me. They had a local member, they had sicked him on me. And he said, I understand you're interested in what Robert Welch said about Eisenhower. I said, yes, I am. He said, well, the book's just been published. Oh. I said, well, how do you get a copy? He says, it costs $8. I literally didn't have $8 extra. That was 1963. 64, I guess, the beginning of 64. I had a wife, I had 3 babies, I had a mortgage, I had a car payment, I living check to check. I didn't have $8 to spend on a book. So I told him, I said, well, when I get ahead $8, I'll get back to you. Well, that was the Goldwater year now. We're in 1964. And I started getting involved in that, and I met a lot of people that I began to like, and it turned out they were all members of the Birch Society. And they actually put me on the Goldwater Speakers Bureau for the state of Massachusetts. And everywhere I went, I would find more Birch. You ought to be in the Birch Society. Well, I finally met one guy. He said, have you read The Politician? I said, no. And he said, stay right where you are. And he went and he got a copy and he gave it to me. I said, I can't afford it. He said, look, it's a paperback version now. It only costs $2 and it's yours. It's my gift to you because I think you'll read it. I did. I read the book and then finished it up in 10 days or 2 weeks at most. And it really, really impacted me. I mean, all of what Eisenhower was guilty of having done that I didn't know about, but here was the exposure of Eisenhower that was totally contrary to whatever. And so I said to myself, something terribly wrong in this country. I knew that I didn't like a lot what was going on, but I decided at that point that I had to get involved more deeply, and I joined the Birch Society. The most rewarding experience for me in the John Birch Society, well, I guess my relationship with the founder. You know, he became like a second father to me. My father had already passed away, and now I was the public relations director of the John Birch Society. And occasionally I would go out and do something and so on, and he would kind of pat me on the back and say, good job, Jack, keep it up, you know. I can remember one time I got called on the carpet for exceeding my authority, exceeding the subject matter I should be talking about and so forth. So I got chewed out too, but I had a wonderful relationship with him, and that's probably my happiest memory of all the years in the John Birch Society. Well, I traveled with him Robert Welch, I don't know whether you've ever heard the term bagman. A guy like Robert Welch would have somebody that would carry his briefcase. And then I became the bagman, going off with Robert Welch to various places. I can remember one time flying in a one of the big new jet planes, a 747, and I had met him and Mrs. Welch. We were on our way to California for a big council meeting and council dinner, and I got to the airport. They were already there, and we chatted, and then when we went in the plane, he went into the first class cabin and I went to the back of the plane. And I'm back in the plane, and it wasn't very well populated. There were plenty of empty seats in the plane. Well, all of a sudden, I looked up, and here was Robert Welch coming back. He came back, and he sat with me, and he started chatting with me about, well, what are you reading, what are you doing, and chatted about this and that, and then he would wax eloquently about some subject matter that was on his mind and so forth. So those were very happy moments. I had a great relationship with him. I remember something kind of humorous. He used to carry a cane. He didn't need the cane. It was kind of an affectation. Just a small little wooden cane and so forth. And his car was parked outside the front door of the building on Concord Avenue in Belmont, Massachusetts. And he would occasionally have to go somewhere. And when he got out there, he'd put the cane up on the roof of the car and open the door and so forth. Well, one time he forgot to take the cane back. So off he went, and I was in the front of the building. My office was right inside the front door. And I happened to notice the cane was on the ground. His car was gone, but the cane had obviously fallen off. So I went and got it, I retrieved it. And when he came back, I said, Mr. Welch, I have something for you. Jack, you have something for me? I said, yes. And I gave him his cane. He said, oh, my cane. Oh, I missed it. I wondered what happened to it. And I told him what happened. He said, I said, next time you go, don't put it up on the roof. Just lean it up against the car. So that was a kind of a humorous thing. I also I had the happiness of what you might call putting one over on him, right? Robert Welch was a strong opponent. He hated the idea of a one-sheet flyer to explain an important subject. He said, no, you got to be more thorough. You got to tell people the whole story, right? So as the number of people who would read a book declined, and it continues to decline, I sensed the need for something along the lines of a one-sheet flyer. Well, I started writing a weekly column called The Birch Log after I had become the public relations director. We started it I think around April of 1973, and once a week I would address a comment, and we had a lot of weekly newspapers across the country that would publish my column. But we also had the facility now for addressing a subject on one sheet of paper. And that was the reprinted article called The Birch Log, which is what I wrote. Every week we would publish the Birch Log, we would send it to the newspapers, we would send it to the staff in the field and see if they could get more people, more newspapers to want the Birch Log. And it became quite a good success. And I don't remember what the subject was, but one day Robert Welch stopped me. I think he stuck his head into my office. I was downstairs and he was going somewhere, so he popped in and said, Jack, he said, I just read your weekly column. He said, I got to hand it to you. He says, and inwardly I smiled broadly. I had put one over on him. We now had a one-sheet flyer that he liked, right? The one-sheet flyers that he didn't like were jammed with information, marginal notes, underlinings, headlinings, all kinds of things. Something that if you gave it to somebody, it would be an eyesore. And that's what drove him away from wanting a one-sheet flyer. And then I started the Birch Log, and we had a one-sheet flyer that he liked, and I was so happy about that. I was amazed. It was probably around 1970, and I was traveling for the society, setting up ad hoc committees, speech tours, and so forth. And I was in Michigan, and the members in Michigan asked me if I had heard the chart presentation. I said, "What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about." The chart presentation. Well, it turned out that there was a member in Michigan, his name was Ed Hutchinson. And Ed Hutchinson had decided that he would put together a presentation where he would discuss the difference between a democracy and a republic, and then he would go from there into the economics, and then he would go from there into the conspiracy, and so forth. And it was the genesis of what became the overview presentation that I did. So while I was in Michigan, I did get a chance to see somebody do the chart presentation, and I was fascinated. I said, well, okay, if I start doing something like that back in Massachusetts, yeah, go right ahead, go right ahead. So I got back and I tidied it up a little bit, and I separated the political systems from the economic systems, made it a sharp departure in the middle, and then I added this and I added that and so forth. And I started going around in Massachusetts, speaking to the different chapters. They would bring guests and so forth, and it was a hit. People could get an impression of what the John Birch Society was fighting and what it was all about, all in one evening, one sitting. And it ended up being a 2.5-hour presentation where we would break in the middle for coffee and whatever they had, cookies or something like that. There was a rally in Boston every year, the God, Family, and Country Rally, and it was put on by local members, the McKinney family, especially Anna McKinney, the matriarch of the family. She was a real go-getter. And they would hire a hotel in town, and they would invite people, and people would come from all over the country to go to the God, Family, and Country Rally over the 4th of July weekend. So I had already done a lot of the overview presentations in the local area there, and the guy I was working closely with in the Birch Society at the time was a fellow named Chip Wood. Wallace was his first name. He always went by Chip. Chip Wood. He came to me, he said, "Are you going to do your overview presentation at the rally?" I said, "Well, I have to be asked to do it. I can't just go in and tell them I'm going to do my presentation. They have their own program." He said, "Well, if I can arrange it, would you do it?" I said, "Of course." So he went to the leaders of the rally, and it was a 2, 3, 4-day affair. So he asked if there was some time that Jack could do his overview presentation. And they worked it out that I would do it at 9 o'clock one morning because the program wasn't starting till noon. So then Chip Wood decided to go around to some of the people who were attending the rally and say, "Don't miss this program. You gotta hear this program." Among the ones who he was telling that to were some of the closest friends of Robert Welch who were members of the National Council. One of them being William Grady from Wisconsin. John Brown was there, a few others. Anyhow, these men who were very close to Robert Welch, and they came and they sat through the entire program, 2.5 hours, and they came up to me afterwards and said, "This is it." And I said to Mr. Grady, I said, "What do you mean this is it?" He said, "This is the program we've got to have." So he went to Robert Welch later in the day. Robert Welch came in for part of the rally, and he said, "I just heard Jack McManus do his overview presentation. You got to get that on film." And Robert Welch said, "I don't know anything about it. What did he say?" So the next week, we went back to our routine back in the office, and he contacted me, and he said, "Jack," he said, "I don't know what you did, but a lot of people are talking about it. Tell me about it. I said, Mr. Wells, I'll tell you what I can do better than that. I said, I have a tape recording of the program, and I can leave that with you. And he said, oh, well, that'll be great. And the next morning, Robert Wells called me down to his office, and he said, Jack, he said, it's obvious you understand what this John Birch Society is all about. He said, now, what are we going to do with this? We send you on a nationwide speaking tour? I said, Mr. Welsh, whatever you want, you tell me. Whatever you want to do, I'll do. He said, okay. Well, we were making film strips back then, film strips for this abortion subject, UN, the regulatory agencies, OSHA, whatever. We were making film strips. So they decided that because all across the country, members had film strip projectors, let's make a film strip out of it. And so we did. And I worked with the local company that was the artists, and they had film strip production and so forth. And I told them what I wanted to do, and they said, first of all, 2.5 hours, you're crazy. You can't have a film strip for 2.5 hours. I said, that's what I want. And then they said, well, if you do 2.5 hours, you're going to have 200 slides. I said, no, I don't want that either. So I said, I want a slide that'll be up there for maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the next one, and then the next one. I said, you're breaking all the rules. You're breaking all the film strip rules. I said, good, let's do it, right? So we did. And if you go back and read the old bulletins about that time, that Robert Welsh, writing in the bulletin, said, it's a good program, but I didn't realize how good it was. And there were people all around the country that were sitting through that program and signing up in the Birch Society. I remember talking to a good friend who was a member of the staff of the society at the time, and is still a member of the staff, named John Selk. And we were in Wisconsin. We just tried to have a meeting here of a lot of people, and it didn't work. I mean, there were only a few who showed up, and I flew all the way out here to Wisconsin from Massachusetts and so forth. And it was almost a waste of time, although it's never a waste of time, I know that. I said, but here's what we ought to do. I said, we ought to have a stand-up overview presentation. And we ought to invite upper crust people to come and get those upper crust people to bring friends of theirs who are upper crust and so forth. And he said, I'll come and I'll do the program, and then you can follow up and you can get them to commit to advertising and contributions and membership and so forth. Now, the first person he went to was William Grady, and he was the one that was so excited when he heard me do it at the rally. And he got together a whole bunch of people. He said, you don't want to miss this one, right? We've had a lot of speakers over the years. This is the one you want to be. So we had about 60 people show up at a prestigious athletic club or something down in the city of Milwaukee. And it was a huge success. The only mistake we made was we only charged them $5 each. We should have charged them 25. It would have made it more important in their mind to have to pay $25 rather than 5. So from then on, from that point on, that was so successful. I was going out once or twice a month to someplace in the United States to do an overview presentation on Monday, and then have the local coordinators and John Selk or somebody else like John Selk stay for the rest of the week and go and visit with the people, sign them up and get them into the society and get commitments for funding and so forth. So that's how the overview presentation got started. And it's one of my favorite contributions that I made to the John Birch Society. What would I say to the youth of today? I would say, don't go along just to get along. Don't join in with so many people that are absolutely convinced of things that are dead wrong. You know, you ask a young person today, what kind of government do we have in this country? And they'll tell you democracy. They're wrong. It's a republic. It's supposed to be a republic. The rule of law, not the rule of a mob majority. So forth. Don't go along with the trends. Don't go along with the cultural war. Our country was built on a foundation that included acknowledgement of God and limitation of government. And I would tell any young person today, got to get back to that. Right? If you don't get back to that, if you don't realize that your rights come from God, then somebody's going to take them away. Right? But if they came from God, then nobody but God can take them away, and He won't. He won't take them away. So I would tell young people, don't go along just to get along. Be willing to stand up and say no.
The John Birch Society, with its chapter-based volunteer membership, exists for the purpose of keeping our republic, reversing the dangerous course our nation is now on, and with God's help, building a better world. Join our nationwide effort formed by many thousands of Americans of good character from all walks of life. As John Birch Society founder Robert Welsh stated at the close of many of his programs, come join us in our proud companionship and in our epic undertaking.
We've had leaders, they understood that there was something not right. And Eisenhower was called the military-industrial complex, and we've got to be careful of it. Fast forward to out the CIA made the comment, I'm going to break it into a million pieces. And you have to ask yourself, so for 40 years we have this Cold War, giant programs. Cold War, it gave rise to the things that President Eisenhower and President Kennedy warned us about. The military-industrial complex, the intelligence services at the time, we now know in Kennedy's assassination, we're part of his demise. It's like, how did we ever get here? We've had great leaders. They understood that there was something not right. And Eisenhower was really the first to warn the nation that, hey, there's this thing called the military-industrial complex, and we've got to be careful of it. Fast forward to John F. Kennedy, he actually called out the CIA, made the comment, I'm going to break it into a million pieces. And you have to ask yourself, what did he know? So for 40 years we have this Cold War, giant programs that are being built. But that Cold War, it gave rise to the things that President Eisenhower and President Kennedy warned us about. The military-industrial complex, the intelligence services at the time, we now know in Kennedy's assassination, we're part of his demise. It's like, how did we ever get here? We've had great leaders. They understood to warn the nation that, hey, there's this thing called the military-industrial complex, and we've got to be careful of it. Fast forward to John F. Kennedy, he actually called out the CIA, made the comment, I'm going to break it into 1 million pieces. And you have to ask yourself, what did he know? So for 40 years, we have this Cold War. Giant programs that are being built. But that Cold War, it gave rise to the things that President Eisenhower and President Kennedy warned us about. The military-industrial complex, the intelligence services at the time, we now know in Kennedy's assassination, we're part of his demise. It's like, how did we ever get here?
Please take your seats, please. Don't make me get my dad voice out. Come on. I feel like I'm in a wedding up here. All these glasses clinking. All right. Welcome. Woo! All right. Welcome to our evening council dinner. Now, for those that attended this afternoon's sessions, and who were you? Let me see some hands. Who was here this afternoon? Hopefully everybody, right? All right. Anybody here last night? All right. All right. Very good. Well, we hope you are fired up and ready to take your birching to the next level. So tonight's lineup is a real treat for Americanists. As birchers, we dedicate some of our time educating other concerned Americans of the attacks on the American experiment of freedom and implement solutions. Our speakers tonight battle the entrenched deep state and are here to share their stories and their methods. The John Birch Society predicted decades ago much of what is happening today. And the only reason we have staved off the enemies of freedom as long as we have is directly due to members. Members that are active, generating local pressure which emanates throughout the country. With a large enough membership, our mission can be accomplished, but it starts at the grassroots level. Your MC tonight knows grassroots organizing very well and is well known to many of you for her work in Southern California. For more than 15 years, she has been a popular speaker and a radio show guest. Is a founding board member and current president of the conservative Patriots of Orange County. Served 2 4-year terms as an elected council member for the city of Villa Park, has served on the National Council of the John Birch Society since 2013, and serves on the advisory committee of the John Birch Society's Law Enforcement Charitable Foundation. For many years, she was the sole proprietor of DP Public Relations in Washington, D.C., and executive director at the National Logistics Officer Association. She's a graduate of the Defense Information School and was honorably discharged after serving active duty as a non-commissioned officer, public relations specialist in the United States Air Force. Her dedicated lifelong service of boldly delivering truth has recently led her to be an attorney at law at the Lex Rex Institute. Please welcome warmly your dynamic MC tonight, attorney Deborah Pauley.
Unbelievable. That is awesome, Bill. Wow. Bill makes me sound so much better than I actually am. That's spectacular. So I'm going to take a point of personal privilege, as you know I often do, because I have the microphone. And this is a risk they all know. I remember very distinctly when I was asked in June of 2013 Society. It was an honor to be the first woman ever asked to serve on that. And these are amazing men. Yes, Christian alpha males. And they loved me, embraced me, and we went to our first board meeting, and I don't know if they quite know what to do about it. They were talking as men often do when they're alone by themselves, and all of a sudden realized, oops, as if to apologize, and I said, gentlemen, I served in the military. Ears. But I did appreciate their chivalry, I truly did. We had an amazing board meeting yesterday, we truly did, and I'm going to be introducing my colleagues on the board. Our new chairman of the board of directors, Heath Braun-Britton, came out, just amazing. I'm going to It was the first time I think we had a very clear vision for where we're going and what we need to do, whichever way the November elections go. They are strategically and intelligently deciding how the John Birch Society should move forward, and they made that clear to the remaining council members, and I appreciated it tremendously. We have a goal. I'm helping. Remember when we set goals with CPOC? Well, we're going to do this here right now. 4,000 new members for JBS in the coming year, and I know that we already have, you want more, right? More than 4,000? You see, now, just yesterday it was 4,000, but we already have new members that have joined since this leadership convention started, so we're heading in the right direction. It was a great board meeting. One of the things that came up, I'm the first woman. Second meeting, I said, surely there must be at least one in this whole country that's qualified to also serve on the National Council. And it wasn't long before they said, yeah, and they brought Lori Watt on board. Spectacular woman. With great financial acumen, you need those kind of people, and so they were intelligent. She's also serving on the executive board, the board of directors. I'll talk a little bit more about that as we move on, but I want to talk about one point that came out during our discussions. We had very good discussions, and I loved that. A lot of give and take, a lot of brainstorming about what we can and what we should be doing. Is, as a woman, it has concerned me tremendously as a wife, as a mother, as a grandmother, to watch our men being neutralized in a terrible way. And it's not by chance that they're doing this. They know that if they can neutralize the Christian alpha male, it is the easiest way for them to take control of this country, and that is why they are doing it. This room is filled with men who are not willing to go down that path. And as women, let's give them a hand and thank them for it. We need our men to be men, and masculinity is not toxic. It's fantastic. We love it. Now it is my honor to introduce my colleagues on the council, starting with Ray and Carol Clark. This is, listen to this, 66 years as Birchers, 66 years. And today is their 60th wedding anniversary. Fantastic. They're here, they don't travel as much as they used to travel. He's the owner of Clark's Nutrition Stores around the Los Angeles area and a longtime supporter of the New American Magazine. You'll see their ads in the New American Magazine. Fantastic people. I've known them since I got on the council. But we're going to have a great opportunity right now. I love doing this to people. They hate it. I love it. Barbara and Bill Bluester. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, over here. So, Barbara, we know it's your 84th birthday today. So whether you like it or not, the members of the John Birch Society are going to be singing Happy Birthday to Barbara. Are you ready? Happy birthday to you, Barbara. Happy birthday to you, Barbara. Happy birthday, dear Barbara. Happy birthday to you. 84 years old and she's still rocking it. I love it. I want to be you when I grow up. Yes, I do. So Tom Brashear, Tom, where's Sko? Tom is a Dallas businessman and is a new member of you. Would you like to? He's the chairman of, yes. Thank you. He's the chairman of Nutramax Corporation, the company that manufactures a product that improves the quality of life for people and their pets. And when I met him, we toured his South Carolina, was it in North Carolina or South Carolina? South Carolina is where his facility is, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's the stuff I use. It's so like, that's why I can still move around. So you know what, the stuff actually works, and now he's making it for dogs. Awesome. So thank you so much for your service to JBS, Dr. Henderson. Jeff Skinner. Stand up. I know you know what story I'm going to tell because it was it's an awesome story. First, I have to tell you, he is from the Los Angeles area. He's a businessman here, longtime member, and has served on the council, the board of directors, and the executive board. So he has been a hard worker. But at that very same convention in the Carolinas, we were getting ready to fly back to California, and so we were kind of in the airport there together in the Carolinas waiting. And it was a Sunday, you know, the conventions are Friday and Saturday. And so we're sitting there in the airport, and all of a sudden over the loudspeaker, remind you, this is, was South Carolina, North, it was, no. Was it Dallas? Are you sure? I'm not going to argue with you about it. Okay, it was Dallas. Over the loudspeaker, it said, services will be starting for our travelers in the chapel in 5 minutes. And we both looked at each other and our eyes lit up because you want to go? I'm like, yeah. So we worshiped together, I guess in the Dallas airport. That's not how I remember it, but okay. But we worshiped together in an airport. Hymn, prayer, 7-minute service, 7-minute sermon. It was amazing. It was, well, yeah. Can you do a 7-minute sermon? I don't think so. One of the best memories I have ever had. Thank you so much for that time, Mr. Skinner. I've already somewhat introduced you to our new chairman of the board of directors, Ron Breton. He's a longtime member and a supporter from Austin, Texas. You know what they're doing to Austin, right? It's a terrible, sad thing. But there he is. His claim to fame is he landed a jet fighter plane on the USS Enterprise over 500 times during Vietnam War. Amazing. He said it was fun. I'll bet it was. What a toy you had there for a while, huh? What a great toy, big boy toy. And we're really looking forward to where you're taking us in the future. I'm very thankful for your leadership. Now, Mr. Ted Grob, he's our newest council member, but he's a longtime JBS member from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He's recently retired from the industrial machine sales. And would you welcome our newest council member? Lieutenant Hyde, he was in the thinking man's branch. He's a retired Air Force, top authority on election integrity, and a longtime member. Mr. Tom DeWeese, stand up. I'm not going to roast you, honey. Don't worry. He's one of the nation's foremost authorities on Agenda 2030 and UN land control schemes. He's a writer and speaker and a true activist. I think many of you receive his material. And if you don't, get on his list. It's stuff you need to read. Thank you, Mr. DeWeese, for serving with us. Oh, you're getting married? On the 12th of October? Is she here? Great start to your marriage. All right. All right, I did roast you a little bit. Mr. John Selk, one of the darlingest men on the planet. He has had a very successful financial planning business in Milwaukee, which he sold to the lady to his right, a new member of our council and board of directors. Mr. Selk resides in Southern California and is an important member of our field staff, serving as a special representative. And he taught me a lot, and I still have you gave me a piece of paper that you probably don't remember, but I read it every month I do. It's at the first of every month as I'm doing my self-integrity check. It's a paper about godly leaders and the qualities that we should be looking for in them. I read it every month. I'll take a snapshot of it and send it to you to show you I do that. It's true. And last but not least, my only sister, my only saving grace on the council, fantastic Lori Watt. She is the president and CEO of IAG Wealth Partners in Milwaukee. She is an authority on capital preservation and growth and long-range planning. She is also a member of our board of directors and on the National Council, elevated yourself very quickly. We are so grateful to find such great talent in Milwaukee. And last but not least, I'm a woman of a certain age. And when I was 60 years old, God told me to go to law school, which seemed like the craziest thing in the world to do. But I did it because God said to do it. And I graduated, and I sat for the California bar, and I passed, and then I waited for God to tell me what I was supposed to do next. I just waited. I didn't get myself sworn in. I was ready to go, but I didn't know what I was supposed to do next. And at a CPOC meeting, an amazing young attorney came to speak to us on election integrity issues. And as he was speaking, I realized that was where I was supposed to be next. I am working for someone who is young enough to be my son. And it is a great honor to work for him. He is fighting for all the same things that you and I are fighting for. He gives me the freedom to do these sorts of things, and he respects and understands the necessity for doing them. And he puts up with me saying, I don't feel like working today. My hip hurts a little bit. I truly believe with all my heart, within the next 10 to 15 years, he is going to be one of the top constitutional law attorneys in this entire country. Please recognize my boss, Alexander Haberbush, and his lovely new bride, Kristen Haberbush. And I'm right on schedule. I have 5 minutes to introduce our first to hear him give us a little bit of a briefing, and what a spectacular man he is. across the country to engage in the culture war. As a JBS member, Pastor Blair uses Overview of America at each of his many Liberty Pastor Conferences. It's called Liberty Pastor Conferences, held throughout the year. The mission of Liberty Pastors is training pastors to think biblically in every area of life, including the realms of civil government, economics, human sexuality, charity, and family. Paul Blair is a former college all-star at Oklahoma State University, blocking for future Hall of Famer Thurman Thomas. After college, he was drafted by the Chicago Bears to play for Mike Ditka alongside Hall of Famer Walter Payton. And as I told him, the only thing I know about the NFL is that Walter Payton at one time was the all-time leadingest rusher in NFL history. That's all I know, because I'm all about college ball. But Blair has served as the senior pastor of Fairview Baptist Church in Edmond, Oklahoma since 2001, and a satellite Liberty Church in Orlando in 2018. Blair is president of Reclaiming America for Christ and founder of the Liberty Pastors Network and the Liberty Pastor Training Camps. Paul and his lovely wife, Cindy, married in 1989. They have 2 grown sons, Josh and Jacob, 2 lovely daughters-in-law, Brooke and Mackenzie, and the most incredible grandkids. Of course, yours are the most incredible grandkids. Please welcome an amazing man of the Lord, Pastor Paul. He's going to trick you, and he's going to move around to the other side, so turn around. But watch this.
Paul Blair, the offensive right tackle, 6'5", 275 pounds, All-American candidate, is one of the best offensive tackles in college football.
Jones, who could see quite a bit of action before this night. Confrontation between Blair and Seawright right here, and Blair is winning it. Number 72 battling the All-American number 4. Why he was so highly recruited. Good look at the wall forming here in front of Thomas on one of the definitive I formation plays. Once again, it's Paul Blair, number 72, leading the way.
I should have been a cowboy. Should have learned to roll around. Wearing my 6-shooter, riding my pony on a cattle drive. Same old place, sweet home, Chicago.
With 40 seconds remaining.
Donzak takes, he's back to throw again. Donzak fires it over the middle. He's got Jeffrey, breaks the tackle. 30, 25, 20, takes to the 50. There he goes!
Greatest song ever written right there, Chicago Bears, Bear Down. Good evening, everyone. It is a joy to be with you. Thank you for having me this evening. I have been a Birch member myself since, I think, 2009 or 2010. It was early on in the Obama administration when Acorn was doing their damage that I honestly tried to assess who was doing the most work to try to save the Constitution since they were working so diligently to destroy it. And I thought it was the John Birch Society. Society. So it has been an honor to be a member. I'm not as active as I should be. We do have a full schedule, as you have already heard from Deborah. I've been pastoring for 25 years, been married for 35 years, and I'm a cancer survivor. So I ask that you bear with me. I had throat cancer 6 years ago. It was very aggressive. Spent an unexpected vacation at MD Anderson, and I've lost part of my soft palate, and I'm not sure whether the cancer did more of the damage or the radiation to treat the cancer did the damage. But nevertheless, I only have so many words that I can say in a day, and this is toward the end of the day. And all the nice people, as I was signing some booklets, everybody wanted to have a conversation, and with each conversation, my talk got shorter. So you all are in for a blessing. Of course, we've got General Flynn, who has been a dear friend. I just got to know General Flynn over the last 2.5 years. Met him through a mutual friend in Florida named Steve Maxwell, and he is an incredible warrior and an incredible patriot, and it's an honor to be his friend, and it's an honor to share the stage with him this evening. Now, we have been doing what are called Liberty Pastor boot camps. A bit about them at the end of the evening, but one of the things that we do is we try to teach pastors to think biblically in areas of their life where they have been taught not to think at all, quite frankly, much less to think biblically. And understand there are seminaries which, if you look at the 45 goals of communism that were read in the Congressional Record, back in January of 1963, one of the things that they stated they wanted to do was to capture the seminaries. They wanted to infiltrate the seminaries, and they have done that. Now think about this. Let me ask you, is Jesus just the Lord of Sunday mornings, or is Jesus the Lord of all? Okay, now if Jesus is Lord of all, how can you as a pastor say there are certain things that I can't talk about in church? That is a contradiction. If Jesus is the Lord of all, then there is nothing that I cannot talk about in church. And so anyway, everything that we should be doing as making disciples, and that's one of the hitches that we fall into. We are busy trying to grow churches and make church members. That is not our job. As a matter of fact, Jesus said that he would be the one that builds the church. Our job is to make disciples. What is a disciple? A follower of Christ. When do we follow Christ? All the time. Everything we do as believers should reflect the lordship of Jesus. So if you are a businessman, your integrity and business ethics should be second to none in your community. If you're an employee, your work ethics should be second to none, because everything you do is a reflection of the Lord Jesus and glorifies God. Our sexual proclivities, the way we handle money, the way we vote, should glorify God. And quite frankly, if you cannot be a Christ follower and be a Democrat anymore. I know, General Flynn, at one time you were, but understand that the Democratic Party stands for unfettered murder of unborn babies at all stages and even up to 30 days post-birth. The Democratic Party stands for the mutilation of children, trying to confuse them when they're 4, 5, 6 years old as to what gender they are. The Democratic Party advances the LGBT movement, and the Democratic Party advocates for communism, the redistribution of wealth through communism. All of those things are anti-biblical. So you may truly be born again, but you're not following Christ in your politics if you vote Democrat or if you're a registered Democrat. You're not anymore. At one time, you might be able to make that argument, but the reality is you're not anymore, comparing platform to platform. So one of the things that we do is get pastors to think biblically in the realm of civil government, which they have never heard of before. And I'll tell you a little bit about our Liberty pastors toward the end, but I'm going to shorten my remarks. I'm going to give you an introduction to the first morning. We have our opening night where we have a couple of speakers, and we knock down this wall of compartmentalization, which I already talked about, where pastors think that they must compartmentalize their lives into the material life or the physical world and their spiritual lives, and they can only talk about spiritual things. Well, once we knock that wall down, then we begin trying to rebuild. In the first session we do on Monday morning of our camps is called the Biblical Principles of Civil Government. What you see on the screen in front of you is called the National Monument to the Forefathers, made famous by Kirk Cameron when he did his documentary Monumental back in 2012. Sadly, this was a gem that had been forgotten about, but it stands in a residential neighborhood in Plymouth overlooking Cape Cod Bay, staring back towards Old England. But on the front facade of the National Monument to the Forefathers forefathers, it says this: National Monument to the Forefathers, erected by a grateful people in remembrance of their labors, sacrifices, and sufferings for the cause of civil and religious liberty. Now, you're starting to see this more overtly now, but we used to not recognize this. But our civil liberty and our religious liberty are tied together. If you lose one, you lose both of them. As a matter of fact, one of the most influential men among our founding fathers was a pastor by the name of John Witherspoon. He was the president of Princeton University. Under his mentoring, 49 future congressmen were trained in biblical worldview, 28 future U.S. senators, 12 members of the Continental Congress, 3 future Supreme Court justices, 1 future vice president, and 1 future president were all trained in biblical worldview by the Reverend John Witherspoon. Witherspoon made this statement: there is not a single instance in history in which civil liberty was lost and religious liberty was entirely preserved. Now, we know this to be true. Christianity and Christians have always been persecuted. You all go all the way back to Acts chapter 7, where we see the martyrdom of Stephen, and we see Christians persecuted first by the Sanhedrin, then by pagan Roman Empire, then by the Holy Roman Catholic Empire, down throughout the ages, even around the world today. In communist nations and Muslim nations, you see Christians persecuted. Only in America, and only for the last 400 years, have we enjoyed the blessings of civil and religious liberty. So understand that we are the exception to the rule. We are not the rule itself. So why has America been different? Well, first of all, remember that before you can control a person's body, you must first control the way they think. So every time you see some totalitarian attempt to come to power, the first thing they want to do is control education. Now understand that in a biblical worldview, God entrusted parents to train up their children in the nurture and admonition of the Lord. But if the government can gain control of the educational system, then you no longer raise children to fear God, you'll raise them to fear and trust the government. Second thing, you've got to control the flow of information. We've got the fake news media out there, which we are all well aware of right now. We make decisions based upon the facts as we are told them. Now here we are. Where in the world are we? We're somewhere in California, Laguna Hills, California. You know, you travel so much you sometimes forget. But here we have no idea what took place in Oklahoma City today, well, or what took place in Miami today, or what took place in Washington, D.C. today. We have to trust some source of information to tell us what happened, because we weren't there firsthand to observe it for ourselves. And we are either going to be infuriated or pacified based upon what we are told and how it is told to us. So through controlling the media, you can control the people's response. And then we're just now discovering there can be no freedom of conscience in a totalitarian society. You cannot have the right to say that anything the government is wrong, because the government can do no wrong. So you either have an atheistic communism where there is no God, so government by default becomes the God. You don't have rights, you're granted privileges based upon your behavior. The government establishes what truth is and what right and wrong is, and there's no higher appeal than the government. It's what they have in communist China, it's what they had in the old Soviet Union. Or you have a theocracy where God and government become one and the same, and you have the same end. Government establishes what truth is. Government establishes what right and wrong is. Government grants privileges or takes them away based upon your behavior. That's exactly what Nimrod sought to establish in ancient Babel. That's what Nebuchadnezzar had successfully established in ancient Babylon. And that's what King James had in Old England, where he was not only the political head of the state as king, but he was also the spiritual head as the head of the Anglican Church. And if you disagreed with King James, not only it was an act of heresy, but it was also an act of treason for which you could be imprisoned or tortured or even put to death. It was that ultimately led these guys to do what they did. And notice that this is not a ship full of men sailing for a quest for gold. It is a ship full of families coming to the New World for two reasons: to evangelize the native Indians and also to build a new world in the New World. And you notice right in the middle of this painting, which hangs in the rotunda of the United States Capitol, you see that they're all centered around, actually, Elder William Brewster. To his right is John Carver, the guy with the funny-looking collar. To his right is John Robinson, their pastor. Back behind them, the young man is William Brad Bradford, that's back behind John Carver, down in the lower right-hand part of your screen, dressed in the military attire as Miles Standish. This was a group, notice they're centered around the Geneva Bible open to the front page of the New Testament. So this group had a biblical view, and they understood that God has established three institutions on planet Earth. God established church, and God established civil government. Now, if you were going to try to find out what God's design was and intent was for the home, you would go to the pages of Scripture, which makes perfect sense. Since God is the one that established the home, you'd go to the Bible to ask God what his intentions were for it. If you wanted to find out how your church should be structured, and obviously there is some subjects to debate, we have some disagreements between different denominations in this. Nevertheless, everybody goes to the pages of Scripture for instructions of what God wants for his church. Now, for some reason, when we all answer the test question right, that God established these three institutions, including the realm called civil government, when we want to know how the civil government should be run, nobody thinks to go to the pages of Scripture. We think that we can turn on even Fox News or something like that. No, that's not what was designed. You go back and you see the history of our country, and the Pilgrims and the Puritans searched the pages of Scripture for biblical principles of civil government, which they can incorporate into their own local communities. As a matter of fact, pastors at one time were considered experts on the realm of politics. You can understand, if God established this realm called civil government, and pastors are supposed to be experts on the Bible, it's a logical conclusion. You would go and ask your pastor what the proper use and or abuse of civil government would be. And pastors would preach on topics related to civil government all the time, including election sermons, where they would prepare their people before they voted annually on the new governor of the community. The things that we take for granted in America are, in fact, not just part of Western culture. They came from the pages of Scripture. The fundamental principle that all men are created equal did not come out of the Anglican Church. In Old England, you had the divine right of kings. You had the aristocracy of nobility. You had the commoners. You had the sub-commoners. This principle came from the pages of Scripture, as we're all equal at the foot of the cross. The concept of natural law came from the Bible. The monogamous family unit came from the Bible. Our laws of morality were defined in the Bible. Ownership and private property rights, that didn't come from Old England. It was the King's Dale and the King's Navy and the King's Forest. In fact, you were the King's subject. The idea that each and every one of us could own our own homes and our own private property was when God brought Israel out of bondage in Egypt and gave them private property ownership rights. Again, the pages of Scripture, a right to a fair trial, no conviction without 2 or 3 witnesses, a punishment that fits the crime, i.e. an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, all come from the pages of Scripture. The Republican form of government came from the Bible. When Moses was trying to adjudicate differences between the 2 million Jews that he was leading through the wilderness, one day his father-in-law showed up and said, "Moses, you're going to kill yourself, and you're not giving the people what they deserve. Here's what you should do. Choose out from among you capable men that fear God, love truth, and hate covetousness, and teach them the law, and let them be judges over tens, 50s, hundreds, and thousands." So republicanism, the Republican form of government, was birthed in the Bible. And then, of course, having a defined or written rule of law, which we'll talk about in a minute, all came from the pages of Scripture. So America has been exceptional to the degree that we have been because America was built on a solid biblical worldview. I'm just going to cover 3 points very quickly. I'll tell you a little bit about Liberty Pastors, then we're going to turn it over and hear from General Flynn. First of all, they understood that the purpose of civil government was for the good of the people. The purpose of government is not tyranny, it's for the good of the people. Well, you say, "Pastor, where did you come up with that idea?" Just from every passage of Scripture that talks about civil government. Romans 13, perhaps the most famous. Understand that it was God's idea to establish this realm of civil government. Well, for what purpose was it established? For rulers are not to be a terror to good works, but to evil. For he is a minister of God to thee for good. For he is a minister of God, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. So the civil government was that we may live peaceably in all godliness. The first establishment of civil government after Noah came off the ark was capital punishment in case someone committed murder. You look at what Paul wrote to Timothy. The purpose of government was to punish evil and to protect the good, that we may live in all godliness and honesty. What Peter wrote to the dispersed for the same reason. The purpose of civil government is to punish evil and to protect those that do well. And our founding father pastors knew this and taught this to the people in the 13 colonies. Now, let me pause here for just a moment and give you a quiz. Does this mean that we are supposed to have unlimited submission to the civil governing authority? No, it does not. Let me give you an example. Does the Bible teach or not teach that children are to obey their parents? Absolutely. So if you've got a father that comes home and says, son, I want you to go out and mow the yard, what should the son do? Go out and mow the yard. But what if you had a perverse father that had attempted to have a perverse relationship with his children? And you had a father that came home and wanted to sexually abuse his son or his daughter. Should the child just submit to the father's authority? Well, wait a minute. Doesn't the Bible say children obey your parents? In the Lord, for this is right. And the same way a child shouldn't obey a perverse parent, so too citizens should not obey perverse government. Look in the Bible. The Hebrew midwives disobeyed Pharaoh when they were commanded to toss the Hebrew babies into the Nile River. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego disobeyed Nebuchadnezzar when they were commanded to bow down to the golden image. Well, whose side was God on in that situation? As I understand it, there were 4 men walking around in the fiery furnace. One appeared like unto the Son of God. Daniel disobeyed the civil governing authority when he was told not to pray to anyone but the head of the Medo-Persian Empire for 3 days. But Daniel disobeyed. Whose side was God in on that one? Well, God, the angel of the Lord that shut the mouths of the lions that night. So if there is a perverse civil government, we are not obligated to unlimited submission. Second thing, there is a standard of absolute truth. Man is subject to natural law. Thomas Jefferson said this: when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for a people to dissolve the political bands which have joined them to another and establish among themselves a separate and equal power station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitled them, then a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. Understand how important that statement in red is. Thomas Jefferson is justifying their secession as 13 colonies from the King of England based upon the right given them by this thing called laws of nature and nature's God. Now understand that every term in the Declaration of Independence is not just poetic prose by an 18th century author. They are legal terms defined in Blackstone's commentaries on law. Sir William Blackstone wrote the second most read book in the colonies. The Bible is number 1. The Blackstone commentaries on law were number 2. And Blackstone defined all of these terms that we find written in the Declaration of Independence. So there is absolute clarity in what was intended. The laws of nature and nature's God are defined as this: man, considered as a created being, must necessarily be subject to the laws of his creator, for he is entirely a dependent being. And consequently, as man depends absolutely everything, it is necessary that he should in all points conform to his Maker's will. This will of his Maker is called the law of nature. Now, he gives some examples. Gravity is an example of law of nature. But then he talks about morality. And he says the doctrines thus delivered we call the revealed or divine law, and they are to be found only in the Holy Scriptures. No human laws should be suffered to contradict these. This will of his Maker is called the law of nature. Now, there's another term that's talked about in the Declaration. We see it. It's called the pursuit of happiness. I have seen this defined by people that want to justify immoral behavior and saying, I am just pursuing my own happiness. Let's see what Blackstone said in defining the pursuit of happiness. He said this: the laws of eternal justice with the happiness of each individual, that the happiness cannot be attained except by observing the former, God's laws of eternal justice. And if the former be punctually obeyed, God's laws of eternal justice, it cannot but induce the latter, our happiness. In consequence of which mutual connection of justice and human happiness, he has not perplexed the law of nature with a multitude of abstracted rules and precepts, referring merely to the fitness or unfitness of things, as some has so vainly surmised, but has graciously reduced the rule of obedience to this one paternal precept, that man should pursue his own true and substantial happiness. This is the foundation of what we call ethics or natural law. If God is the creator, he knows what he created us for. So we cannot find happiness unless we are walking in God's will. So among the things defined as the pursuit of happiness is the right to get married, the right to have a family, the right to own property, the right to run a business, the right to do everything that God has given to us to enjoy in accordance to his will. Now, Blackstone said that man doesn't have a right to do anything which God has forbidden. Our founding fathers understood this. James Wilson, one of the original members of the Supreme Court, said human law must rest its authority ultimately upon that authority of that law which is divine. Alexander Hamilton said, no human laws are of any validity if contrary to God's law. So understand, the founders understood that if God had spoken, then the matter was settled. But if God had not spoken, then man was free to legislate over it. So here we are in California. Read the Bible and tell me what the speed limit should be on I-5. Well, you can read from Genesis to Revelation, and God doesn't mention it. Let me tell you this, it should be faster than 65. Let me tell you what, we've got some turnpikes in Oklahoma where you can go 80. Now, that's living right there. But let me ask you another question. Has God defined what a family is? One man and one woman. Therefore, we don't have the authority and shouldn't have the audacity to attempt to redefine something that God has established. So that generation understood that when God had spoken, the matter was settled. And man's laws can't contradict God's law. Now, the third thing that was so important is the importance of a written constitution defining, or might I say, limiting the role of civil government. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, Pastor, you have outpunted your coverage on that one. Where in the world did you find that in the pages of Scripture? Right here. Long before Israel ever asked for a king, God told Moses what they should do when they did. It said this, before that king takes this position of authority, he should take a copy of the law, read it, write it out longhand, and refer to it every day. In fact, the king was not free to turn to his right or turn to his left. Let me say, not free to do whatever he wanted to do, but the king was bound by the rule of law. Now, again, back to Blackstone. Blackstone said this, if man lived by himself in a state of nature, as he said it, there would be no need for civil law. And he's right. Imagine if I was stranded on a deserted island because of a shipwreck or something. I would have no need to put up a traffic light in the middle of the island. I'm the only one there. There's no cross traffic. I would have no need to pass a curfew ordinance. I'm not going to keep myself up late at night. However, I would still be subject to natural law, would I not? I couldn't just defy gravity and float off the island back to the mainland. I also would still be subject to God's laws of morality. Now, this is where it really gets good. Now, Blackstone says man is a social creature, incapable of living by himself. So when man enters into a community, there has to be civil law. But let me ask you the question. If there is no divine right of kings, and all men are created equal, then who has the right to rule over another man? No one. Therefore, we, the people, a group of nobodies that are all equal in the eyes of God, come together and constitute, which means to inaugurate, establish, initiate, found, create, set up, start, form, organize, develop, commission, charter, invest, appoint, install, empower a limited civil government. We delegate few and define powers to that government of our creation. Then we pledge to submit to the proper rule of law. Not to a king, not to a president, not to a monarch. By the way, as you hear them on the media all the time, even on Fox News, we are not a democracy. A democracy is what crucified Christ. The people voted to release a murderer and execute an innocent man, all done properly through the democratic process. We are not a democracy. We are, in fact, a republic, which first happened for the first time in history on November the 11th, 1620, when those on the Mayflower recognized that they had missed their their target, and this charter they had from the king was worthless. And for the first time, you had a group of equal nobodies create their own government called the Mayflower Compact. And then you had 41 men sign this and pledged to be governed by the rule of law. Now notice all of New England was founded by Christians. Pastor Thomas Hooker, the founder of Connecticut, said this: the foundation of authority is laid firstly or primarily in the free consent of the people. Pastor Roger Williams, the founder of Rhode Island, said this: the sovereign, original, and foundation of civil power lies in the people, and it is evident that such governments as are by them erected and established have no more power, nor for no longer time that the civil power or people consenting and agreeing shall be trust with them. So these three fundamentals are what our civil government in America was built on. Now, real quickly, and we're done. Our founders did not believe that they were rebelling. They believed that the king had rebelled against the law. The king had broken charters with the colonies. They had dissolved legislatures illegally. Trade had been suppressed. Taxes were levied without representation, which is stealing or slavery, depending upon how you want to look at it. Standing armies were housed in the colonies when there was no war, clearly trying to subject the people, and in violation of the 1689 English Bill of Rights, there was no more trial by jury of peers in the colony of offense or even on the continent. So that's the civil liberty that was violated. Now, the religious liberty, which you aren't taught about anymore, but this actually goes back. I found this in the 1794 edition of the History of the Rise, Progress, and Establishment of what was called, when the Declaratory Act was established. Then, who was the evangelist of the Great Awakening? Whitefield, George Whitefield, came back to the northern colonies and said this: my heart bleeds for America, O poor New England. There is a deep-laid plot against your civil and religious liberties. Understand, they're tied together. If you lose one, you lose them both. You can't have freedom of conscience if you're ruled by a dictator. And they will be lost. And of course, Whitefield was outlining the goal of the King of England to reestablish the Anglican Church over the colonies and thus gain control of the minds of the people. By the way, why did the Pilgrims come here to begin with? That was one of the reasons for that religious liberty. So back in 1770s, who was the group that recognized what was going on? The experts on politics, according to God's law. And it was the pastors that the English derogatorily called the black-robed regiment, as every pastor of every denomination in that day would wear a black clerical robe into his elevated pulpit and inflame the people's hearts towards liberty. But it was the black-robed regiment that awakened the people. As a matter of fact, this was a suggestion by John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin, offered on July 4, 1776. We know the Great Seal of the United States, the eagle with the shield on his chest and the arrows in the claws. Okay, this was an idea offered by those three men, two of them supposedly the least religious of our founding fathers. And what do you see? You see Pharaoh and the Egyptians drowning in the Red Sea. You see Moses and the children of Israel on the shore. You see the Shekinah, the glory of God, the pillar of fire and pillar of a cloud in the center background. And around the outside, we have rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. So it was the pastors that led in the war for independence. And that's one of the reasons we reach pastors today. Because if there's one group that still has a significant audience week in and week out that is reachable, it's not the media, long gone. It's not public education, that too is long gone. But if we awaken enough pastors, which is what our goal is, we have had 20 Liberty Pastor training camps. We have trained 2,000 pastors in biblical worldview. I don't have time to tell you, but we have got some significant testimonials of these men that are going to work. One of our pastors is now mayor of Lake Wales, Florida. The first thing he did was not recognize LGBT Pride Month. Boy, he caught a firestorm. Now, of the major offices in his community, 13 of the 17 major offices are held by members in his church. His church has grown from 400 to 1,500. And that county, from year one, where you had one city that didn't recognize LGBT Pride Month, 2 years later, there were 11 out of 17 cities that didn't recognize LGBT Pride Month. Now, that's significant. We have one of our pastors that serves on the Houston City Council. Now understand, there are 25 million people in Harris County. That is a 5 million people in Houston. No, I know 25 million in Harris County, that's correct. That's a massive, massive job. One of our Liberty pastors is there. So what we do is we invite pastors to get away from their office. They have to get away from the office. If they're in the office, the phone's ringing, there are people knocking on the door, you cannot have their attention if they're in the office. You cannot do this through a Zoom call. So we give them a gift of a 3-day luxury vacation at a place like the Gaylord Palm or the Gaylord Grapevine or something like that. We charge them $99 because they have to have a little skin in the game, and we subsidize the rest of it. It's mandatory that they bring their wives, because if they're going to change their preaching style to where they can run the risk of losing their jobs, then their wives better be all in with them and supporting what they're doing. And then we train them in 20 hours of biblical worldview. And the last thing that we do is we give an altar call. Just like, I don't have time to tell you the story, but one of the Patriot founding father pastors wound up rising to the rank of Major General under George Washington. His name was Peter Muhlenberg. He charged the men of his community, come and enlist and follow him into battle, and laid out the parchment as he had an enlistment station there outside of his church. So the very last thing we do at our pastor's camp is we preach an invitation by Dr. Rick Scarborough out of Texas. And we have parchment set up on the front row on a table, and these pastors are invited to come and enlist. And we have seen a remarkable response. The last camp we had, actually General Flynn was at, we were in Frisco, Texas just about 6 weeks ago, as we actually invited many of our graduates to some continuing education and began to take a deeper dive into this subject. And we plan to get going again after the first of the year. Right now, we're just like everybody else trying to prepare for this election and then see where we go thereafter. But our first schedule of action, we don't even have it in the books yet, but we intend to be in Miami, our second time in Miami, reaching Latino pastors. Let me tell you what, there's not a better group of anti-communist fighters than Latino pastors in Miami, because they understand communism. So we are planning on being there in February after the first of the year. It's been my privilege to be here with you and share what we're doing. We're trying to awaken and enlist this next generation of liberty-minded pastors. Thus, we have the Liberty Pastors Network and Liberty Pastors Training Camp. We appreciate, if anybody wants to find out more about us, you can go to our website, libertynetwork.live, libertynetwork.live. And if any of you happen to be just have an extra couple of $1 million lying around and you want to help us fund these things because they don't come cheap, we would be glad to take your tax-deductible contribution. Thank you so much. Thank you, JBS. God bless you.
Absolutely phenomenal. Pastor Paul Blair, he took us to church tonight. Yes, he did. Outstanding presentation. You guys you can sleep in tomorrow morning. You don't even have to go to church. Yeah. better than I was expecting even, and I was expecting great, but that was phenomenal. So it's time for our keynote speaker, and I started researching, how I should introduce this individual, and I come to find out there are two very different bios on our keynote speaker. When I Googled him and the Wikipedia version came up, well, he's highly controversial, he's a liar, he's an ally of communist Russia, and he's quite a dastardly fellow. I'm thinking, I thought he was a 3-star general. How did that happen? What happened? After 33 years of honorable service, he's suddenly become a turncoat and a horrible individual. Let me tell you how that happened. He was targeted by the deep state for destruction. His appointment as National Security Advisor was torpedoed by the deep state. Why would they do that to a good man? Oh, maybe because he's a good man. But he's back. Oh, they thought they defeated him. And he's doing what warriors do. He is fighting back. So I want to let you know the real version of Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. After more than 33 years of service in the United States military, he is now serving as chairman of America's Future. General Michael Flynn's military career culminated as the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency and as the nation's highest-serving military intelligence officer. After retiring from the Army in 2014 and as a private citizen, General Flynn went on to serve in a variety of business, educational, and nonprofit roles. To elevate the people, to help the people, to aid the people. That includes support to veterans organizations around the world, something that he continues to do to this day. His public service included selection and service as a foreign policy advisor to several, this is probably the real problem, Republican U.S. candidates. Most notably, and this is where you got yourself in a lot of trouble, General Flynn, Donald Trump in 2016. How do we feel about Donald Trump? And this really hurts you. Then Donald Trump appointed you as the National Security Advisor. Well, we must stop this guy. Yes, we must. Let us welcome and hear from the most controversial general on the planet, Michael Flynn.
Wow. Sit down. Sit. Wow. And I actually have prepared remarks, which is rare for me, because I normally just go off the cuff based on how I feel about the audience. But I'm going to go through these because I want to, I put these together because there's some really serious things that our country is involved in, and so I want to get across a few points here that I think you guys will appreciate, this particular organization will appreciate. Before I get into those, though, how many of you were, by raise of hands, how many of you were upset when I went to jail? Okay, put your hands down. I never went to jail. I mean, I've had like audiences of 5,000 that I've asked that. Imagine that? And that's what propaganda does. So, first of all, I just want to say thanks. It's great. I should probably just tell the story of how I got here today, but I won't. It's great, and I really appreciate, I was studying up on the John Birch Society, and with Bob today, I was talking about a guy named McDonald, Larry McDonald. And, and again, I'm way off of my remarks here, but, as I was reading from the beginning and really the development of this whole program, this whole society, this organization that is a group of leaders for this country, I really do think that we are blessed, actually. We're very blessed. And it's always tough following Paul Blair, boy. Wow. Like, holy crap. But we're blessed. And so, I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity to be among such a distinguished group of patriots, people who get it. I mean, you get it. I mean, in a place like this tonight, we're preaching to the choir here, okay? And so I always tell people that whatever you do, when you leave here, you sleep on it tonight, you sleep on it for the next couple of nights, but you've got to go and do something. You really have to go and do something, because we're in big trouble here. This organization has seen through the deception of the deep state and the delusional talking heads of the mainstream media. They're like a Praetorian guard for this left. And as Paul mentioned, I was, a registered Democrat, and if you watch, anybody that's watched that film that we put out about 6 months ago now, or you take a chance to watch it, take an opportunity. My mother was actually a very active person in politics, because I'm one of 9 children. She's very active. Small town, Irish family. But my mother was the head of the Right to Life Committee, and her close friend was Phyllis Schlafly. But she was a Democrat, because the Republicans at that time, yeah, and then in New England, Rhode Island, Roger Williams, Blackstone River Valley is right up the road from where I grew up. So she was a Democrat, because the Republicans in our town, at least in the area where I grew up, they were a bunch of the elite. They were like the really wealthy people. Right? And that's kind of and so what has happened is it's completely flipped on its head. So you guys have long understood what's going on, and you know who the enemy is, and thank God that you do. And what I'd like to do here tonight is I'd like to just share with you some information about what I consider the enemy's plans, okay? And it's sort of a drill that I would go through when I was, when I was in the Defense Intelligence Agency. So I want to talk a little bit about their plans, their tactics, and I see, folks filming or taking down notes. I'm going to go through a series of a couple of things here that I believe we will see, okay? And I'm going to talk a little about their tactics and the tools that they're going to use, and then that they have at their disposal right now. To Bob Henderson on the flight in with some of his team here, and the first is the revolution, the second is the Civil War, and this third, call it a cold Civil War. And the first two, we had leaders who were in charge of the environment. The government at the time, and of course George Washington, there was no government. He was certainly placed, by the hand of God, really. I mean, if there's a fascinating story about George Washington, but he was placed there. So he was in charge. Abraham Lincoln was in charge. Now we have this incredible reliance on Donald Trump, but he's not in charge. And this is the difference in this arc of U.S. history. And I can take you through all the way back to the Byzantine Empire, if you'd like, and I won't, about arcs of history when leaders emerged, good and bad, and things changed. Tectonic shifts of world history changed. So sometimes, well, the one reality that I don't need to explain to all of you is that governments, our government, it lies, right? And it lies a lot. Just a little joke about, how many of you thought I went to jail, I mean, so our government lies to us a lot, and in some cases, it's for good reasons. Some cases, for example, protecting troops on the battlefield, right? And it may be not necessarily a lie, it's just protection of some secret, something that's happening, or you demonstrate a level of uncertainty to your foe, and that uncertainty can be, there's a military word called demonstration, and that demonstration is a deception or a lie. You're actually intending to cause that person to think that something is happening and it ain't, okay? But most of the time, governments lie, our government in particular, lie to hide their illegal and unconstitutional acts from the people that they're supposed to serve. That's happening like every day, every minute of every day. I mentioned, because probably most of you don't know, a good friend of mine is Tom Fenton from Judicial Watch. Well, the FBI raided his house the other day. Just as a you kind of go, what the heck is going on? So we're not in charge right now, okay? Well, the leader is not in charge. Paul is so right. We the people are supposed to be in charge, but we have sort of given that responsibility away, and that's a shame, and I'll address that a little bit. The men who signed the Declaration of Independence believed that our nation's sovereignty was not in the king or in the parliament. That's the essence of what Paul just talked about. And that means everything about what they were doing on our behalf. Okay, it wasn't back just at the founding of our country, it's right now. But they had no business knowing anything about how we lived our lives. It's actually one of the amendments, one of our amendments in the Bill of Rights. But today that script has completely flipped. And I won't use the word Democrat or Democratic Party. I don't use it anymore. So I rarely actually use it because it's such a hard word to say because it doesn't exist in this country any longer. So do not believe for a second that there is a Democrat Party. Now they'll lead you to believe that it exists. And they're going to say, the Democratic, the campaign or the Democrat Party it's gone. It's gone, and I'll address a little bit of it, but it's gone. Really understand. And it's in a place where 10% of the room should read them. They're on the congressional record. I think it's a representative out of Florida or something that put them in there. So today, our rulers believe that our nation's sovereignty is vested in them. They and the administrative state and all the corporate interests and elites who serve each other's interests so well, and at the same time, they serve up lies to we the people. And they demand that, basically, we believe that they're true. Okay? It's beyond Wikipedia, believe me. But for the John Birch Society, none of this should be news to you, and I don't believe it is. Again, there's a choir here, but the choir, it's kind of like the coach, I tell people, and maybe I'll say this too often sometimes, or maybe I'll say it again tonight. We, the people, can no longer be sitting in the bleachers watching the game. Okay? So your responsibility, among other things that I'll talk to here, is to get out of the bleachers. And you get on the field. We got like 45 days, right? So if you've known this for decades, that there are conspiracies behind the scenes. And that's what makes them a conspiracy. In fact, your organization, John Birch Society, your organization reminds me of a song that many of you are too young to remember, maybe. And it's a song by Barbara Mandrell. I was country when country wasn't cool. Well, those of you in the John Birch Society, you believed in conspiracies when believing in conspiracies wasn't cool. Right? It's true. Since COVID, tens of millions of Americans have realized what you already knew. That given time, most so-called conspiracy theories turn out to be true. We should be thrilled of the new converts to the cause of truth, like people in the media, like Glenn Greenwald, who I know. You know, Naomi Wolf is another one, Jimmy Dore. If you listen to these folks, I mean, these were people that were way, way over. You know, and then all of a sudden they began to see that, and they're still very liberal in their belief systems, but they understand what the beauty of being an American is, and being able to have a debate and have a cause, and if we the people decide this is what we want to do as a republic should, then no problem. But these are like some converts, and there's plenty of others. You recently see like a Bobby Kennedy Jr., you know, people like him. So, but I'm also deeply grateful for those people who are not newcomers to the cause, like all of you. Okay? I mean, some of you've been at this for a long time, and you've been stalwarts, you know, top of the spear, and rock solid American patriots. Pro-family, pro-life, you know, big fan. And really, to me, it's like I'm one of these, I want states to take more responsibility. I'm not a whatever, the thing, you know, the convention stuff. I'm not a big believer in that because all they want to do is take our rights away. There's the Convention of States stuff, you know. Big 10th Amendment fans. Okay, we don't have any governors right now that understand that, really. None. And I'll stand here and have a debate publicly with anybody. And you were really, really deeply committed Americans. I mean, that's what the beauty of this is. And frankly, there's millions of us. There's millions of people across this country. But many of them, like some in the room, we tend to be a little bit fearful about what's going to happen to us, what can happen to us. Because, you know, they'll take your job. They'll take your company. They'll come after you. Believe me, they will. They will. And while many of us, you know, will basically, you know, I guess what they tell us and really, you know, God, there's so many quotes that you put up there tonight that like just, you know, resound with me. But there's a quote, I don't exactly know who was to attribute it to, but it says, don't attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity. Because I tell you that for our government, the opposite is true. That we should never attribute to stupidity what can be explained by the malice of our current leaders. You know, don't think that these people are stupid. Okay? This is intentional. This is intentional. It's been a long time in coming, and it's here. And so we have to really, you know, when we talk about wake up, right? For all of you, and I don't know if I need to explain the truth of this comes out of Daniel 4:17, and it says, the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth to whomsoever he will, and setteth up over it the basest of men. And it really is the way I interpret it, it's like tyranny, right? That symbol that you showed is so true. You know, this idea that, you know, if you give somebody too much, they're going to take more, right? And there's really, there's too much evidence about our leaders to doubt that verse of what we've seen and what we see now, right? And while I'm quoting scripture, I want to offer a sort of a trigger warning, not that you guys may be offended, I don't know, by what I say, but it's just possible that you may need to defend yourself and your family against threats that you have never before faced. Okay? I've been on 6 continents, and I have seen the absolute worst in humanity. Absolute worst. This country, and again, I'll keep going back to the things that I heard Paul talk about, you know, about running water, right? A box that's in our room in our house where we can keep, milk fresh, eggs, right? It's unbelievable what doesn't exist on the planet in many, many parts of the planet. They don't even know they don't know what a refrigerator is. They don't know, you look at plugs on a wall where we just, now I need, a couple of other USB ports. Believe me. The history of the world, well, first Jesus said, this is important, Jesus said, the one who has no sword must sell his cloak and buy one. Right. That's out of Luke. I mean, and I'll go off a little tangent here because it was told to me the other day out with all these assassination attempts. Really? And you know that in the Bible, it talks about Saul and David in different respects, and I'll screw this up so the pastors in here, don't correct me. But basically, Saul was going, they didn't get along, him and David. And Saul was going to go kill David. And it describes it. It talks about it in the Bible where Saul took an arrow and throws it at David. David's a king at the time. Throws it at David, and the arrow comes by. It describes it in the Bible. It just comes by his head and it wings his ear. Right? I mean, I'm getting chills just thinking about it as it was described to me, and I'm like, now I got to go dig it up, right? And I'm thinking to myself, because I'm one of these, my name is Michael T, and the T is for Thomas. Okay? I was born on Christmas Eve. My mother named every single one of her 9 children based on how it's very, very, very faith-based, Catholic, Irish Catholic, strong, based on how she carried us in her womb for 9 months. That's how my mother thought, right? And for me, because she had difficult pregnancies in her, in her life, she wasn't certain I was going to be born. So that's the Thomas part. She doubted whether I was going to be born. The Michael part is the fact that for 9 months she felt like she was in like a fist fight, right? So, and born on Christmas Eve, right? So the history of the world is more about conflict than it is about peace. In fact, I've written the first book I write about peace is the aberration and war is the norm throughout human history. We live in worlds of ours, but we're at war right now. We're in World War III, World War I, World War II. We've been at war forever. In my lifetime, since I joined the military, and then of course Vietnam ends at the early 70s, and then there was maybe a brief period of like reprieve post-Vietnam, right? I mean, we've been at war the whole time. Since I came into the military, we've been at war the entire time, up until today. So war is the norm. So what is the face of our enemy today? What are their plans, their tools? What will the next months look like for this, beautiful, beloved country of ours if Kamala Harris were to be elected president and the Democrats take the Senate? Okay, so I'm going to walk through some of these. Today's Democrats are not like us. Okay, they're just not, as I was talking about before. We believe that rights come from God and that government cannot take them away. And it's like, I don't have to tell you, if you paid even half attention to Paul. Democrats believe that rights come from government. And then they can take them from you whenever they want. Democrats have no respect for words such as shall not be infringed, where we believe the Constitution means exactly what it says. They have no limiting principle to their quest to squash their political opponents. None. They want it all and they want it now, right? They have already announced some of their agenda and some of their tactics, and I'm sure this is just the tip of the iceberg. Their slogan used to be one man, one vote. Now it is one man, one vote, one time. That one time might be now, 45 days from now, right? If they take back the government this November, do not expect that free and open elections will continue, if they ever really did. I cannot argue, I can argue with anybody, that this might be the last presidential election that we ever have. We don't get this one right, okay? So here's what I have, or here's what I believe that they have in store for us. So what I want to do is I'm going to walk through kind of my top 10, okay? And just give you some ideas, and I know that they're live streaming this over there, so, you know, if you hear something that I said, you go, God, what was that he said? Then, you know, you can always go back, and I don't know exactly where that's going to live stream to, but I know it's live right now, right? Yep. Good. Good. I always like to, you know, when I speak at these events, back. Seriously. Number one, the Democrats in the Senate will abolish the filibuster rule that requires most bills to have 60 votes to pass the Senate. Okay, these are some of the things that are at risk, right? If they abolish the filibuster, only 50 Democrats plus the vice president can pass any law they want. And guys like Senator Manchin, West Virginia, he won't be there to refuse to go along. Okay, because he was really the only guy that kind of kept it where it is right today, right? Number two, they will grant statehood to the District of Columbia and probably Puerto Rico. Okay? That gives them 4 more automatic Democratic votes and makes taking back control of the Senate impossible, or damn near impossible. Number 3, don't think the Supreme Court will protect us. They will pack the Supreme Court by expanding its number. So if you don't know, there is nothing in the Constitution that requires there only be 9 members on that court. It doesn't say in the Constitution it must be 9. There are times there's been 5, 7, 9, it's gone back and forth. It doesn't say there has to be 9. And if they have just the Senate, every judge and justice will be a committed leftist. Okay, because that's what they'll only approve. If anybody followed Barack Obama closely, he appointed, there's a body of judges that they appointed, there's about 150, and it's just incredible when you look at where they're at. I faced a few of them. Okay? When Republicans appoint judges, many suddenly turn left. Okay, they often, and we've seen this in some of the Supreme Court stuff, we applaud, you know, the good things, the Roe v. Wade, which was unconstitutional. Unconstitutional, but for 40 years we were murdering babies. It was an unconstitutional decision. Okay? So when Republicans appoint judges, many suddenly turn to the left. They often turn out like people like David Souter, okay, or Sandra Day O'Connor, or worse, when you now look at some of the folks that we have on the court today. I mean, it's incredible. We applaud when there's something positive, and there's been some. But I'm not a fan of the Chief Justice at all. Number 4, if you think the Department of Justice has been weaponized under Obama and Biden, you ain't seen nothing yet, okay? When you see how they will come after persons they consider a threat, instead of worrying about whether President Trump will be jailed, everybody might be jailed. Number 5, social media companies will be pressured to act responsibly by. Okay, so and a lot of what I'm talking about these are things that have been stated. I'm not making this up like I read it on the internet. This is stuff that they have stated, okay? I absolutely love this idea of censorship. You know, the censorship complex, if you will, right? So for years, they've ordered private companies to do it for them. But soon they're going to establish this thing called the Ministry of Truth. You heard about this? Ministry of Truth, which they call the Disinformation Governance Board, that they set up, and then they were forced to close down but it's still there. They just have adjusted the name a little bit. If they win the presidency and the Senate, it will be back ordering social media companies to take down our voices. The left's ultimate goal, and they describe it like this, it's described as cross-platform deplatforming. So this is a statement out of the government. Okay, cross-platform deplatforming. That means if you are taken off of one platform, you're going to be taken off of all. And you're looking at probably one of the most censored people on the planet. On the planet. Not like, in Laguna Hills. I found that out today. But on the planet. I go on podcasts, and if half the podcasts, they do it on like Rumble, and then they go the next half on YouTube. As soon as my face hits YouTube, off. It's unbelievable. During this whole time, this is why I do that little drill about raising your hands about if I went to jail. Now, for 2 years, I was the most Googled name on the planet. For 2 years, the most Googled name. 2 years on the planet. And everything that you saw was like, traitor, liar, Russian puppet, treason. It's unbelievable. And, and probably many people in this room don't even know that my case, I was never convicted, and my case was dismissed. But all people hear is that, he pled guilty and he had to be pardoned, right? It's unbelievable the amount of disinformation, and that's just me. So when you start to multiply that by everything else that's going on, it's unbelievable. Number 6. All of the special treatment that has been given to churches and religious institutions will go away. Okay? I actually think, and we were talking about it earlier, I'm one of these and I haven't thought about this that much, but, churches are, of course, nonprofit. Right? They're 501, whatever, C3s, and maybe they shouldn't be. If your church is good, if you've got a good pastor, why do you need to be a nonprofit? Why do you need to put up with that? Right. I mean, this is just sort of rolling around in my head now. I mean, I haven't really given it deep thought, but, they're going to come, look at what they did during COVID, right? Title 7 of the 1964 Civil Rights Act has an exception so that religious organizations can hire people who follow the faith of the organization. Okay, that's in 1964 Civil Rights Act. That will be gone. Okay, and again, I'm not writing these things down and telling you these things. These are things that I've seen and heard these people say. These are the kinds of this is the spewing that we are now hearing. This isn't going back. I'm not telling you something I heard back, from 1964. This is now what they're talking about if we have a Harris victory. Number 7, every government school will be required to have boys shower with the girls, to destroy girls' sports, teach kids that they may have been born in the wrong bodies. Parents who resist will have their kids taken from them, like Governor Newsom in California and Governor Walz in Minnesota, right? Tampon Tim. I mean, this is insane. Conversation that I had the other day, this is in Virginia, talking about a Virginia school that has a man, biologically, who likes to dress up like a woman. He's a 2nd grade teacher. Okay? And it's like, if the guy wants to dress up like a woman and go out to some, weird bar at night, be my guest. I mean, it's like I get the heebie-jeebies. But right now, he has the right to stand in a classroom with 2nd graders in Virginia, with a Republican governor, lieutenant governor Republican, attorney general Republican. So I'm taking equal shots here, okay? Because governors have executive authority like a president of the United States has executive authority. It's like, oh my God, And what's worse is if I was a parent, I'd be like, I couldn't do that. I get sick to my stomach when I see these drag queen hours in elementary schools, and it's like I'm looking at them saying, and I'm looking at parents in there with their kids, and I'm thinking, what the hell's the matter with these people? Right? I mean, what is the matter with them? So, number 7. I'm sorry. Number 8. Yeah, number 8. Guys are paying attention. Good. So the open border that we now have, the open border that we now have will be made totally permanent. Most of you don't know, I'll bet. If I gave you a quiz, you'd probably all fail. Biden, Trudeau, and the previous president of Mexico, they signed a little over 2 years ago now. There you go, beautiful. Well, you're good though, Kim. You know, you're paying attention to this stuff because I hear you talking about it. That's huge. They signed off on it, basically saying wide open borders. Okay? Now, if you lowball it, there's maybe 11 million. It's probably more like 15, maybe 20 million people, but let's just say 11 million. Approximately 2 million of those illegals have already registered to vote that we know of. Now, how many more? Who knows? And that data comes from Catherine Engelbrecht and Greg Phillips. I talked to Greg the other day. I mean, you know, this is the dream of what we're talking about the United Nations, right? Which is one of your big priorities, which I applaud, and that's a tough one. It's not my first priority, though, from me personally, but it's a big deal. You know, there's free migration across all borders. This is the idea of globalization. And then what do? They provide them hotel rooms, cell phones, monthly credits for living expenses. They give them citizenship. They give them the right to vote. They treat them better than Americans, and they make American citizens pay for it. And we just kind of go, yeah, we go along with it. Yeah, we do. Okay. So I kind of go presto changeo, right? I mean, the American people will be replaced, okay, by what they call the Great Replacement theory, and it's written about, and it's called the Great Reset or the Fourth Industrial Revolution, right? And it's really, you watch any media, I mean, we talk about this all the time in the various conservative and the faith-based podcaster communities a lot, but you're never going to hear this in the sort of the Praetorian Guard cable and mainstream corporate media. They won't talk about this stuff at all. And as you know, whenever there is a subject that we're not allowed to mention, that means that's probably the right thing to talk about, right? I mean, the Great Reset is for real. And, how many of you, just by raising hands, the name Klaus Schwab? Okay, good. But again, I'm preaching to the choir, but you're not all raising your hands. Number 9, public accommodation laws will be pushed so that every business and every professional will be challenged to serve their interests, serve the government's interests. Okay, they've already eliminated a lot of the middle class in this country because of COVID, right? A doctor who refuses to perform abortions or castrate young boys will lose his or her license. This is what they talk about. A lawyer who refuses to cater to the interests of the special interests will lose his or her license, right? Number 10, Kamala is already on record supporting a mandatory buyback for assault weapons. And what does that mean? That you turn them in for $500 of taxpayer dollars, right? Or you are a felon. So they're on record. She's on record. So be careful, all the stuff when they say, when they're out there in the media and whenever they do talk to the media, you don't believe it. I was planning, kind of on ending on 10. Let me just add a couple more. Mandatory vaccines. Okay, now, I've said this to thousands of people. I stand on a stage and I say to thousands of people,
how many of you have had a vaccine? And a lot of people they kind of go like this. And then I say, okay, ask me on the count of 3 if I've had a vaccine. I go 1, 2, 3, and they go, have you had a vaccine? And I say, it's none of your damn business. You know, it really isn't. What your health care is, right? Well, it's the government's business, and they're going to make sure that it happens. Okay? I mean, don't get me going on what's going on in our military today. Oh my God. So, and these mandatory vaccines are based on the next pandemic that guys like Fauci, who are still around, will plan for us. Okay? There's about four health emergencies right now, going on right now. One of them is a declared international health emergency, and that's the Mpox. Okay, they say the monkeypox to make it sound like these monkeys are out there giving it manufactured. M. And the World Health Organization director actually, in his statement declaring it a international health emergency, he used the acronym Mpox. And everybody goes, oh, monkeypox. And it's just it's a joke. Manufactured. Okay? The other is the government is going to be able to debank you. Okay, they will be able to debank you. You will not be able to write a check or even cash a check. Okay? Central bank digital currency. How many have heard of that, maybe? Central bank, okay. Good. Executive Order 14067. You should read it. Executive Order 14067. Read it. We're probably about 3, maybe 4 weeks away from the international community led by the BRICS organization, plus 25 other nations, I believe, that are going to be participating in the next summit, which is actually the leader this time around is Putin, and BRICS is the Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And they meet, I think it's the 26th or 27th of October, and they're going to basically declare the end of the U.S. dollar as the currency of choice, and we're going to move to a digital currency system that will be gold-backed. Okay? President Biden signed the executive order for a central bank, for a digital currency. And if you watch in the political dialogue right now, you hear more about Bitcoin and digital currency and stuff like that. Okay? So he signed that digital currency executive order like almost 3 years ago. Nobody paid any attention. There was a couple of media people that made comment, Beck was one of them. I thought he did a good job of highlighting it. So at the end, and the phrase is really, you'll be a non-person and you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, right? That's the phrase, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. That's Klaus Schwab's, it's like verbatim. A glorified think tank, but they're not, but they have power, and it's dark power. It is pure, unadulterated evil. It's satanic. And in my the book I wrote a while back, The Field of Fight, I took on the Pope. As a Catholic, and as I look at the Catholic, in fact, if you don't get the Catholic vote, you can't be president of the United States. I can give you that statistically. Okay? You cannot be president of the United States if Catholics don't go out and vote for you. 47% of the Catholics in this country vote for Democrats for like the last 3 or 4 presidential elections. Actually, it's probably go back to the 70s. 47%. 68% of the registered voters in this country are Christian. Okay? And then in that percentage, there's the larger block of Catholics. And half the Catholics vote Democrat. I mean, if you're a Democrat, I mean, it's like, God, help us. I mean, if you're a Christian, you can't be Democrat. You just can't be. It's just like and that's why I keep saying, like, the message that I beat across this country for the last 4 years with a lot of pastors who have gone after, and this what Paul and the team do is just amazing, and we need to do more of it, because I do believe that the biggest problem that we have in this country, not the greatest national security threat, but the biggest problem that we have is the church.
Amen.
You know? So let's just sort of posit that the Democrats do not take the Senate. Another little scenario here. What could Kamala do all on her own? This is really important. Most people in this room, in fact, I would venture to say 100% don't know what I'm about to talk about. What tools will she have at her disposal single-handedly? The power vested in the President of the United States are extraordinary. This nation has enacted scores of laws which provide emergency powers to government whenever the President declares a national emergency. So does anyone think that there are any national emergencies currently in effect? Right? If so, how many, right? So you think about them. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do just a little quiz here. I want you to raise your hand if you think that there are any states of emergency in effect. And then put your hand down when the number that I mentioned exceeds the number of states of emergency that you think are in effect. So I'll clarify that a little bit. And I want your hands up if you think there is at least one state of emergency right now. Hands up. And it's okay. Don't be embarrassed. You can put your hand up, Okay, if you think that there's one. Okay. Put your hand down if you think there are more than 5. Okay. Put your hand down if you think there are more than 10. States of emergency, declared states, declared national emergencies in effect. Okay, declared national emergencies in effect. So if you think there's more than 10 is what I just said. So if you think there's more than 10, keep your hand up. Okay? If you think there's more than 20 declared national emergencies in effect, you think there's more than 20 in this country right now. Okay? There's still a lot of hands up. That's probably pretty good, I guess. I think some of you are just guessing. More than 30. More than 40. Okay, a few, right? More than 50 declared national emergencies in effect. Okay? Well, put your hands down. We have right now declared national emergencies that are in effect 43. 43. Declared national emergencies that are in effect that a president of the United States could immediately impose all kinds of things. Okay? I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen Biden take more action. Now, some of them, and I've studied them, some of them, have some countries behind them, like Iran is on a few of them, right? Things but we don't do anything about that. But a lot of them have to do with domestic actions that the President of the United States can take if they decide without worrying about the Supreme Court. In fact, the Supreme Court won't get involved. The Supreme Court kind of giving them their rubber stamp. 43 national emergencies currently in effect. Okay? So when we talk about Kamala's stupid or whatever you want to say, I mean, we have to stop that kind of stuff. Okay? These are the powers to be. These are competent, shrewd, evil. It's like, and I hate going on and on about this. You said, I get the mic for a little bit. I want people to understand we are in a sort of a state of grave risk. Okay? And a lot of times I talk, different audiences, and I didn't think I was going to go here a little bit, but I describe the, we hear people go, yeah, we're at the edge, we're at this tipping point, we're not there. We're already over it. I was talking earlier about, I used Psalm 23 because a woman sent me a letter one time when I was going through this persecution, and she said, read Psalm 23. So I did. Yea, that I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. The United States of America is in the valley of the shadow of death. And, we can point our fingers at the government. We can point our fingers at everybody else. And we can say, God, those people are corrupt or whatever. But it's really us. And that's why I said the biggest problem is the church. Right. Now, you can define the church as the pastors, the leaders, the congregation, the ecclesia, whatever. All these other, you can tighten that shot group a little bit, and you should. But if we had 40 million Christians that didn't vote last 2020. 40 million Christians that did not vote in 2020. 40 million. So if you think that Kamala would be reluctant to issue any of these things or issue more of them and actually take action, and I don't. So when a state of emergency is issued, it triggers about 150 statutes that contain standby powers of the federal government that are in the United States Code, usually in Title 50. Okay, I know what Title 50 is. There's various sets of titles. Title 50 is very powerful. And that is the title of the code that is called, so Title 50, that's the title of it is the code that is called War and National Defense. Okay? So keep that number in mind, 150 laws that are granting enormous power to the President of the United States during this declared national emergency. So all the President has to do is come in and somebody in their little cabal of evil doers get in there and go, let's put this one into effect. Domestic disturbance, declare martial law, go to curfews, shut the banking systems down. Now, maybe if you were in the John Birch Society at the beginning, they would go, you're a conspiracy theorist. And they beat this organization down. Because the one thing one of the parts of the things that I studied about JBS is how they would just beat and beat and beat this organization up. And those that were strong enough, that had the will, stuck it out and continued to make this a thriving organization. And that's a good thing, because I don't know what the total membership is, and I know you're talking about bringing in more people, but this is the, you've been right, I guess, you're right? You've been right. And now we're in a place where it's kind of like, are we too late? I hope not. I hope not. So during the COVID outbreak in 2020, many Americans were shocked to realize the immense powers that were granted to the government, to basically the bureaucrats and elected officials sort of in this time of emergency. Again, whether you got a vaccine or not, it's not my business, but the government took extraordinary measures. And Trump has had a tough time with that one. He's managed it a little bit, but he's had a tough time. And I know that he was lied to, American people, but it doesn't matter. As a leader, you take responsibility for everything. But then when Biden comes in, they continued to mandate. It's just. February 1962, President Kennedy issued a series of executive orders. They broadened the president's powers by requiring federal agencies to, quote, prepare national plans, and they have, and develop preparedness programs to provide a state of readiness resource areas with respect to all conditions of national emergency, including attack on the United States. So some of this makes sense, but some of it's way over the top. President Clinton, June 3rd, 1994, gave an executive order 12919 on national defense industrial resources preparedness. And that asserted that the president can require any person in the country to give priority performance, quote, right, give priority performance to certain contracts or orders. It's extraordinary authority that only is vested in the President of the United States. Because, you know, people ask me about, are you going to go serve in the you know, are you going to be on the cabinet? None of those people matter. Don't be enamored by these secretaries, only by the president, about where we are today as a nation. Okay? So those things can do things like public and private materials, services, facilities are to be allocated as deemed necessary or appropriate to promote the national defense. So that means that the government can reach in and take anything. They can take your machine shop, right? They can take your business from you. Each cabinet member is given responsibility for his sector of the nation. The Secretary of Health and Human Services can tell hospitals who they can admit and who they may not treat. Any hospital, private, public. The Secretary of the Treasury can tell banks who can have an account and who cannot. The Secretary of Agriculture can tell farmers they cannot farm. Okay, that's what's in these orders. Okay, so you get the idea, right? So while some of this is necessary, it reminds me of the comment made by an earlier senator from Delaware, Daniel O. Hastings, Republican from Delaware. He said, the more power than a good person should want, and more power than any other kind of man ought to have. President Trump may win this election. And if he does, and I pray to God that he does, I really do. I pray to God. And this is my lot in life is to get to that point and do everything that I can, right? Do everything we all can. So, but we are going to still be in a battle. This battle's not going to be over because, President Trump won. I mean, it'll start up in earnest again. And we cannot over or underestimate what we're up against. Just as happened in his last term, everything that Trump will try to do will be resisted by these sort of leftist, forces that we're up against. And as the movie, Julia Roberts, the movie that she was in with Mel Gibson, she says, you know who they are, right, Jerry? I mean, did anybody hear Congressman Raskin Monday? I mean, Jamie Raskin? It's unbelievable. He said if Trump wins, he will not become president. He said, huh? Nobody talks about it. This is what he says. Okay? I mean, they control, this is back to these arcs of history, right? Washington's in charge, Lincoln's in charge. We were able to overcome the real big problems that we faced, right? Forming a country, keeping a country united. But now we're not in charge, okay? And we're in this cold civil war. And I believe that. They control government schools, right? Public schools, colleges and universities, big business, media, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, much of the military, okay? The entirety of the bureaucracy, hundreds of think tanks, all the big law firms. A great American by the name of M. Stanton Evans explained that with the forces against us, whenever we win anything, it's a miracle. We should be truly grateful to God who gives us those victories. Even like in warfare, we call them incremental victories. You have to have incremental victories on a battlefield in order to keep the men motivated. So you got to even go find a place where you can win, because if you're looking like, man, things aren't going so good, you got to go find a victory and you win it. And maybe we've had some of those things. We've had 2 assassination attempts. 2. Okay? In the course of, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. There's no guarantee that we are going to win this. Okay? So all the people all the Christians that have said, God wins. I just talked about David and Saul, you know. So when David is going after his enemy, right, which it lifted him up to be the king, he probably behind a rock praying, maybe on his knees to God. And he had faith, but he got off of his knees. Right? George Washington was a great one for going. The attack across the Delaware, I mean, it's unbelievable. And he talked about it at different times, too, in the whole Revolutionary War. Lincoln was another great one for it. Praying, you know, and we just met tonight. There's a humility, or there is a, you reminded me of it, there's a strength in being humble. Yes. Right? Yes. And our nation we have that in us. We have that ability in us. Yes. And, you know, yeah, God wins, right? I believe that. But God's kind of doing this, sort of standing there like this. Uh-huh. He's going, okay, all right. So, because he chose Israel. America chose God. And so God is watching, and Paul nailed it about, you know, kind of where things are at, this ebb and flow like a tide, right? And in our country is very real. Most of humanity, you know, has lived under tyranny and still does. We have not been particularly faithful to God, who has entrusted us with the freedoms that we have had. So America, really, what my point is get off your knees. But there should be joy in being born. I feel blessed to be alive right now. And, you know, like we will say in my family, we say, fight like a Flynn. They picked the wrong family when they messed with me. Because I had 9 brothers and sisters, and they're like, "Are you kidding me?" You know, it's crazy. But we have to stop being onlookers. Okay, again, like I said, I'm preaching to the choir. We have to stop being onlookers. So, you know, forgive me for sort of a concluding Irish reference. But after all, you know, you're like crazy Irish, right? George Bernard Shaw, he put it really eloquently and beautifully when he heard of the death of a soldier that he had met. And he said, quote, "and will not be so disloyal as to snivel over his valiant death. So hang up your brightest colors in his honor. Let us all praise God that he did not die in a snuffy bed of trumpery cough, weakened by age. Who wants to die in a snuffy bed of a trumpery cough?" For those that don't know what trumpery means, I didn't. It's something of little value, right? Like worthless stuff. You know, and when I read that, I was like, I said, man, I wish I could write like that, you know? We did not choose this battle. They chose to battle us, okay? When in warfare, you want to choose the terrain that you're going to fight on. We're actually on good terrain. This is good ground that we stand on. As long as we have the faith and we get out there and do something, we get off of our knees, we sharpen the tools that we have, right? We're all responsible to resist this evil that is being forced upon us. And it's easy to feel like, you know, like Paul did, right? 2 Corinthians. We are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. After all, our God is a mighty God. So in closing, I want to thank you guys for allowing me to take so much time to be here tonight. I really want to thank you for allowing me to follow Paul Blair, a great gentleman that I have become I so deeply respect. I've had the opportunity to share the platform with Paul in the past, and, you know, I'm still waiting for him to say something that I disagree with, you know? You know, what a great man you are, and thank you so much. Thank you for being, I mean, the church, that's our problem. Yeah. That's our problem. Yeah. And what a great group of patriots that you guys all are, men and women. I mean, a chance to meet some of you and, you know, and sign autographs and all that kind of stuff and photos. I'm just deeply honored by it. It really, it means an awful lot. Importantly, as I said, what we serve is we serve a great and mighty God. Okay, may we serve him well, and may he give us the strength to fight. So thank you very much to the board. God bless you all, and God bless.
We are just so honored to have such a great man and such a great warrior with us this evening, aren't we? Aren't we so honored? And we're so thankful that you're showing us how to be the tip of the sword and to look like maybe you have failed, but you stand back. We need to thank our, before I turn it back to the CEO, to thank our wonderful wait staff for taking good care of us here. And the Hills Hotel. There are a lot of places that do not like to host conservative groups because they are threatened, believe it or not, by liberals and liberal governments that try to shut these events down. We're in the middle of a couple lawsuits like that, aren't we, Mr. Haberbush? At any rate, it has been an honor to serve as your MC this evening, and I am thankful for your attention. And I am thankful for the leadership that we have in the Chief Executive Officer of the John Birch Society, and I'll turn it back over to Bill Hahn.
Thank you, everybody. It's much appreciated. Now, my deep gratitude goes to each and every one of you for seeing that there is a problem out there and for wanting to do something about it. Not even just wanting to do it, educating yourself, educating others, and taking action. Because as General Flynn says, we will not live on our knees. Absolutely? All right. Now, these leadership conferences do something about it. And I hope each and every one of you has taken something away today. All right? So we want to give you best practices. We want to review our basic principles, and we want to motivate you into action. Now, staff has been working on this since last year. Thank you, Lisa. I think our review after this is going to be quite well. And you do it well. Thank you. Deep gratitude goes to Pastor Paul Blair and General Flynn for making time in their business. As you head out the door tonight, please be sure to hit our one last time, because we do not want to take anything home with us. All right? Please, you take everything home with you. All right. In 2026, this country will celebrate 250 years of independence, assuming we're still here, of course. All right. Now, we plan to celebrate this a year early, so tonight we are announcing that our 2025 Leadership Conference will be held in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. We will honor the sacrifices of those that made that independence possible and focus the conference on how to best keep that independence in a world that seeks to kill it. You're all invited, so watch your member bulletin and jbs.org for further information. Now, tonight, you've heard of the spiritual attacks on this great country. You've heard of the attacks on those that courageously stand up to the deep state. And today, you've had an opportunity to learn a great deal more about some of the best practices of the John Birch Society. Now, this organization, as most of you are well aware, has been under regular attack since at least 1961. Well, let me give you a taste of one of the first screeds that was aimed at our organization in the national press. It came from the Santa Barbara News Press on June 22nd, 1961, and it was picked up by The Nation magazine. Well, The Nation wrote in 2015, The Nation published one of the first articles in the national press about the John Birch Society. The far-right society of nostalgic paranoics, founded on this day in 1958 to fight a communist movement they accused of wielding untold power over the American government, but which at the time had in fact never been further from doing so. Now, this was written by Hans Ing, a staff writer for the Santa Barbara News Press, the phase of the pseudo-conservative revolt, a movement that Richard Hofstadter believed had passed its peak of influence in 1955, once again are heard across the land. Ostensibly dedicated to fighting communism, the central organization behind this Save America Before It's Too Late drive is the semi-secret John Birch Society, whose self-appointed leader, Robert Welch, once labeled former president conscious agent of the communist conspiracy. Well, let's pause. Benson, the only cabinet member of the Eisenhower administration to serve terms, agreed with Mr. Welch's conclusions based in the book that he wrote called The Politician. And Mr. Benson actually recommended reading that. Continuing with the article. Not only government leaders come under Welch's ire. Of the press, he says that a well-intentioned management has no conception of how far the termites have crept into the solid-looking framework of the news-gathering and news-writing organizations. Well, hasn't time proven Mr. Welch right again? Back to the article. Of the clergy, he says, ministers are not true believers in the divine name or the divine history and the divine teachings to which they give lip service as they go through their motions on Sunday morning. He claims that some of them are using their pulpits to preach outright communism to their congregations. Well, what did we hear today? Right? Not much has changed, has it? On the local level, society members busy themselves in a variety of ways. They undertake extensive letter writing and telephone campaigns, sponsor radio and TV programs, and put pressure on legislators, educators, and other persons of influence at every opportunity. Well, amen. The article asks, who is the typical John Birch Society member? Hofstadter said of his pseudo-conservative radicals that they could not be identified by class. This is also true of the Birch members. Many of them are poorly educated members of the middle classes, but some wealthy persons are also involved. In certain communities, the Birchians have been able to whip up a good deal of unrest and suspicion. Persons are laid at the drop of a hat, and semi-secret meetings create fear and hate. Fortunately, even in these communities, there are still enough reasonable people around who bring a measure of balance to the situation. It may be that the Birch Group will live a hectic but short life. Together with other know-nothing organizations scattered throughout the country, it represents a basic, continuing phenomenon in American society. that regressive force, which under one guise or another, seems to pop up whenever the country as a whole seems destined to move into a more progressive era. Destined to move into a more progressive era. Really? Because when you look at it a little more closely, you will find that, as Mr. Flynn had General Flynn, had said before, that this is not happenstance. This is by design. Okay? This is what we call conspiracy. And it sounds like this writer could probably subscribe to today's notion of squashing disinformation. All right? So let this be an example of how long the press has been running cover for communists and their sympathizers. And it's even more apparent today when you look at the media interviews of Kamala Harris. The John Birch Society has long stood in the gap, taking fire from the media and even from those that are supposedly on our side. Well, I have to tell you, we do not play favorites. We do not play games when it comes to the battle of American freedom versus global tyranny. The stakes are just too high. And we have seen what happens to those that are effective, those that are consequential. On September 1st, 1983, Korean Airlines 007 was blown out of the air after it supposedly strayed into Soviet airspace. Official reports suggest that all 269 on board were killed, including a certain congressman who was to deliver a speech to South Korea on the 30th anniversary of the Armistice Agreement. Congressman Larry McDonald, who just happened to be the founder of the Western Goals Foundation that worked to stop subversion, terrorism, and communism in the United States. Congressman Larry McDonald, who was a real threat to the Soviet machine, and the same Congressman Larry McDonald, who had recently been appointed chairman of the John Birch Society. We've seen what happens. And you know, we mean business every step of the way because our opposition will never slow. It will never stop unless we are there to stop it. And that opposition has gone nuclear on President Trump, hasn't it? In ways we hope to never see again. But it takes a special person to stand up against the forces that are tearing this country apart. But for those that have come from communist countries and are seeing what's happening here today in America, they are America's wake-up call. This is the hill they are willing to die on because they have seen what tyranny can do. The former head of Cuba's Air Force under Fidel Castro, Pedro Diaz-Lanz, said if there had been even one chapter of the John Birch Society in Havana prior to 1959 working to expose Castro, as Robert Welch was at the time, Cuba would never have fallen to communism. Others who have served in the U.S. military have heaped equal praise on those that stand in the gap, including 3 who received the Congressional Medal of Honor. Lieutenant John W. Flynn, U.S. Navy, Congressional Medal of Honor recipient, survivor of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, and John Birch Society member, said, "The John Birch Society has been fighting on the front lines for many years, while most Americans don't even realize there's a war going on and we're under attack." Colonel Lewis Millett, U.S. Army Congressional Medal of Honor recipient, Ranger Hall of Fame, combat veteran of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, and John Birch Society member, said, "When I came home from Vietnam, I found that the communists and their sympathizers and fellow travelers in the government, the universities, the media, and Hollywood were far more dangerous than the ones I was fighting in the jungles of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. I was also especially alarmed by the efforts to disarm the American people and to compromise our sovereignty through UN treaties. I saw that this was my new battlefield and I wasn't about to stop fighting. I joined the John Birch Society and traveled the country speaking on the Society's Speakers Bureau." Colonel Mitchell Page, U.S. Marine Corps, the hero of Guadalcanal, Congressional Medal of Honor recipient, Eagle Scout, and John Birch Society member, said, "The Birchers fight with courage for truth and liberty, God, family, country, That's what I like. The motto of the New American, that freedom shall not perish, says it all. Admiral Thomas A. Mora, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, survivor of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, combat fighter pilot, combat bomber pilot, first officer in the U.S. naval history to command both the Atlantic and Pacific fleets, and former chief of naval operations, said, "Throughout my naval career and as chairman of the Joint Chiefs, I have had top security clearance and received many military and intelligence briefings. But I have learned much from the New American and from the John Birch Society. Vital truths concerning national security, political and economic matters not available elsewhere." Well, ladies and gentlemen, the John Birch Society has a rich history of serving our fellow Americans, standing in the gap to expose and stop the insidious forces that are transforming this country into a third world country right before our very eyes. What makes us unique from many others is our ability to organize concerned citizens neighborhood by neighborhood and to motivate them to action through education. Members have tirelessly done so for 66 years. Now, imagine what kind of communist pit this country would be if JBS had merely lived that hectic and short life. The New World Order would have been decades ahead on its timetable, and the U.S. would simply be just one more cog in the globalist wheel, with its citizens turned into subjects, stripped of life, liberty, and their pursuit of happiness. But I contend that's not where we are at today. That we are still able to gather in this room today without hushed tones to discuss such matters demonstrates an exercise of many of our God-given rights. But for how long? We do not know. Because the trend against these rights is very alarming and it's very real. And this should be the jarring effect that arouses many freedom-loving Americans from their slumber. The Founding Fathers were great men of integrity that employed action through education. Their constitutional tools to counter and stop tyranny are still in place and are still effective, but many folks out there are just not aware of what they are or how to utilize them. When we help others to learn of these constitutional tools and principles, we build a bulwark of freedom that can stand up to federal tyranny. That's birching. That's standing in the gap. And that's what will lead us into victory, for we will not fathom otherwise. History is replete with millions and millions of government's murders of its own people. Now, don't let tomorrow's what-ifs be today's missed opportunities. While the Birch Society of yesterday and today has seen significant victories, we cannot rest our efforts and coast by on this legacy. The Birch Society of tomorrow must be even more equipped, more resilient, more effective, and be in every neighborhood of this country. And we plan to build upon this rich foundation that we have, this rich heritage, and we plan to grow this organization into the powerhouse that it needs to be. We're not afraid of trying new ideas or implementing new technology and tools to help reach others, but we must not let the perfect get in the way of the good. Don't be afraid to reach out to new people, to new neighbors, to new business owners, to new clergy, or to the new elected officials. Chances are strong that the little bit that you know about a topic that you are birching about is going to be a whole lot more than somebody else out there. America is in the fight of its life, hanging by a thread. We owe a large debt of gratitude for those that have forged our foundation of freedom that we so boldly stand on today. And what that foundation looks like for our children, our grandchildren, and even further generations largely depends on you and your involvement. If you're not yet a member of the John Birch Society, I invite you to join tonight. If you are a member of the John Birch Society, consider joining our continuing support club that allows for monthly contributions, providing for much needed contributions. See any of our staff or visit jbs.org. Folks, there is no better time to get involved. And America so desperately needs its experienced patriots to ensure that it will make it through the night with the light from above. May your efforts to stand in the gap continue to be blessed. And may God continue to bless this United States of America. Thank you.
Who is that and what is that about?
Stephen Caffey's going to give the
benediction?
Yes. You're going to do that? You want me to? You do it, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. Let's take one last opportunity tonight to thank God, and let's bring on Reverend Stevie Kraft.
Thanks, man. As we conclude, let us remember what we've heard in these last 2 days about the spiritual necessity of standing in the gap. What does it mean to each and every one of us to stand in the gap and to make up a hedge for the nation that the Lord would not have to destroy it? Think about that. And let us come to the conclusion, the spiritual conviction that says, Lord, even though your Old Testament prophet in Ezekiel chapter 22 thundered and declared that I stood in the gap and sought for a man that would make up a hedge for the nation that I would not destroy it, but I found none. Let us now, as we conclude, and go back to our assignments, our spiritual assignments, and let us purpose in our heart, Lord, as Isaiah said in chapter 5, when he said, no, it was chapter 6, when he says, Lord, if you need somebody, here am I, send me. So every one of us in the house, as we go back to our work, to our ministries, to our responsibilities, let us take this charge and say, Lord, if you need somebody in my sphere of influence to stand in the gap for my family, for my nation, for those in my sphere of influence that you have given me, here am I, send me. Because I know one day when this life is over and I leave planet Earth and stand before the master of my salvation, all I want to hear him say, Stevie Kraft, well done. Glory to God. I feel that thing. Well done, you good and faithful servant. You was faithful in a few things, but now I'm going to make you ruler over many. Enter into the joy of your Lord. So, Heavenly Father, as these precious saints of God leave this place tonight, let them go with a spiritual conviction that we are not wrestling or fighting against flesh and blood. It ain't about Kamala Harris. It ain't about Biden. It ain't about Trump. It ain't about none of that. It's about helping us to see and see in the spirit world that we're fighting against principalities, against powers, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And because of that, Lord, that we see behind the veil, we put on the whole armor of God, that we can stand against the wiles of the devil. And then having done all to stand, keep standing. Stand in the gap. So we thank you for each and every one of you precious saints. We pray that you find your way safely back to your domain, wherever you come from, but go back with a conviction in your heart and in your soul that you will serve God. And we thank you. We leave a blessing over you in Jesus' name. Amen and amen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You live?
Live. All right, fantastic. So we are here standing in the gap with the John Birch Society with General Flynn, an absolute honor. General Flynn, you said the words, we have to humble ourselves.
Yeah.
And in 1 Chronicles 7:14, it says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, come to me, pray, and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear their voice and heal their land. What is your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many different things that are, you know, if our nation, if people in this country, especially the Christian community, I mean, and it's not about, you know, the crazy media will go, you know, white Christian nationalists, you know, if I believe in God, then I'm a Christian. If I'm a nationalist because I believe in our country and I love our country, then call me a nationalist, call me any name you want. I think the idea, and I talked a little bit about it tonight to this great group,
you know, there's a lot of strength in humility and being humble. It doesn't mean that you're weak. It means that you actually understand, you know, what is happening, and you're able to overcome it with strength and courage and determination and discipline. But you do it in a way that I believe that we have always been known for as Americans, is this sort of very giving, very loving people of our nation. Patriots, call it whatever you want, but people need to understand, for anybody that's watching this thing, you need to understand that this nation is at risk. All of our rights are at risk. All of our values that we just grew up to believe in, right? And I really want young people, particularly young people that are listening, you know, like know that you're gonna, you know, you can lose everything. I mean, all the fun that you want to have. Hey, I had a lot of fun in my life. I mean, I'm here in California. I own 10 surfboards. I've surfed for 55 years. You know, I mean, don't tell me about, you know, fun and all the kinds of crazy stuff that you get involved in. But you have to understand that there's always a threat to our freedom, and, you know, tyranny, whatever the words you want to use. There's always a threat. But we do, in order to bring this country back together, we do need to unite. But you got to unite around a single principle, and that single principle for me is the idea of freedom. If you like your freedom, then believe in it and go do something about it. Don't let somebody take away your freedom. I mean, and take away your freedom means that, like, you can't go and do the things that you want to do when you want to do them, right? And it's as simple as that. It doesn't mean that, you know, you have this no rule of law or all this other stuff. Freedom, that's the principle that we need to unite around. And to me, that's kind of in the DNA. It's in the DNA of every American, like what's in our skin, you know? So anyway, I got to go.
Thank you,
Peace, everybody.
Thank you for standing in the gap and showing us how to take our power.
See you on the waves.
Bye-bye, Joe.